The atmosphere in the hospital is heavy with gloom. A melancholic ringtone fills the air as the automated voice on the other end of the line says, "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." It's 12:37 p.m. on April 10th, 2019. Kong Jae-won sits on her hospital bed, staring at her phone, trying once more to call her husband. But there's no answer, no text reply, no sign of him. He hasn't visited her since she was admitted. Jae-won, a young woman battling a terminal illness, is left to face her fate alone. The doctor has already told her she has only a few months left to live. The nurses, witnessing her suffering, do their best to care for her. But when a nurse arrives with Ji-won's medication, she finds the bed empty. Ji-won is gone, having slipped away unnoticed, determined to spend her remaining days on her own terms. While waiting for a taxi, Ji-won reflects on the contrast between her deteriorating health and the beauty of the world around her. It's springtime, and as cancer ravages her body, the flowers bloom vibrantly. How envious she feels. When the flowers wither, they still retain their beauty. A taxi pulls up and Ji-won gets in, directing the driver to the apartment she shares with her husband. The driver glances at her, his expression filled with concern. "Are you in a lot of pain?" "You'll be better soon," he reassures her. Ji-won says nothing, lost in her thoughts. It's been a long time since she's heard the local dialect in Seoul. A familiar image flashes in her mind, memories of happy times, when her father was still alive. There was a time when she truly experienced joy. The driver, noticing her silence, continues to encourage her. "Have you ever heard the saying, 'The child who died yesterday still wants to see tomorrow today'?" he asks. "If I were that child, I would probably think the same way," Ji-won replies wearily. "But even if I had to die today, I wouldn't want to see tomorrow. Nothing good would come my way anyway." The driver chuckles softly. "But if something good did happen, wouldn't you be happy?" he asks. The car comes to a quick stop beneath her apartment building. Ji-won reaches for her wallet to pay the fare, but the driver waves her off, refusing to take it. "Consider it pocket money from your father for your outing. Good things will come your way. You'll recover, make lots of money, travel the world, and meet someone who also feels like he's already dead." Today was the driver's last day on the job, and Ji-won was his final passenger. He wanted her to live well, to see that money as a promise he made to her as she opened the bill. She found a piece of candy inside. Ji-won smiled, agreeing with the driver's words as he drove away. She stood there, silently thanking him for giving her one last beautiful memory in an otherwise painful life. It felt truly nostalgic. Back to reality, Ji-won hurried into the building. She stood in front of the apartment door she hadn't seen in months since being hospitalized. Suddenly, she felt a bit hesitant, but gathering her courage, she took a deep breath and opened the door. As soon as Ji-won stepped inside, her eyes landed on a pair of red high heels, ones she had gifted to her best friend, Soo-min. Her heart sank. At that moment, she heard the voices of a man and a woman chatting in the room. Ji-won trembled as she moved closer, her anger building. Gritting her teeth, she pushed the door open slightly. What she saw confirmed her worst fears. Her husband Min-jun lying in bed with her best friend Soo-min. But what she heard was even more venomous than she could have imagined. They were discussing how they would enjoy the 500 million won payout from her life insurance after she died. Rage boiling inside her, Ji-won burst through the door, shouting, "Who gave you permission to do this?" The two on the bed jumped up in terror. Min-jun panicked, trying to explain, but Ji-won was too consumed by fury to listen. She glared at him, gritting her teeth, and spat out, "Min-jun, you dog! Did you really think I'd just lie down and die without a fight? I'll make you pay for this. I'll expose you to the entire company, your families. Hell, I'll post it on social media so you'll never be able to show your faces again. I'll make you cough up everything you've gained so far." At her threatening words, Soo-min turned pale with fear. She rushed over, grabbing Ji-won's hand, pleading, "Please don't do this. We're friends, remember? I'm your best friend." Ji-won laughed bitterly, shaking her off. "Best friend? What kind of friend dates and leeches off her dying best friend's husband, all the while counting down to her death so she can cash in on life insurance? Do you even understand how disgusting you are? Sumin, terrified, dropped to her knees, begging Jiwon not to expose her to her family and the company. Through her sobs, she cried, "Please, don't ruin my life. I have to live. You're going to die anyway, but I'm not." Those words ignited Jiwon's fury. Without thinking, she grabbed Sumin by the hair, her rage blinding her as she shook her violently. But before Jiwon could act any further, Minjun stepped forward and struck her across the face with enough force to leave her dazed and stumbling. Jiwon stood in shock, staring at Minjun. "Did you just slap me?" she asked, disbelief in her voice. He shrugged casually and sneered. "You can hit others, but others can't hit you. Just get lost already. Stop dragging us all down with your miserable life. You're going to die anyway, so why bother tormenting everyone else?" Feeling utterly defeated, Jiwon's voice trembled as she replied, "It's because of you and your family that I ended up like this. Your family looked down on me because I grew up without a mother. My dad died of cancer and you took all my money to invest in your worthless stocks. If I'd been hospitalized earlier, maybe I could have survived longer, but now? Even if I die, I'll drag all of you down to hell with me. I won't let any of you die peacefully." Her words left Minjun both shocked and furious. In a blind rage, he raised his hand and struck Jiwon again. She was too weak to dodge, and her head slammed into the corner of the table. Fresh blood poured out, and Jiwon collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Minjun and Sumin looked down at her, but they didn't even care anymore. They were too consumed with panic over what to do next. Sumin nervously muttered, "What are we going to do now?" while Minjun paced, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. Things had escalated far beyond their control. As for Jiwon, in her fading moments, the doctor's words echoed in her mind. 3 months at the shortest, 6 at the longest, and if a miracle happens, maybe 10. But at the age of 37, Jiwon would not even live out those few short months. In the midst of her pain, she heard a voice. A warm, loving voice. It was her father's. His presence was so unlike the cruel intentions she had just faced. Juen turned toward him joyfully. She saw her father's familiar figure, his hand reaching out to her. In that moment, memories of the promise she made to him flooded back. "You must live a truly happy life in the future," he had told her. She had agreed to that promise long ago. Her father smiled at her, content, before slowly fading away. As cherry blossom petals bloomed and fell to the ground outside, Jiwon's world went quiet. Suddenly, a noise jolted Jiwon awake. Someone was gently shaking her shoulder. When she opened her eyes, she was startled to see Assistant Jay, a colleague who had left the company 10 years ago. Concerned, Jay asked, "Jiwon, are you okay?" Jiwon, still dazed, tried to make sense of what was happening. She looked in the mirror and was shocked to see herself looking young and full of life. What on earth is going on? The last thing she remembered was being struck by Minjun, hitting her head on the table and dying. Now, here she was, alive. Confused and bewildered, she glanced at the phone on the table. It was vibrating. Jiwon picked it up and stared at the screen. The phone was familiar, the one she used years ago. The date displayed was April 10th, 2009. She quickly reached for her glasses and put them on to see clearly. Ending a painful marriage by being killed by my husband and best friend. Yet here I am, back in my life 10 years ago. What is happening? Am I dreaming? Is this some kind of replay of the life I always wished for before I died? Jiwon sat down in the chair, her mind racing. Why had she returned to 10 years ago? She was puzzled, her thoughts spinning wildly, when suddenly a familiar voice called out behind her. That voice made her heart race and her vision darken with anger. She turned around, and there he was, Minjun pretending to care. "What are you doing out here? You don't look too well. Should I buy you some medicine?" he asked, feigning concern. But looking at his face now, all Ji-won could think of was how he had once yelled at her in anger, how he had humiliated and betrayed her. Hatred surged through her body. She stood up abruptly, filled with fury, and began to walk away. Min-jung grabbed her hand, confused. "Why are you acting like this all of a sudden?" he asked. Ji-won angrily yanked her hand free, shouting, "Let go of me! Don't talk to me, and don't ever look at me again!" Just then, another voice called out from behind her. "Ji-won? What's going on? I heard some arguing in here." The voice sent a wave of panic through her. It was Su-min, her so-called best friend and the woman who had slept with her husband. Just the sight of her made Ji-won feel utterly nauseous. She couldn't believe that even after dying, this couple was still clinging to her life. She muttered curses under her breath. "Go to hell, you scumbags." Su-min, still clueless, asked, "What's wrong, Ji-won?" Looking at her fake, concerned expression, Ji-won trembled with rage. The anger boiled inside her, and she wanted nothing more than to lash out. The resentment she had suppressed for so long was bubbling to the surface. Just as she was about to act, Assistant J appeared and interrupted. "The manager is looking for you," Assistant J said, urging her to hurry over. Ji-won wiped away her tears with the back of her hand and left without another word. Yet sorrow still gripped her heart. "Where am I? Why couldn't I have died more beautifully?" She felt lost, trapped in the memories of 10 years ago, where someone always stood alone in her mind. Someone distant yet familiar, always in shades of black and white. Ji-won walked into the office, her eyes landing on the nameplate on the desk. Jo Jin-hyuk, manager. Suddenly memories came flooding back. This was her stern superior from 10 years ago. The tall man, always dressed in a plain suit, never spoke unless absolutely necessary. As soon as she entered, his sharp voice greeted her. "Miss Kong Ji-won, this is the company. I expect you to clearly distinguish between personal matters and work." He handed her a stack of documents and added, "If there's nothing else, you should leave work early." Ji-won noticed a handkerchief placed on top of the documents. Jin-hyuk's tone softened ever so slightly as he spoke again. "Manage your personal emotions so they don't affect your colleagues." She quickly bowed her head in thanks and turned to leave, lost in her thoughts. As she walked, she accidentally tripped over a trash can. Before she could fall, a pair of hands reached out and caught her. "Are you okay?" came a concerned voice from behind her. The familiar voice of the department head echoed in her ears. This was the first time Ji-won had come face to face with the department head, standing so close to him. Ji-won replied that she was fine, pushed the department head away, and hurriedly ran off. Jin-hyuk just silently watched her, saying nothing. After tossing the documents onto her desk, Ji-won thought to herself that she had to get out of there. Perhaps reliving this hellish time was her punishment. But she absolutely couldn't just accept it like this. She left, leaving her colleagues in shock. In the elevator, Ji-won still couldn't believe she was back in this time, with even some things that weren't part of her past life's memories. What on earth does the universe want by bringing me back here, she wondered. The image of her earlier moment with the department head flashed in her mind. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard someone asking her something. It turned out the elevator doors had opened, and her colleagues were asking if she was getting off. She quickly apologized and stepped out. In her haste, she tripped over the elevator door. This time, no one was quick enough to catch her. She remembered that in her past life, she had also fallen in front of Jin-hyuk, and he hadn't caught her then either. Why is it like this today, she thought. At that moment, her colleagues worriedly asked if she was okay. Jae-won, feeling all mixed up, thanked them and ran out of the company as fast as she could. This time, she didn't trip at the door. She sprinted away from that suffocating place, and it wasn't until she was outside that she finally stopped to catch her breath. Ji-won gazed at the cherry blossoms blooming around her. It reminded her of the day she had left the hospital. Still a bit dazed, her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from that jerk Park Min-wan. Naturally, Ji-won coldly hung up on him. She snapped her phone shut and turned towards the bus stop. She still wondered if today was just a dream. But why was it 10 years ago, the very year I married that scumbag Park Min-hwan? This dream felt too strange. Just then, her phone buzzed again. This time it was from department head Jin Hyuk, not the other guy, so she answered. On the other end, he informed her that he had sent some additional documents and reminded her to check them when she got back to work. Her mood was sour, so she only gave casual replies. "Tomorrow at work," he added. Without thinking, she replied, "Tomorrow is Sunday." Realizing her mistake, she apologized and quickly hung up the phone, feeling embarrassed. Ji-won wondered if tomorrow would still come for her. Suddenly, she discovered something intriguing in her pocket. Astonished, she pulled it out to take a look. She was taken aback by what she saw. The cash and candy she had received from the driver who took her back to the apartment. Tears welled up in her eyes. It wasn't just some magic trick or illusion. It was her dad's final gift to her. She silently thanked her dad, realizing she really had travelled back 10 years in time. This must be his way of giving me another chance, she thought. She bowed her head, silently promising to live a new life filled with joy and happiness. Maybe her dad was hoping for that too. Meanwhile, back at the company, Park Min-hwan was glued to his phone, frustrated. He had called Ji-won countless times, but she just wouldn't pick up. Why is she acting so different all of a sudden? He couldn't understand what was going on with her, and she had even left her bag behind. At that moment, Jo Soo-min, sitting across from him, curiously asked if he had managed to reach Ji-won. Min-hwan sighed and said it was no use. Ji-won was clearly upset about something. He planned to clock out soon and go find her, plus bring her bag back. Seeing his concern, Soo-min suggested they swing by Ji-won's favourite chicken joint after work to grab some takeout for her. "She'll totally love it," Soo-min said with a smile. Min-hwan happily agreed. Just then, the department head voiced his annoyance from the back. "Park Min-hwan, if you're still in the work zone, it's time to focus on the task at hand." His boss's words instantly had the two scrambling to apologize. Back at her seat, Soo-min pulled out her phone, scrolling through the messages she had sent to Ji-won, all unread. Her innocent face now twisted with resentment. Is she really ignoring all my messages? She wondered bitterly. Outside, it was a sun-soaked day full of bright vibes. Ji-won returned to her apartment, and as she entered her password, she suddenly realized it was still set to Park Min-hwan's birthday. "I need to change this right away," she thought. She quickly switched it up, then swung the door open and stepped inside. The familiar house appeared before her, but the first thing she saw were two framed photos of her with Min-han and Soo-min. Next to them was a plush duck bear, a friendship token that Soo-min had once gifted her, saying, "Whatever I like, you like too." Little did Ji-won know back then that Soo-min liked more than just plush toys. She liked her boyfriend too. Looking back, all the guys Ji-won had a crush on eventually confessed to Soo-min. But now she couldn't care less about any of that. For Ji-won, money was her priority. She tossed the photos and stuffed bear into the trash without a second thought. She then went into her room and dug out her savings book. Money. That's what I need now more than anything. She regretted not paying more attention to finances during her first run at life. I should have memorized some lottery numbers or stock trends. But now she had to deal with her debt and start making money. Suddenly she remembered how, back then, Park Min-hwan had a knack for making any stock he touched soar. I could use that to my advantage. This was a once-in-a-lifetime money-making opportunity. Just then, her phone buzzed. It was a message from Min-hwan saying he'd bring over fried chicken and chat for a bit. Ji-won was taken aback. Fried chicken? She had always found it nauseating whenever he mentioned fried chicken before, so why was he suddenly offering to buy it for her now? She decided it was time to move out, but before that she needed to deal with Min-hwan and Soo-min. Ji-won texted Min-hwan back, setting up a meeting with him and Soo-min at the bar near her place. Park Min-hwan was taken aback when he received such a short message from Ji-won. What on earth is going on, he wondered. trying to figure out what had caused her to act this way. As he stared at his phone, his boss, Joe Jennyhook, reminded him to finish the report he had been assigned. Min-hwan reluctantly dropped his phone and handed the report over to his boss. However, his report was quickly torn apart, and he could only bow his head in apology. Veen Hook coldly reminded him to focus on his work. "The office isn't a place for you to do homework," he said, tossing the report onto the table. Min-hwan was furious, but he could only mutter under his breath, "Chonokut, that guy only got his position through connections." Across the table, Jo Soo-min winked and handed him a note inviting him out for drinks after work. Min-hwan thought to himself, Soo-min really knows how to brighten people's moods. She's just so adorable. He quickly wrote a note back to Soo-min, telling her that Ji-won had invited everyone for drinks near her place after work. Soo-min sweetly smiled in agreement, but inside she was silently fuming, cursing Ji-won for ignoring her messages. Min-hwan decided to go down and tidy up the car first. Ji-won's used to my messy car, but Soo-min's different. In that moment, he realized Ji-won didn't act like a typical girl at all. Meanwhile, Ji-won was standing in front of her wardrobe, unable to believe how she had dressed 10 years ago. How did I not see it? Everything she owned was just outdated button-up shirts. She hadn't even bothered with makeup and always tied her hair in a ponytail, wearing oversized glasses that completely hid her beauty. Since today would be the last party with her boyfriend and best friend, she couldn't afford to go out looking like this. Ji-won picked up her curling iron and plugged it in. Just then, her phone buzzed with a new message, but because it was resting on the edge of the table, the phone slipped and fell to the floor. Ji-won reached down to pick up the phone, but just as her hand was about to touch it, she froze. A memory from the past suddenly came rushing back. She remembered sitting at her vanity, turning on the curling iron when a message had come in. The phone had dropped, and as she bent down to pick it up, her hand got caught in the cord, causing the curling iron to fall and burn her wrist. This time, however, Ji-won was careful. She picked up the phone gently, and her wrist remained unharmed. It was as if she had learned from her past mistake. The realization hit her. Fate could be changed. On her phone was a message from Min-hwan, saying he was on his way and that he had a gift for her. A gift? Ji-won thought back, rummaging through her memories. That day, Min-hwan and Soo-min had brought beer and fried chicken. Back then, she hadn't realized how well those two clicked together. A plan started forming in Ji-won's mind. If they liked each other so much, then let Soo-min marry Park Min-hwan in my place. She arrived at the bar early to wait for the others. She hadn't even taken more than a few sips of her drink when she heard someone calling her name. It was Min-hwan and Soo-min, the lovey-dovey couple arriving together. Soo-min cheerfully suggested that she would treat everyone to drinks today. Min-hwan explained that Soo-min had come here out of concern for her. Soo-min asked Ji-won how she was doing, pretending to be concerned. Ji-won couldn't stand her fake worry, so she casually replied, "Just to get it over with." She ordered food and asked the other two if they wanted anything else. Min-hwan, noticing a dish on the menu, asked Soo-min if she could eat that one, suggesting they order something different. Soo-min just smiled and said, "I like everything Ji-won likes." Ji-won noticed the earrings Soo-min was wearing. Soo-min had given her a pair just like them, and Ji-won had worn them without realizing they didn't suit her at all. In front of Ji-won, Soo-min chatted with Min-hwan without a care in the world. Min-hwan remarked that he was surprised the two were such close friends, since they looked so different from each other. Soo-min grinned and said, "Ji-won had no friends growing up, so she always clung to me. Because she was petite, she could only wear clothes like this." Then Soo-min turned to Ji-won and, with a hint of jealousy, remarked that Ji-won was as big as a giant. Her words stung more and more, crossing the line. Soo-min placed her hand in Min-hwan's and explained that his hand was so big, almost like Ji-won's. Soo-min laughed and said she wanted to be like Ji-won, a beautiful giant standing in front of the demon Min-hwan. Ji-won calmly sipped her drink, unfazed. Then she spoke up, hinting that their portions were the same. She asked, "What were you doing while you were growing up like this?" Su-min, flustered by the question, quickly changed the subject and raised her glass with Min-hwan. The three of them toasted to their first time drinking together. Ji-won wasn't interested in clinking glasses with this couple. She silently watched their fake camaraderie. Soon, the boneless chicken was served, and Su-min exclaimed it looked gross. Min-hwan asked her if she had just said she liked it. Su-min, trying to cover, quickly replied, "Well, if Ji-won likes it, then everyone must like it, right?" She complimented Ji-won, saying she ate so well and that it must be delicious. Ji-won calmly called her out. "You called for chicken the last time we ate together and even ordered 3 bottles of soju." Su-min's face turned awkward, forcing a smile and asking if she really had done that. At that moment, the staff brought out the fish cake soup, but a drunken man stumbled by, knocking into the server and causing the hot soup to splash everywhere. The scalding liquid landed all over Ji-won's hand. She instinctively hugged her injured hand, wincing in pain. The server rushed over, apologizing profusely and quickly going to fetch ice and ointment. Su-min asked if Ji-won was okay, reaching out to check her injury, but Ji-won pushed her hand away. Su-min was utterly shocked. Ji-won coldly stood up, saying she was going to the restroom for a bit. Inside, she anxiously rinsed the burn under cold water. Her mood was foul as she thought about the strange coincidences that kept happening. Why didn't I fall in the office this afternoon but still tripped on the elevator stairs? The burn on her hand was eerily similar to the one she got from a hair straightener 10 years ago. Could it be that in this lifetime I still couldn't escape marrying that jerk Min-hwan? Is it true that what's meant to be will be? Ji-won thought, as she turned off the tap, determined not to let that happen. Returning to the dining table, Su-min was still using alcohol to act out. She was getting bolder, pretending to be cute in front of Min-hwan. Ji-won knew all too well that Su-min was putting on a show. 1 drink and Su-min would be flushed, while she could handle 3 or 4 bottles without breaking a sweat. However, Ji-won didn't bother to expose her. Suddenly, Su-min asked Min-hwan what he liked about Ji-won. Min-hwan smiled, praising Ji-won for being kind, smart, and very capable, saying she was a great match for him. Su-min chimed in, nodding in agreement, claiming she had a good eye for people. Ji-won silently scoffed. The two of them were such a perfect match in their eyes. Su-min smiled cutely, opening her mouth to ask Ji-won for a piece of fish cake. Ji-won's expression turned icy as she stuffed a huge piece into Su-min's mouth, making her choke. Oh, how the tables have turned, Ji-won thought. She activated her acting skills, asking if Su-min was okay. "I told you to eat slowly, you seem pretty tipsy. Let me call a taxi for you to head home." Su-min hurriedly explained she wasn't drunk at all, but Ji-won wasn't having it. Without hesitation, she forcibly pulled Su-min up and pushed her into a taxi. As soon as the door slammed shut, the car sped off. Ji-won felt a rush of liberation. She had been so cowardly in the past, she could have easily kicked Su-min out like this, but had lived like a fool letting her bully her. Min-hwan sat in the cafe, feeling regretful, as he realized how happy he had been when Su-min was around. Ji-won had never been that charming to him. Ji-won returned to her seat, and Min-hwan still asked about Su-min. He even complimented Su-min's cuteness in front of Ji-won. Ji-won didn't care. She told him to drink more, since tomorrow was the weekend anyway. While pouring the wine, she accidentally splashed it onto her own glasses. Giving Min-hwan a sly smile, she deliberately took off her glasses right in front of him. He was dazzled, praising Ji-won for looking stunning without her glass. He even suggested she should consider surgery. Ji-won smiled, weighing her options. "Should I wait for a raise or dive into buying stocks?" She casually asked Min-hwan if he could give her a little lesson on stocks. As soon as stocks were mentioned, Min-hwan perked up with excitement. When it came to stocks, he could talk endlessly, like a never-ending blockbuster. After finishing their meal, Min-hwan was driving Ji-won home. She thanked him for bringing her bag back to her. Little did she know he took the initiative to plant a sweet kiss on her forehead, wishing her a good night. Ji-won suppressed her disgust, urging him to hurry back. After stepping into the house, she slumped onto the sofa feeling utterly drained. The phone was playing a recording of Min-hwan talking about stocks. Ji-won flashed a satisfied smile. This compensation will be received in full, not a single penny short. The next morning, Ji-won texted Minhwan, telling him she was still feeling tired and would be staying home to rest, promising to reschedule their date for another time. Then she lost interest, clapping the phone shut and stashing it in her pocket. She strolled into the bookstore, hoping to grab some guidebooks on stocks. She stood there for quite a while, contemplating, but the books were packed with so much industry jargon that she couldn't wrap her head around any of it. Still on the hunt for more basic reads, she spotted a book that looked pretty straightforward, but when she reached up to grab it, it was just out of her grasp. What kind of book is stacked so high, Ji-won thought. I'm already over 1.7 meters tall and still can't reach it. How is anyone else supposed to grab it? Suddenly, a hand reached out, helping her grab the book. Ji-won turned around to thank the person, but to her surprise, it was none other than the department head, Jin-hook. He held the book in his hand and curiously asked her if she was planning to quit her job. Ji-won was taken aback by the question. She stammered, at a loss for words. Jin-hook calmly asked again if she was considering quitting her job. Ji-won quickly composed herself and reached out to grab the book. She explained that she wasn't planning to quit, but had noticed Park Min-hwan getting into stock investments and was thinking about trying her hand at it too. Little did she know, Jin-hook's expression turned sour. Why on earth did I run into the department head here, she thought, and why did I have to provoke him? She quickly made up an excuse, claiming that she had already picked out her books and wanted to leave early. But then Jin-hook suddenly asked if she was planning to meet Park Min-hwan. Ji-won forced a smile and replied that she wouldn't be meeting Min-hwan today. She also asked if he could keep their meeting a secret from the other staff. Jin-hook raised an eyebrow and asked why he should do that. Ji-won hesitated and explained that she had told Min-hwan she was sick. He asked if she was really unwell, to which she smiled and replied that she was perfectly fine. It was just the weekend and she wanted some time alone. Jin-hook seemed about to say something, but when Ji-won asked, he simply said it was nothing. He turned as if looking for a book on the shelf and told her to head home, saying they would see each other at the office tomorrow. Ji-won prepared to leave, but couldn't shake the feeling that he seemed to have something more to say. Suddenly, he glanced up and complimented her earrings, saying they suited her well, unlike the previous pair. Ji-won was taken aback. Those earrings were likely the ones Soo-min had given her as a friendship token. She remembered that the department head had also mentioned that the previous earrings didn't suit her. She politely bowed to thank him and asked to leave first. For some reason, she felt a strange discomfort in her heart, but didn't dwell on it. She didn't notice Jin-hook watching her thoughtfully from behind. The next day, after arriving at work, Ji-won looked at the clock, which showed just past 7, and noticed the office was completely empty. She sighed, realizing this was the first time she had come to work so early. Suddenly, she spotted Jin-hook, who had been there for who knows how long. Curiously, she walked over to him and saw that he was sitting with his eyes closed, looking like he was in a deep sleep. She pulled the curtain shut, commenting that if he was tired, he could have come in a bit later. She stared at him, realizing his skin looked even better up close. Without his glasses, he looked just as handsome. Jin-hook suddenly opened his eyes, surprised to see Ji-won standing so close. He asked if she was really at work this early. Ji-won jumped a little, then laughed and replied that she was making up for leaving early last Friday. She quickly returned to her desk and fired up her computer. As she did, she recalled what Park Min-hwan had said about the pharmaceutical company, GA. Right now, the stock was priced at 8,001, and if she remembered correctly, this stock was about to pass its review. In a month, the price would skyrocket 6-fold. Now was the perfect time to cash in on some investments. So focused was she that she didn't notice Janook had sneakily crept up behind her. He said it was convenient to grab breakfast, so he got her coffee and a morning meal. Janook hesitated instinctively, preparing to decline, but then she paused. If she wanted to change, she should stop this habitual rejection. She decided to flash a bright smile and thank him. Thanks for treating me to food. From now on, she would embrace life and welcome the care of others. Jin-hook furrowed his brow in silence as if taken aback by something. Then he turned and told her to keep working before walking away. Ji-won was left feeling bewildered. Did he just blow up? It's true they were getting closer, but she still couldn't quite grasp his character. She turned back to the computer, shaking off what had just happened. Forget about it. There was something far more important going on right now. It was 8:23 a.m., and she had just finished the breakfast that the boss had picked up for her. Then, diving into the stock market with a sprinkle of fun, she started investing in GA Pharmaceuticals. She snatched up 2,500 shares, investing 20 million won like a true stock market superstar. Just then, Assistant Jane arrived at the company, ready to steal the spotlight. Department head Kim also showed up and chatted with the manager in the meeting room. Next up was the dynamic duo, the handsome guy and the green tea, who just so happened to bump into each other right outside the company gate. Soo-min casually asked why Ji-won had arrived so early, but she coldly replied that, at the office, she should call her assistant Kong. Soo-min shyly apologized to Ji-won. Min Hanan, standing on the sidelines, disagreed, saying that no matter what, they were still best buddies and there was no need to be so stiff like that. Ji-won didn't even look at him, remaining focused on her computer as she told him he should pay more attention while at the office. Min-hwan seemed oblivious to Ji-won's unusual behavior. He chuckled and inquired why she was sipping on an Americano today instead of her usual cappuccino. Ji-won kept a straight face, sipping her coffee. "This is a gift from my boss," she said, then added, 10 years ago, I was all about sweet treats like cappuccinos, while the boss was the only one who enjoyed the bitter notes of an Americano. No matter how bitter it gets, I still prefer sipping on an Americano." What did someone like Park Man-won even have to say about that? Ji-won stood up, pretending to stroll past Park Man-won's desk. He was currently in the peak phase of stock acquisition, and she wasn't about to let him rake in all the profits alone. Ji-won glanced at his computer screen and saw him selling shares of GA Pharmaceuticals. She was taken aback. Why on earth was he selling at this moment? Could it be that the future had changed? What on earth was his reasoning for selling those shares? They were supposed to skyrocket 5-fold in a month. What was going on? The only fate she wanted to change was her own. 10 years ago he had invested in GA Pharmaceuticals, and the profits had multiplied. But why had she just seen him sell a total of 3,500 shares? Why was this happening right after she bought those shares? Ji-won bit her lip, completely puzzled by Park Min-hwan's calculations. Suddenly, Min-hwan asked what was wrong, startling Ji-won. She forced a smile and said it was nothing, reminding him that the stock price of GA Pharmaceuticals was on the rise. Park Man-hwan shrugged it off, saying he had already made a bit of profit and sold everything. Just last weekend he had caught wind of some favourable news. There were whispers that M-Dub Technology would partner with ET Electronics, and he was sure it would explode soon. As Park Man-hwan rambled on about the intel he had gathered, Ji-won was lost in thought. A company like M-Dub, even one as clueless about stocks as her, was well known after introducing new technology in mobile phones. The stock price had skyrocketed in no time, only for the CEO to flee abroad a month later, causing massive losses for investors. But why was he planning to invest in such a company now? After grabbing the documents, Park Man-hwan winked at her, saying he was sharing this news with her alone and that she shouldn't tell anyone. He left, leaving Ji-won deep in thought. If things that never happened in the past were to occur, it meant a different future would unfold. The futures of those involved would also shift. She rolled up her sleeve to check the time. If the events from the past were to unfold, could it be said that she had snatched away someone's luck? She had to find out, but how should she go about it? Min-hwan returned to his desk. Ji-won approached and asked if he wasn't going to have lunch. He replied that he was just about to go eat. She smiled and told him she was also planning to grab a bite, asking if he wanted to join her. Moments later, Ji-won, Park Man-hwan and Soo-min stood in front of the elevator. Soo-min cheerfully remarked that it seemed like this was the first time the three of them were having lunch together at the office. Park Man-hwan was surprised and asked why she was inviting them to lunch today. Didn't she usually avoid having others gossip about her love life at work? So they had never eaten together before. Just a moment ago she had been laughing and inviting him to join her, yet Ji-won remained pensive and silent. Noticing her silence, Soo-min asked if Ji-won had just bought that shirt, saying she had never seen her wear it before. She smirked and complimented her, saying the shirt looked great and really suited her. Ji-won merely smirked back, thanking her. In that moment, she was thinking that in just a little while, the white shirt she had just been complimented on would be drenched in soup, turning it into a filthy mess in the company cafeteria. The three of them stood in line to choose their meals. Soo-min cheerfully told the chefs that she loved kimchi soup and asked for a generous serving. The chef happily obliged, serving her a full bowl of kimchi soup, while she smiled and thanked him. Ji-won, standing next to her, coldly said she only needed a little soup. After getting their food, she and Soo-min went ahead to find a table to sit at. Soo-min, carrying a heaping plate of rice, pretended to look around for a table. Ji-won silently counted down the seconds, preparing for the moment when Soo-min would spill the soup all over her. She noticed Soo-min smiling mischievously. Then, Soo-min suddenly turned around, pretending to smile at Ji-won, intending to dump the entire bowl of soup all over her. Ji-won had anticipated this, so she swiftly dodged to the side. As everyone could see, Park Min-ju, standing behind, caught the full brunt of the food that Soo-min intended for Ji-won. He turned pale, speechless. Soo-min babbled apologies, confused about why he was standing there. She was in a panic, unsure of what to do. Park Min-hwan forced a smile and said it was fine. Thankfully, the soup wasn't too hot. But deep down, he was lamenting the loss of his shirt, worth over 1,000,000 won, trying not to lose his cool because it was Soo-min. On the flip side, Soo-min was asked if she got burned. She said she was fine, claiming she didn't see Ji-won, and that's why she turned back and accidentally spilled the soup all over him. Ji-won stood to the side, watching the two people checking on each other with a frosty expression. She told Soo-min to stop lingering around and hurry up to grab some tissues. Surprised, Soo-min pointed at herself and asked if she really had to go get them. Ji-won casually remarked, "You've spilled it all over him, so if it wasn't you, then who else could it be?" She then set the tray down on the table and turned around to go grab something. Ji-won turned to ask if Park Min-hwan was okay, pretending to lament that this was his favorite shirt, making sure Soo-min, who was walking ahead, could hear. "This is the very shirt I gifted him on our 1-year anniversary." Soo-min stormed off with a twisted expression, fuming as she grabbed a tissue. When she brought the tissue back, Park Min-hwan was nowhere to be found. Ji-won simply mentioned that he had gone to the restroom. "You should just chill and sit tight while I go wash my hands." As Ji-won was washing her hands, you could hear someone calling from the next room. Ji-won paused for a moment, then turned back to ask if the person calling her was indeed talking to her. The person inside confirmed, saying they wanted to ask her for a favor. Ji-won instantly understood what the person was craving. She quickly reassured them, saying she would be right there with it in a moment. The people inside buzzed with gratitude for her. Later, Ji-won brought some goodies to the girl inside the room, making sure to bring an extra shirt to avoid any awkward moments. The girl could only express her heartfelt gratitude to Ji-won, feeling lucky to have her by her side. Without her, she wouldn't have known what to do. When she opened the door and saw Ji-won, the girl genuinely brightened, showering her with endless thanks. The girl, whose phone had died and who hadn't eaten yet, explained that the place felt like a ghost town and she was worried about getting stuck, which was giving her serious anxiety. It turned out the girl was Hyeni, who had started working with Young-soo a month ago. Hyeni was still smiling and thanking Ji-won profusely, mentioning that there were people who came before, but when she asked for help, they all just ghosted her. Ji-won asked if Hyeni wanted to grab a bite together, since she hadn't eaten yet. Hyeni's eyes sparkled with excitement as she instantly agreed. The two of them chatted away as they made their way back to the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Soo-min was having a lively chat with Park Man-hwan about how she's always ready to lend a helping hand. She mentioned that since childhood she's been super busy worrying about Ji-won. She also added that Ji-won wasn't really a social butterfly back in school, just to fill him in. Park Man-hwan praised her, saying she truly is a good person. Sumin, trying to reclaim her image in front of Park Man-won, suddenly recalled that 10 minutes ago she had gone to the restroom to grab some tissues for him. She yanked the paper angrily, feeling humiliated by Ji-won, who had just been staring at her, making her look like a complete fool. If it were before, Ji-won would have automatically brought tissues, so why had she suddenly been acting so differently lately? Just then, someone knocked on the door, calling out to see who was outside, hoping to get her assistance. Ji-won, already fuming from the earlier incident, felt her face scrunch up in annoyance. She ignored the question and dramatically swung the door open, stepping outside. Right now, it felt like they were bringing up the time she helped someone stuck in the bathroom to win Park Man-hwan's favor. Just when the fun was getting started, Ji-won made her comeback. Next to her was Hyein, carrying a plate of food. Ji-won smiled at Sumin and asked what they were chatting about. Sumin was flustered when she saw Hyein arrive. Hyein cheerfully greeted her and Park Man-hwan, and everyone was on board with having another person join the group. Ji-won cheerfully invited Hyein to take a seat across from her, and Hyein happily agreed, wishing everyone a delicious meal. Sumin felt uneasy. Why was Hyein so confident when they were the same age? Was it just because of her face? Park Man-hwan sat next to them and asked how Ji-won and Hyein had suddenly become so close without him even knowing. Hyein cheerfully mentioned that Ji-won had just helped her out with a few things. Then she noticed his shirt was stained and asked if he was okay, since it looked quite pricey. Park Man-hwan just smiled and said it was no big deal, just a shirt after all. Ji-won, gripping her chopsticks tightly, listened. The gift she had given him, and he treated it so lightly. Su-min quickly changed the topic, saying that Hyein must be really hungry, wondering how a girl could possibly eat that much. But Hyein didn't care. She just thought that if she wanted to achieve something big, whether she was a girl or a boy, she had to eat a lot, just like her grandfather said. Su-min pretended to laugh and said, "Your grandfather must have done something really grand, huh?" However, Hyein seemed oblivious to the jab, munching away while sharing stories about her grandfather selling bean sprouts, tofu, and even kimchi soup. Su-min looked down on her, realizing it was just selling side dishes. Ji-won on the side was surprised, wondering if Hyein was genuinely kind or just clueless. After everyone finished eating, Park Man-won said he had to leave early, and Ji-won mentioned she would go grab some coffee, asking the two if they wanted anything. Hyein immediately offered to go by herself. Ji-won declined, suggesting they could go together another time, saying she couldn't let a junior treat her since she was a senior. Su-min then linked arms with Ji-won, asking her to get a hot cappuccino, acting all grateful. Ji-won swiftly shook her off and turned to Hyein, asking what she wanted to drink. Hyein smiled and said she wanted an iced Americano, promising to treat Ji-won next time. Ji-won smiled back and told them to go ahead. She would catch up later, then turned and walked away coldly. Su-min awkwardly waved goodbye to Ji-won, then turned to Hyein, pointing at the jacket she was wearing and asking if it belonged to Ji-won. "When did you get so close to Ji-won? You two have never even talked at the company, but here you are together at the cafeteria. It's quite surprising." Hyein, pressing the elevator button, explained that she had just happened to get stuck in the restroom, and Ji-won helped her out. She even lent her a jacket, which was enough for Ji-won to be her savior. Su-min was taken aback, realizing that the person stuck in the restroom earlier was Hyein. She worried whether Hyein recognized her voice from before. She covered her mouth and laughed, saying Ji-won just liked to meddle in other people's business. "She only does that for strangers," she warned Hyein, not to trust Ji-won too much since she had known her for a long time. "I'm just looking out for you," she added. Hyein, coldly remarking, said, "Actually, it's you who's meddling in other people's affairs. If you like to meddle so much, why didn't you speak up earlier and say you didn't want to help someone stuck?" Hyein stepped into the elevator, completely ignoring Su-min's stiff expression. She pressed the close button and casually asked, "Aren't you coming in?" And, just like that, she went up. Su-min stood frozen in place, panic gripping her as she realized Hyein had recognized her voice and all the lies she had spun. If those rumors spread throughout the company, what would she do? Suddenly, the voice of Manager Kim rang out from behind, asking Soo-min what she was doing standing there. She quickly hatched a plan to use him to get Hyeen out of the company before her secrets were exposed. Soo-min tossed her hair, smiling at the manager and complimenting his beautiful tie. He chuckled and said he would only wear that tie to work, praising her for making the company feel more vibrant. He rambled on about how the female employees in the office were quite dull, while Soo-min was not only beautiful but also feminine. Soo-min giggled, saying she had been feeling a bit tired lately, but his words were like a boost of energy for her. Hearing this, he became flustered, worried about what was bothering Soo-min, and assured her he would help her sort it out. Soo-min pretended everything was fine, deliberately trying to elicit his sympathy. She sidled closer to Manager Kim, whispering in his ear and asking if he would like to go out for drinks after work to chat with her. Meanwhile, Ji-won was ordering drinks at the cafe, and while waiting for her order, she suddenly remembered that the manager hadn't gone out for lunch, so she ordered some snacks for him as well. She thought about how the future had changed, with Park Man-won selling off all his most valuable shares, and how Jo Soo-min had spilled soup on his shirt instead of Ji-won's. It meant she could snatch away someone else's luck. Ji-won smiled softly, imagining that assumptions could become reality, and reality would inevitably become the norm. If one could foresee the future, would that create a better world than before? In this life, she was determined not to let anyone take away anything that belonged to her. After grabbing her coffee, Ji-won headed back to her office, surprised to find no one had left yet. She glanced over at Manager Kim's desk, taking soft steps closer to him. There he was, peacefully napping in his chair. Ji-won wondered if he used to sleep this much too. As she spoke, she placed the cereal cup she'd bought for him on the table, softly urging him to drink it. He had looked perfectly fine in the morning, but now he seemed really exhausted. Suddenly, a hand grabbed hers. It turned out to be Park Man-hwan, furious and glaring as he pulled her along with him. Ji-won was taken aback and yanked her hand away from him, shouting at him to let go. Then, a large hand grabbed Park Man-hwan's hand and yanked it away. It was none other than manager Jin-hook, who had woken up at some point and was now glaring at Park Man-hwan. Park Man-hwan stammered when he saw Ji-hook. Ji-won was also stunned to see him come to her aid. With a serious expression, Ji-hook asked Park Man-hwan what he was trying to do. After recovering from his shock, Park Man-hwan retorted that he wasn't doing anything. He just wanted to have a private chat with Ji-won. Ji-hook wasn't backing down, though. He stated that even though it was lunchtime, this place still belonged to the company, and if there were private matters to discuss, they could wait until after work. The two exchanged heated words, sparks flying in the air, while Ji-won just gazed in disbelief. Jin-hook then turned, grabbed the cup of water she'd left on the table, thanked her for the drink and walked away. Ji-won stood there, deep in thought, wondering why the manager had helped her. Maybe he was just annoyed that someone had disturbed him while he was sleeping. Suddenly she turned around and found Park Man-hwan gritting his teeth, glaring at her. He mumbled that they would talk after work. Ji-won shivered, feeling scared at his expression. It reminded her of the time he had yelled at her when she suggested a divorce. He had said her existence made his life miserable and that marrying her was just out of pity. How dare someone like her suggest a divorce? He had said it with a fierce demeanor, and thinking about it now made her tremble all over. Suddenly, someone placed a hand on her shoulder from behind. Thankfully, it was Assistant Jang. She smiled and asked Ji-won if they could talk for a moment. Assistant Jang brewed her a cup of peppermint tea to help her unwind, and kindly asked if something was bothering Ji-won. Earlier, she had noticed that Ji-won's face looked pale. Ji-won simply replied that it might be due to overworking herself. Assistant Jang chuckled, saying it was because Ji-won worked too hard. She suggested Ji-won take a break now and then, just like she had prioritized her own health after having her baby. Ji-won suddenly remembered that Assistant Jang had returned to work not long after her maternity leave, but soon resigned. Worried, she asked if Jang was doing okay these days. Jang replied that she was fine, though a bit anxious because team leader Kim wouldn't leave her alone. He used the excuse that he had to endure hardships while she was on leave, so now he treated her like a workhorse. She added that she was lucky to have talented colleagues like Ji-won, which allowed her to learn a lot. Then, playfully, she told Ji-won not to suffer in silence. Whenever she felt tired, she should just let Jang know because they were colleagues. At that moment, she brewed Ji-won another warm cup of tea. Ji-won held the cup tightly, bowing her head shyly as she thanked Jang, wondering why she hadn't realized 10 years ago what a wonderful colleague had been by her side all along. After finishing their tea, they headed back to the office and ran into Hyeen. She was still smiling and thanked Ji-won for buying her coffee. Assistant Jang also asked how Hyeen was doing with her internship. Hyeen cheerfully replied that everything was going great, with plenty of seniors offering help. Then she turned to ask about Assistant Jang's child, wondering if she had grown a lot by now. Assistant Jang happily showed them pictures of her daughter, and the three of them chatted animatedly, though Assistant Jang still felt sad about having to send her little one away while she was still so young. She knew she had to work hard to provide for her child. While the three of them were engrossed in looking at pictures of Jang's daughter, Soo-min and team leader Kim returned to the office. Ji-won and the others noticed them immediately, and the atmosphere shifted. People quickly scattered to their tasks. Even as Soo-min returned to her desk, she wondered what everyone had been huddling together about, laughing so much. Could they have been talking about her? She glanced at Ji-won, frowning, thinking to herself, no way, could she really be chatting and laughing with someone else like that? How could that even be possible? Before long, it was time to clock out. The manager stood up and said everyone had worked hard, so they should finish up their tasks and log off. People got up, tidied their things, and exchanged goodbyes, promising to see each other tomorrow. Ji-won anxiously left her desk, worried whether Park Min-hun was following her. Manager Hyuk quietly watched her retreating figure from behind. Ji-won entered the restroom and nervously checked her phone for the message Jo Soo-min had just sent her. It mentioned she had something to take care of and left early. Scrolling down, Ji-won saw a message from Park Man-hwan saying he was waiting for her at the company entrance and to call him when she came out. She had been in there for 20 minutes. He must have left by now, right? Ji-won tried to calm herself, telling herself not to be scared anymore. After all, she wasn't the gullible girl she used to be. If she wanted to avoid another stroke of bad luck, she had to start by changing herself. As she stepped outside, she immediately ran into the manager. He wondered why she was just now finishing up. Ji-won was surprised he hadn't left yet either. He simply replied that he had some business in the management department, which was why he was still there. The conversation ended, and Ji-won pressed the elevator button. The doors opened, and the two of them stepped inside in silence. Ji-won was still very anxious. What if Park Min-hwan was still waiting for her? She absolutely did not want to run into him. Meanwhile, Jun-hyuk suddenly spoke up, saying if it was convenient, he could give her a ride home since they were leaving at the same time. Once they reached the car, Jin-hyuk asked where she lived. Jin-won couldn't bring herself to look at him, replying that her place was in a quieter area, but he could just drop her off nearby. As Jin-won fumbled around, she noticed a designer lipstick by the car door. So, the manager had a girlfriend already. Actually, that wasn't too surprising. As the car approached the checkpoint to exit, Ji-won spotted Park Man-hwan still waiting at the door for her. He was leaning against a car, staring intently at his phone. As the school van rolled by, he suddenly looked up, his curiosity piqued. Ji-won, tense in the car, raised her hand to shield her face, fearing he might catch a glimpse of her. The car glided smoothly past him. Ji-won was taken aback, then glanced at Jun-hyuk, who noticed how she kept covering her face with her hands. She softly replied with a thank you, her heart whispering a sigh of relief. That was close, she thought, feeling like she had almost been caught in a drama. Later, Jun-hyuk escorted her all the way home, stepping up to open the door for her. Goodbye and see you tomorrow, superstar, he said. She shyly greeted him back before heading up to her room. Jun-hyuk stayed behind for a moment, watching her head to her room before getting into the car. He sat there quietly for a while, and when he saw her room light up, his phone rang. The call was from a girl, asking why he hadn't clocked out yet. She wondered what was going on, since he had been so distracted lately. He casually replied, "I can't make it today, so you'll have to handle things on your own." Without giving her a chance to react, he hung up. The car sat quietly, parked outside Ji-won's place. Meanwhile, Jo Soo-min was having a drink with the head of the team, Kim. Her expression was one of pure discontent, secretly blaming the cheap, cloying scent of his cologne that clung to her like an unwanted sidekick. While Ji-won was out on a date with that handsome guy in designer clothes, here she was, stuck sitting with this smelly old man. The head of the committee, blissfully unaware of her inner musings, finished his drink and began complimenting her, saying that sipping wine with a beauty like her was simply a match made in heaven. He suggested they grab drinks together more often. Jo Soo-min playfully covered her mouth while laughing at him, masking her true feelings. At that moment, he asked her if she had something on her mind, encouraging her to share her thoughts. She simply said it was a small complaint of hers, then grabbed the bottle of wine from the table. Seeing the head of the committee smile, she thought to herself, if we down a few more drinks, maybe he'll spill some juicy details. While pouring a generous glass of wine for him, she casually mentioned Hyeni and assistant Jan, deliberately implying that they weren't fond of her. She pretended to be a damsel in distress, claiming that they had no right to treat her this way. She said she wanted to snap back at them, but if she decided to quit, he shouldn't take it to heart. The head of the committee, hearing this, immediately blew a gasket. He snapped that Soo-min wasn't taking a break and that he would handle them himself. In the company, with the chairman, he couldn't do anything, but here, he was the number one. Soo-min smiled and thanked him, but she didn't forget to add a little fuel to the fire, saying she really wanted to get along with everyone, but that they were being too harsh on her. The head of the department comforted her, suggesting she drown her sorrows in some drinks tonight, and assured her he'd handle everything else. He then turned to cheerfully clink glasses with her. Soo-min took a sip of her drink and shot a glance at him. She secretly smiled to herself, thinking how foolish and easily manipulated he was. Now, all she had to do was sit back and enjoy the show. Meanwhile, at home, Ji-won had just finished her shower, towel in hand while scrolling through her phone. On her screen was a message from Soo-min, pretending to care, asking why Ji-won had turned off her phone. She even mentioned how Ji-won had been making her sad lately, but that she still cherished her, wishing her a good night and saying they'd meet again tomorrow. Then came the missed calls from Park Man-hwan, who was really starting to get on her nerves. Just as Ji-won was about to change her number, her phone rang again. Park Man-hwan was calling. Reluctantly, Ji-won answered. The first thing he asked was where she was. She replied calmly that she was at home and asked if he needed something. Park Man-hwan sounded shocked and incredulous, asking when she had gotten home. He insisted he would come over to talk, but Ji-won declined, saying they could talk over the phone. She was really tired. After a pause, he asked why she had bought coffee for Jin-hook today, something she never did. She explained that Jin-hook had bought her coffee in the morning, so she was just returning the favor. Park Man-hwan still wouldn't let it go, questioning why Jin-hwa would buy her coffee in the first place. Ji-won tightened her grip on the towel and countered, asking if he would drink coffee alone if they were the only two in the office. He was left speechless and quickly changed the subject to why she had turned off her phone. She frowned and simply explained that it was because he had been angry with her and she felt hurt, so she turned it off. If there was nothing else, she said, she was going to sleep. Park Man-hwan then told her to go ahead and sleep, wishing her good night and saying he loved her. Ji-won, hearing that, got furious and threw her phone onto the couch. Exhausted, she slumped into the chair, angry and deep in thought. Both of them claimed to love her, but was there ever a moment when it was genuine? 10 years ago, she had good friends by her side, but perhaps she was afraid that her own misfortune would be discovered by everyone, so she couldn't face those around her. There had been worried glances directed at her before. She suddenly remembered Assistant J. The image of the head of the department scolding her flashed in her mind, throwing documents at her. She recalled how she could only cry silently by herself. Ji-won jolted up in shock. She remembered that in the past she had ignored her own suffering. At that moment, Assistant Jang had just returned home. As she opened the door, her daughter ran up to her with a bright smile, calling out, "Mum!" Assistant Jang sank down to embrace her daughter, who must have been waiting for her for a long time. Her husband was sitting on the sofa, remote in hand, grumbling about why she was home so late. He was starving. Assistant Zhang hugged her daughter and told her husband to stop watching TV and go to the kitchen to make something to eat instead of starving. She urged him to bathe their daughter while she whipped up something to eat right away. He turned off the TV, put his hands in his pockets, and said he had plans. He had to go out. "You just eat and bathe her," he said. Assistant Zhang asked why he was out so much. Didn't he see how hard she was working overtime? He walked out the door, putting on his shoes, and said he had been taking care of their daughter all day and was exhausted from submitting job applications. Hearing this, she got angry. "You left her like this? Her hair is still in the braid I did for her this morning, and her diaper hasn't even been changed." Her husband snapped back, telling her to stop nagging. "It's because of you that I have to go out." Assistant Zhang was frustrated. She still wanted him to stay home and bathe their daughter, but he just slammed the door behind him and left without looking back, leaving her alone with her daughter, speechless. Ever since she got pregnant, he had used the excuse of a year's salary to quit his job halfway through. Now, he didn't even want to come home anymore. Was he the only one who knew what exhaustion felt like? She was also very tired, dealing with the head of the department's constant nagging while trying to manage the mess of her daughter's food on the table. She still hadn't finished her work. Balancing her daughter on her back while trying to get things done, she was determined to do a great job on this project so that the head of the department wouldn't pick on her anymore. Suddenly, her daughter, who had been sleeping on her back, started to cry. Assistant Zhang turned her head to look at the little one and comfort her. It was already 3 a.m., and she had gotten so caught up in her work that she lost track of time. Putting her work aside, she laid her daughter down on the mattress and told her fairy tales to soothe her back to sleep. Suddenly, she reminisces about how, as a child, she wished her life would be just like a fairy tale. Sleepiness hits her like a wave, making her drowsy. She stretches, yawns, and decides to just close her eyes for a moment. Without much thought, she lies down next to her daughter and shuts her eyes. But just as she drifts into slumber, her nose starts bleeding unexpectedly, and she's completely oblivious to it. The next morning, at the office, team leader Kim starts yelling at Assistant Zhang. He criticizes her project, tossing the proposal right at her, saying her skills are worse than an intern's. With a fierce expression, he berates her, asking if being at home with her child has drained her creativity. Assistant Zhang bows her head, hoping team leader Kim will point out what she's done wrong, but he just angrily jabs a finger at her, questioning if he really has to spell it out for her. After years in the company, she can't even produce a decent proposal. Assistant Zhang squats down to pick up the papers he threw on the floor, apologizing and promising to fix it and submit it again. Team leader Kim isn't letting up. He's still furious, ordering her to start over and have it ready by tomorrow morning. Ji-won sits at her desk, frowning and feeling annoyed, watching team leader Kim take advantage of his position to yell at employees when the department head isn't around. She turns to Jo Sumen's desk, where Sumen is smiling happily, looking quite pleased with herself. Meanwhile, Assistant Zhang is still bowing and apologizing to team leader Kim, promising to redo the project and submit it on time. He's still not calmed down, waving her back to her desk. Finally, Assistant Zhang returns to her workspace. As she passes Ji-won's desk, she looks at her with concern, worried since Ji-won has been working overtime for days. She wonders if she's okay. Ji-won follows her outside, calling out to her with care. But when Assistant Zhang turns around, she sees Ji-won with a nosebleed, trying to hide her distress. She asks if Ji-won wants some coffee. Just as she's about to brew some, Ji-won quietly thinks to herself that she's been working too hard these past few days, but she smiles and offers to make the coffee, since Assistant Zhang had made it for her last time. Ji-won is genuinely worried, wondering if changing someone else's fate would have consequences. After all, she had died once and come back to life, so whatever happens, happens. Only she knew the rules of this world. If something that had never happened in the past occurs, it would change something in the future. Suddenly, Jae-um reminded Assistant Zhang about the project she was working on, and insisted that she absolutely should not redo it. Instead, Jae-won suggested that she follow her lead and create a new project. Jae-won explained that it wasn't about changing the content of the project, but just altering the font and layout enough to submit it again. She believed that Chief Kim hadn't thoroughly read the content of Assistant Jang's project. He was simply looking for an excuse to criticize her. Assistant Jang hesitated a bit. Submitting an identical version felt a little off, but Ji-won urged her to trust her just this once. With a bright smile, Ji-won added that if Chief Kim complained about the project being the same, she would redo it, and of course submit it under Assistant Jang's name. Assistant Jang thought to herself, "Is Ji-won really like this?" She reluctantly agreed, saying that if the chief found out, they could just say it was a mix-up. Then Ji-won slipped something into her hand. Assistant Jang asked if it was related to the project. Ji-won replied that it wasn't. It was a voice recorder. Whenever Chief Kim scolded her, she should record it. Assistant Jang looked at the recorder. Even though Chief Kim often scolded her, he had worked hard during her maternity leave, so she felt she should have some conscience. Ji-won countered, "Who said Chief Kim worked hard while you were on leave?" She sighed, recalling that during Assistant Jang's maternity leave, she had to handle half of the workload, with the other half divided among the other staff members. She remembered the scene where Chief Kim angrily threw documents and made employees redo their work. He probably only worked hard throwing reports around, she thought. Ji-won reminded Assistant Jang to keep acting normal and to remember to record everything. It might come in handy in the future. After that, the two returned to the office. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Chief Kim yelling at Hye-in again. He was loudly pointing his finger at her, berating her, and she could only bow her head and accept the blame. According to Ji-won's memories, Hye-in would soon be transferring to another department. And, of course, the reason was Chief Kim. He only waited for moments when the department head was absent to act like he owned the place. Ji-won stared at Chief Kim, frowning and thinking, "Just wait and see." The one who wrote the proposal was not Assistant Jang, but it would be him. The next day, still using the excuse that the project was worthless, Chief Kim threw the proposal at Assistant Jang, shouting at her to start over from scratch. The following day was no different. He continued to nitpick Assistant Jang's proposal, saying she had all this time to work on it, and this was all she could come up with. 3 days later, without even looking at it, he tossed the proposal back, demanding a redo. Days passed, and the demand for a redo continued. A week later, this time Chief Kim pretended the proposal looked better and said he would let it pass. He told Assistant Jang to print it out and bring a copy to the meeting, while the original should be submitted to the department head. He reminded her that the promotion evaluation was coming up and that he wouldn't be so lenient next time, so she better get it right. Assistant Jang sighed and thanked him. She returned to her desk, thinking that he hadn't even read the proposal closely. She had only changed the font and layout, and he didn't even notice. Looking back at Ji-won behind her, who was giving her an okay sign, she smiled, realizing Ji-won was right. Suddenly, a notification pinged. It was Ji-won saying she would submit the proposal to the department head, while Assistant Jang should just print and distribute it to the other staff. Assistant Jang was surprised. Ji-won was going to submit it to the department head, and she was holding the original. But who knows, maybe Ji-won had her own plan. Meanwhile, after grabbing the prepared documents, Ji-won brought them to the department head's desk and handed them over, saying this was the proposal for today's meeting, approved by Chief Kim. The department head took it and told her to prepare for the meeting, adding that Hye-in had already gone to buy coffee, so there was no need to prepare anything else. Ji-won complied, but was curious about Hye-in buying coffee. Soon, the table was filled with Americanos that Hye-in had brought back. Everyone was grateful and praised Hye-in for being so thoughtful. Just as everyone was in high spirits, Hye-in smiled brightly and said, "It's nothing. The department head is treating you, not me spending my own money." Suddenly, Chief Kim's voice boomed, asking who had brought coffee to the company. Hearing this, Hye-in immediately said it was her who had bought it and cheerfully handed him a cup. He not only refused to take it, but also yelled at her for bragging to him. He shouted loudly, criticizing the coffee she bought as overpriced and mediocre in taste. Who drinks coffee before a morning meeting anyway? There's plenty of coffee piled up in the break room. How dare a contract employee use the company card so recklessly like that? Little did he know, manager Jean-Hook had been standing behind him the whole time, his brow furrowed. He informed the man that it was he who had given the company card to Hyene to buy the coffee. The man was taken aback, stammering that he had also intended to use the company card to buy coffee. Jean-Hook coolly replied that it was his card, and since he didn't like instant coffee, he had asked Hyene to go get some. Ji-won and Soo-min, standing nearby, were astonished. Ha-jung had used the manager's personal card to buy coffee. No one had ever done that before. Soo-min, with a displeased expression, turned away to another spot. After that, the meeting commenced, with Jin-hook sitting at the head. He asked if the project was from Assistant Jang. Assistant Jang held the project proposal and began to present her work. Everyone focused on the copies in their hands, listening intently to her presentation. Suddenly, Jin Ye-hook interrupted the presentation. He flipped through the proposal he was holding and pointed out that it didn't match what Assistant Jang was presenting. Seeing this, Chief Kim got furious and scolded Assistant Jang. He had told her to submit the original document to the manager, yet here they were with the wrong version. She hesitantly apologized for submitting the wrong proposal that Chief Kim had returned. Chief Kim turned pale and handed Jung-hook his copy of the proposal to review, not forgetting to scold Assistant Jang a few more times. Jun-hook took the document and began to examine the proposal. As if he had discovered something, he asked Assistant Jang if this was indeed the proposal that had been returned. She looked at the stack in her hands and confirmed it was. Jung-hook then turned to Chief Kim and asked why he had returned the first proposal. The man fumbled, trying to cover up by saying the proposal wasn't clear enough. Assistant Jung had hastily patched together some content from the internet and submitted it to him, which is why he had returned it. He then pretended to shake his head, claiming that since this time it was done well, he was approving it today. Jin-hook coldly asked how many times the proposal had been returned. He then tossed the proposal onto the table, telling him that both proposals only differed in structure. The content was identical. In the end, what had he read that made him return it and then approve it? Chief Kim looked as pale as a ghost and turned to scold Assistant Jang for daring to play him. Assistant Jang stammered, but Ji-won stood up and apologized. She explained that the first proposal had been written by Assistant Jang, while the one submitted was her own. Jin-hook questioned her, asking what she meant by that. Ji-won bowed her head and explained that she had seen Assistant Jang unwell earlier and had helped her out. She thought the proposal she received was just a reference document, so she based her submission on that. Since Assistant Jang didn't have time to redo it, she submitted that version to the department head. Ji-won bowed, taking responsibility in front of the department head, admitting that submitting the wrong proposal was her fault. Ji-won sincerely apologized. Department head Kim, seeing this, pointed at her and scolded her, questioning if she was even aware of what she was doing. Mistakes could happen, but how could she mix this up? If she knew it was a mistake, she should have asked for an extension to write a new one. Department head Jin-hook adjusted his glasses, frowned, and shot a glare at department head Kim, asking if he was trying to pin the blame on someone else. Suddenly, the fierce reprimand from earlier vanished, replaced by a stiffened posture as Kim stammered that he might have been tired and confused. Jin-hook tapped the proposal folder and echoed the question that Kim had just asked Ji-won. How could this be mixed up? He stood up and met the gaze of the bowing man, promising that this would never happen again. Jin-hook looked at him with a cold, wolf-like glare and told him he didn't need to apologize to him. Instead, he should prepare a written self-reflection for him by tomorrow. At that moment, department head Kim trembled in fear at Jin-hook's intensity, unable to utter a word. Ji-won, seeing this, brought the new proposal folder to Jin-hook. He accepted it and addressed everyone. For future proposals, they should skip the first confirmation and bring them directly to him for review. The meeting continued, and everyone in the room had their own expressions. Ji-won and Assistant Jang smiled cheerfully, while Department Head Kim looked both anxious and furious. Meanwhile, Jo Soo-men bit her lip in annoyance. The meeting wrapped up, and everyone filed out of the conference room to return to their desks. Ji-won let out a sigh. She had been really scared, but thankfully she had managed to resolve the situation smoothly. She hoped Assistant Jang wouldn't be asking for leave anymore. A message came in for her. It was from Assistant Jang, thanking her for the help. She said that from now on she would be less harassed. Another message popped up and Ji-won clicked to open it. It turned out to be from Jo Soo-men, reminding her not to forget their appointment this weekend. Ji-won thought to herself, did she have any plans with her this weekend? Either way, she wasn't going to go. She glanced at her calendar. Her mouth suddenly froze mid-drag. Gwan's face went pale all of a sudden. Wasn't this weekend the day of their class reunion from years ago? She really just wanted to erase all memories of that day. Back then, young Soo-men had promised to take her to a famous restaurant, but unexpectedly she led her to the reunion instead. As soon as her old classmates saw her, they looked down on her and whispered about her, assuming she must have begged Jo Soo-min to take her along. No one there welcomed her. Ji-won stood frozen, unable to say a word while they continued to gossip. Jo Soo-min smiled, linked arms with Ji-won and introduced her as her best friend. So, of course, she was there. Ji-won, feeling shy, excused herself to the restroom, but in there they were still talking about her. They even thought Soo-min was too kind-hearted and had suffered a lot because of her, yet still took care of her. In their eyes, Soo-min was such a sweet girl, always having to put up with Ji-won. Ji-won sat in the restroom, feeling despondent and stunned by their words. They even thought she was a bad friend. While they were chatting, one friend suddenly remembered seeing Ji-won go into the restroom and hurried outside. Inside, Ji-won burst into tears, memories flooding back. She recalled locking herself in the restroom for 30 minutes, and when she finally came out, there was no one left, not even Soo-min. Lost in her thoughts, Ji-won... Suddenly, she heard someone call her name. Turning around in shock, Ji-won recognized it was Assistant Un-ho, Hae-in, Ji-won's assistant. Hae-in called her name, jolting her back to the present. Hae-in asked what was wrong and why she was so deep in thought in the restroom. Ji-won awkwardly replied that she was thinking about work. Hae-in joked that she was like a busy bee and advised her to relax her mind for a bit. Then Hae-in asked if Ji-won had any plans for Sunday, as she wanted to invite her to hang out at Gajosue. Ji-won remembered she had a date with Soo-in on Sunday, so she told Hae-in she was already booked for that evening. Hae-in felt a bit down upon hearing Ji-won's response, but then suggested rescheduling for the morning instead. Ji-won happily agreed, and both of them were excitedly looking forward to their Sunday morning date. Hae-in was thrilled and told Ji-won to hang tight because they were about to plan an epic adventure. But suddenly, Ji-won realized the lipstick Hae-in was wearing. It was the same lipstick she had spotted in manager Jin-hook's car. Ji-won's mind raced as she recalled a rumor circulating in the company. Hae-in and manager Jin-hook were dating. Perhaps the rumors were actually true. In Ji-won's eyes, manager Jin-hook was a cold, distant figure, while Hae-in was outgoing, vibrant and friendly. Ji-won wondered how two people with such contrasting personalities, like fire and water, could possibly be a couple. She speculated that perhaps Hae-in's lively and energetic nature was what led her to agree to date someone like Jin-hook. Meanwhile, Hae-in was buzzing with excitement about her Sunday date with Ji-won. The two of them exited the restroom together, and as they walked, Hae-in couldn't stop introducing Ji-won to the stations. Ji-won confessed she had never been to the area before, and with a cheerful and confident vibe, Hae-in told Ji-won that she was a regular at a few spas in the area and knew quite a bit about them. Jin-hook had just stepped out of his office and overheard their conversation. He asked where they were planning to go this Sunday morning. Ji-won was about to respond when Hae-in swooped in, completely dodging Jin-hook's question, and whisked Ji-won away in a flash. Ji-won hesitated, glancing back at the manager, thinking to herself, can I really just walk away like this? If she did, the rumors about manager Jin-hook and Hae-in dating would definitely be true. That's why Hae-in had been acting like that just now. Early Sunday morning, Ji-won got a call from the Seoul eye care shop. They informed her that her ordered contact lenses had arrived and invited her to come pick them up. This time, Ji-won decided to reinvent herself and show up to the class reunion looking completely different. It was Ji-won's first time trying contact lenses, and she wasn't sure if it would hurt. She squeezed her eyes shut, and wow! Putting in contact lenses for the first time was definitely no walk in the park. All set, Ji-won hopped into a ride to Geo City Station. At the shopping mall, Ji-won noticed that Hyeen had been waiting for her for quite a while. Hyeen was utterly amazed by Ji-won's stunning new look. Ji-won felt a bit embarrassed by Hyeen's exaggerated expression and told her that it was her first time wearing contact lenses. Hyeen was very excited because she thought Ji-won looked beautiful wearing them. Hyeen firmly believed that even Kim T looked better in contact lenses than in frames. Suddenly, Ji-won remembered something and changed the subject. She turned to Hyeen and casually said that she had seen manager Jong-hook wearing contact lenses, and he looked way more handsome. Hyeen was taken aback, her face lighting up as she realized Ji-won was casually bringing up the manager right in front of her. Ji-won secretly thought that maybe Hyeen wasn't a fan of others praising her boyfriend. Hyeen didn't deny it. She skillfully dodged Ji-won's comment and switched the conversation to their plans for today's outing. Ji-won was surprised. There was actually a whole plan in place. The first stop Hyeen took Ji-won to was a hair salon. Hyeen introduced her boss, someone she really admired, to the cafe owner. Ji-won, eager to reinvent herself, asked the owner for advice on a hairstyle that would suit her. After a bit of admiration, the shop owner told Ji-won that she would rock a curly hairstyle under the magic touch of the cafe owner. Ji-won eagerly anticipated a totally transformed version of herself. First, the stylist trimmed Ji-won's hair a bit, and then continued to curl the ends. Finally, it was all about the glam. Ji-won became the boss lady and didn't forget to ask for the perfect hairstyling steps for her face shape. Finally, it was done. Hyeen was the first to rush over, roaring with excitement at Ji-won's transformation, while the owner beamed with pride and satisfaction over her masterpiece. But the most surprised of all was Ji-won. She almost didn't recognize herself in the mirror. Suddenly, the phone rang out like a dramatic plot twist. Sween called to remind Ji-won about their date tonight, and especially reminded her to wear the earrings she had gifted her. Of course, Ji-won knew those earrings didn't suit her at all, but she still agreed with Sween. Ji-won smiled as she thought about her original plan. She would have Sween marry Park Min-hanan in her place, next on the agenda. She invited Hyeen for a shopping spree. And of course, Hyeen happily agreed right away, as this was part of the fun outing she had been eagerly anticipating for the past few days. On Sunday night at the class reunion, everyone was thrilled to finally catch up after such a long time apart, and the atmosphere was buzzing with laughter and lively conversations. Sween couldn't help but bring up Ji-won during the chats, fully aware that everyone thought Ji-won was the reason behind her many embarrassing moments. Meanwhile, Sween played the noble card, totally unfazed by all that drama, while her classmates thought she was just being a total airhead. Some people were curious about what Ji-won was up to these days, but they couldn't resist throwing shade at her down-to-earth fashion choices. Sween continued to defend Ji-won in front of their friends, and also shared with everyone that Ji-won would be joining the event. Sween pulled out her phone to call Ji-won, but the real reason she wanted Ji-won to come to the class reunion was something only the two of them understood. Ji-won picked up the phone, and Sween eagerly asked where Ji-won was, offering to come pick her up. Ji-won coolly replied that there was no need, and quickly stepped inside, ready for the show to begin. Everyone present was left in awe. They were taken aback as Ji-won cheerfully waved hello to everyone. She was no longer the everyday plain Jane. She was completely transformed into a showstopper. It had been ages, and Sween was the most surprised one of all. Ji-won was totally in sync with Sween, casually asking her about their date while pretending to be completely clueless about the class reunion. Sween rushed over to Ji-won, introducing her to the whole class as her best friend. And the one who brought her along, the whole class was buzzing with whispers. A guy even jumped up in surprise upon seeing Ji-won transform into a stunning beauty. But Ji-won didn't recognize him. She asked who he was, and he clearly answered, "Me, Kim T-song." Ji-won recalled that he was the one who teased her all the time back then. He noticed that Ji-won and Soo-in were wearing matching earrings, and couldn't help but emphasize how perfectly they suited Ji-won, while Soo-in looked like she had borrowed her mum's pair. Tong even asked Ji-won for her phone number and casually inquired if she had a boyfriend yet. Ji-won glanced at Swin, who was biting her lip in silence. The classmates were buzzing about Tong's actions, claiming he had no conscience. Ji-won got up and headed to the restroom, where the whole class was whispering and gossiping about Ji-won's transformation, even comparing Swin's look to something straight out of a fashion faux pas. Soo-in was fuming over the gossip, completely baffled by the situation unfolding around her. Everything was spiraling out of control, far from what she had anticipated. In the restroom, Ji-won slipped in because she found the class reunion utterly boring. She opened the door to the third bathroom, pondering as she gazed inside, vividly recalling the memories from this day 10 years ago. Soo-in, someone she once considered a close friend, had always been spreading rumors and bad-mouthing her. She couldn't understand why Swin's friends hated her so much. Remembering the story she had heard while sitting in the bathroom 10 years ago, she finally understood the real reason behind Swin's actions. This was precisely why she was revisiting that dreadful memory once again. Ji-won gritted her teeth. Even now, she couldn't believe it. Suddenly, a notification pinged on her phone. It was her manager, Jean Huck, texting to ask what she was up to. She replied that she was at a class reunion, unsure if there was an urgent matter since it was the weekend. She snapped her phone shut and heard footsteps approaching. Still the same gossip about her. She had heard these words a decade ago, and she remembered every single one, as if etched in her mind. Their conversation played back in Ji-won's head like a tape rewind, but this time was different. She couldn't let herself run away like a fool anymore. She pushed the door open, surprising them all. Ji-won asked if they wanted to hear what she had done to Swin back in high school. Swin's friends were taken aback by Ji-won's sudden appearance, but they still defended Swin, claiming she was just pretending to be clueless. They asked if Ji-won remembered Baek and Hanan. Ji-won was equally shocked to hear them mention that name. It turned out it was because of him that her friends criticized her for liking Baek and Hanan, which supposedly prevented Swin from confessing to him, but she knew that wasn't the truth. She had always thought that Baek and Hanan had a crush on Swin throughout their 3 years of high school. Back then, Ji-won received a love letter, but Swin told her that Baek and Hanan had confessed to her, even claiming she had no feelings for him. So Ji-won assumed that the letter was meant for Swin, only to realize now that it was actually for her. She didn't deny that she liked Baek and Hanan, but she had no idea that Swin liked him too. Yet those friends continued to defend Swin, even suggesting that Swin's failure to get into college was Ji-won's fault. They demanded that Ji-won leave Swin alone, especially since Swin was about to work at the same company as Ji-won. Hearing this, Ji-won could no longer hold back. She pulled out her business card and told them that Swin got hired as a contract employee because she had referred her. All of Ji-won's friends were skeptical about what she was saying. They snatched the business card from Ji-won's hand, and after reading the information on it, they realized Ji-won was right. She emphasized that, as a contract employee, Soo-in was super busy and had no time for beauty care. She even sarcastically remarked that the handbag her friend Ji-won was using was a knockoff. Hearing Ji-won say that, the whole group panicked. They demanded she apologize immediately, but they had no idea that Ji-won had changed. She knew the whole truth now. She had come back to get revenge on all of them. The ones who should be apologizing were them, not her. Throughout their high school years, they had blindly followed Swin in bullying her without checking if it was right or wrong. The group fell silent because the truth was undeniable. Ji-won asserted that if they saw the receipt for the handbag from the mall, she would apologize for calling it a knockoff. However, the more they heard, the angrier they got. Ji-won pointed out that while they were feeling wronged, she had felt the same way all those years. Ji-won told them that if they didn't believe her, they could go ask Swin. Then she turned and walked away with a fierce attitude, hoping she would never have to cross paths with them again. As she quickly exited the restroom, Ji-won couldn't shake off her disappointment in someone she once considered a close friend. It turned out Soo-in had always been slandering her. Remembering her high school days, Ji-won was sure that her isolation was also due to Sween, and today she finally understood the reason. The sound of Sween calling her snapped her out of her thoughts. Sween asked what she was doing standing there, and Ji-won gave a half-hearted answer. Sween was curious about what Ji-won and her friends had been talking about. Ji-won didn't beat around the bush. She recalled Park and Hwan, the most admired student council president in school, always surrounded by a dazzling aura. Ji-won was no exception. She had a crush on Park and Hwan. He was always gentle with her, making her feel warm and cherished, but he had responded to her confession with disdain. Not long after, he confessed to Sein. Well, that was all in the past now. Ji-won encouraged herself, thinking back. She realized she hadn't seen Park and Hwan at the class reunion, which she thought was for the best. Outside, Park and Hwan had just gotten out of the car and were calling a classmate to let them know he had arrived. Meanwhile, Ji-won was still reminiscing about the past with Park and Hwan, wondering if he was even more handsome than before. Park and Hwan was totally taken aback when his buddy announced that Ji-won was also coming and was looking absolutely stunning. He insisted that when Park and Hwan saw Ji-won, he'd be completely blown away because she was no longer that girl from back in the day who wore glasses. But in Ji-won's eyes, she had always been the beautiful girl. He never expected that they were just separated by a glass door. Ji-won, feeling down, was getting ready to leave. She tried to pep herself up and shake off the gloom, but the tears just kept flowing. The door swung open, and she dashed past Park and Hwan as he walked in. Wait a sec. Park and Hwan, while on the phone, suddenly had a light bulb moment. He realized that the girl who had just zipped past him was none other than Ji-won. Hey, Ji-won. Ji-won turned around and recognized Park and Hwan, her first love during her younger years. Park and Hwan happily gazed at Ji-won, instantly recognizing her. Finally, after searching for her for so long, he had found her. But as for Ji-won, upon seeing Park and Hwan, the part of her memory she least wanted to recall came rushing back. She turned and ran, wondering why on earth she had to bump into him at this very moment. But how could Park and Hwan let Ji-won walk away like that? He hurriedly chased after her, shouting loudly, "You're here to meet Ji-won. You just need to pause for a moment and chat with me inside the cafe." Sumin's friends were eagerly waiting for Ji-won to return and were furious when they heard Ji-won's words. They wanted to get the real scoop from Sumin. On Park and Hwan's side, he once again suggested having a quick chat with Ji-won, just for a moment. Ji-won stood still. Suddenly, a car screeched to a halt right in front of her. The person stepping out of the car was manager Jin-hook. Hearing his voice left Ji-won in shock, wondering what the department head was doing here. Park and Hwan shouted, insisting he wanted to talk to Ji-won. Ji-won frowned and tightly shut her eyes, unsure of what to do next. Clearly, in the past, Park and Hwan was the one who walked away first. He had said there was nothing left to discuss, so now, what did he even want to talk about with her? With that thought, Ji-won turned away, leaving Park and Hwan standing there. She hopped into the boss's car for her grand exit. She was done with this place. But Park and Hwan still wouldn't give up, shouting loudly that Ji-won absolutely had to check the messages on that forum. Ji-won suddenly recalled the forum. Since graduation, she hadn't logged in there anymore. Jin-hook drove off into the sunset, and Ji-won glanced in the mirror, noticing Park and Hwan still standing there. She wondered why she had said that to him. As for Jin-hook, he remained silent, stealing glances at Ji-won as they drove. Meanwhile, in the restroom, the conversation between Sumin and her friends was still going strong. They were asking Sumin if it was true that she was a contract employee, and if Ji-won had introduced her to the job, as she had claimed. Hearing this, Sumin turned pale, wanting to dodge the question, but her friends weren't letting her off the hook. They were furious for being played. Sumin explained that she had confused it with another company and hadn't meant to say that. As she spoke, she silently blamed Ji-won, thinking that everything happening was because of her. At that moment, her friends began to realize that everything Ji-won had said was true, including the fact that she couldn't confess to Park and Hwan because Ji-won hadn't either. Sumin turned pale again, thinking Ji-won had lost her mind for bringing that up. Back then, they were all just kids, and she had forgotten about that incident. One friend angrily pushed Sumin, accusing her of deceiving them to gain their sympathy all this time. Sumin shoved the girl away, shouting that she wasn't lying. Nevertheless, Sumin tried to explain that she had hidden the company details because she was worried Ji-won would get scolded by everyone. However, Sumin's friends no longer believed her. They realized that it was Sumin's lies that had caused Ji-won to be scolded. In a last-ditch effort, Sumin turned the tables, accusing them of being the ones who had picked on Ji-won. She never wanted that. Why were they now turning against her? Feeling utterly disappointed in her friends, they had nothing left to say to Sumin. They left, hoping that Sumin would cut off contact with them in the future. As the restroom door closed, Sumin felt as if she had lost everything. She trembled and sank to the floor. She didn't want this. She didn't want things to turn out this way. In the past, it was Ji-won who had been looked down upon and mocked, and Sumin still couldn't accept what had happened today. Previously, Sumin had always let everyone misunderstand Ji-won, while portraying herself as the noble one in everyone's eyes. She was the obedient and gentle one. Only by doing so could she receive love and affection from others. But now Ji-won had completely shattered that facade. Sumin sat trembling in the bathroom, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity. By the time she calmed down, she had no idea how long she had been sitting there. Slowly she got to her feet, her legs numb from sitting for so long. She had no clue how to face everyone outside. She thought that if she just cried softly and spouted some nonsensical excuses, everyone would let it slide. But when she stepped into the dining room, the sight before her sent her into a panic. The room that had been bustling just moments ago was now completely empty. Meanwhile, Ji-won was sitting in the car with manager Jin-hook when her phone rang. Jin-hook glanced at Ji-won, noticing that after everything that had happened today, she was so exhausted that she had dozed off. He didn't want to wake her, but the phone rang again. In the past, the bullying had been absolutely outrageous. They even took pleasure in throwing trash at her. During those times, Sumin was always the one to step in and protect her. Back then, Ji-won believed that Sumin truly considered her a good friend, which is why she didn't want her to be hated by everyone else. Ji-won had once thought that everyone despised her, but everything changed when Park and Ho showed up. He came and sat next to her. Park and Ho insisted that sitting next to her would help him see the board better, so starting tomorrow he would sit there. With that, he flashed her a warm smile. Ji-won's feelings for him began to blossom from that day on. From then on, whenever Ji-won was bullied by her classmates, Park and Ho was the one who stood up for her. Ji-won couldn't understand why Park and Ho treated her so kindly. It all started when he told her to smile more, because she looked so much prettier when she did. After that, her classmates stopped throwing trash at her through the window. Her heart began to race every time she arrived at school, fueled by the positive encouragement from her friend, Sumin, and the fluttering of her heart. Ji-won wrote a love letter to Park and Ho, and it was Sumin who helped her slip that letter into In-ho's personal locker. But Ji-won completely forgot how she looked and the situation at that moment. That's why there was that conversation between her and In-ho. At the time, In-ho had said he had nothing more to say to her and turned to walk away, watching her letter crumple in his hand. That moment shattered her completely, and she sank to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Ji-won increasingly affirmed that aside from Sumin, who cherished her, everyone else despised her. She was the girl who received no love and was neglected. At that moment, she had no idea that everything happening to her was intentionally caused by Sumin, the person she considered her only friend. Sumin had always been plotting behind her back. Memories of the past still made Ji-won cry unconsciously, and the painful past jolted her awake. It was then that Ji-won realized she had dozed off in Jin-hook's car. Looking at the jacket draped over her, she remembered she had fallen asleep in the manager's vehicle. Jin-hook, noticing she was awake, casually asked her a question. Ji-won hurriedly apologized and asked the manager what time it was. Jin-hook glanced at his watch and saw it was already 10. Jiwon couldn't believe she had slept for a full 3 hours. Feeling embarrassed, she thanked the manager and quickly opened the door to get out of the car. Suddenly, a hand grabbed hers, shutting the car door again. Jin-hook reached across her to grasp the door handle. At that moment, the distance between them was incredibly close. She had never been this near Jin-hook before, and her heart raced wildly. Jin-hook apologized to Ji-won for meddling, but he thought she wouldn't want to see Park and-wan right now. Hearing Jin-hook's words, Ji-won looked up and saw Park and-wan standing in front of her apartment building. She wondered why he was there. Unable to approach her, Park and-wan got back in his car and drove away. Watching his car leave, Jin-hook confirmed with Ji-won once more. Ji-won sighed in relief, realizing that the manager was quite perceptive, as he seemed to know she was avoiding Park and-wan. She thought to herself that she would have to move soon. She explained to Ji-hook that she and Min Hanan had a falling out over company matters, which was why things were like this. Remembering that the manager's hand was still on hers, Ji-won quickly pulled her hand away. Both of them felt awkward and shy as they looked at each other. The distance felt too close, and Ji-won hurriedly apologized. The manager calmly asked Ji-won if she loved Park and Hanan. Ji-won candidly admitted to Jin-hook that the truth was indeed so, as he was her boyfriend. However, she also told him that she felt uncomfortable answering such personal questions. As soon as she finished speaking, Ji-won suddenly felt flustered, thinking she had sounded too cold. Jin-hook apologized for making her uncomfortable, his words tinged with a hint of sulkiness. Ji-won bid farewell to Jin-hook, wanting to leave since it was getting late, but still wanting to express her gratitude. "Manager, thank you for all the help you've given me so far," she said, reminding him to drive safely. Jin-hook remained silent, not saying a word. Ji-won feared he was upset, so she thought to compliment him. She told Jin-hook that he looked much more handsome without his glasses. Hearing this, the corners of Jin-hook's mouth curled into a smile. He put on his glasses, not forgetting to tell Ji-won that she didn't look good in that outfit today. With that, he drove away. Ji-won didn't think much of it. She figured the manager was just like that. As she walked up to her house, she couldn't help but wonder if that outfit really was that bad. Jin-hook continued to watch Ji-won through the rearview mirror. His heart raced as he recalled the moment Ji-won smiled brightly at him. But he was puzzled as to why she had cried in the car earlier. Was it really because of some loser? Jin-hook had once accidentally overheard a conversation between Uncle Min-hoon and Soo-min. At that time, Uncle Min-hoon had praised Soo-min for being prettier and cuter than Ji-won. Jin-hook was furious, unable to understand why Ji-won would love someone like that. Did she really love him just because he was her boyfriend? Jin-hook dismissed that as a lie and drove straight home. On arriving home, Ji-won picked up her phone and saw a ton of missed calls from Soo-min. She felt sad and didn't even feel like calling back. She recalled Uncle Min-hoon's and Jin-hook's words from earlier and opened her blog to see why Uncle Min-hoon had been upset with her. What could a friendless person like her find interesting on a blog anyway? To her surprise, Ji-won found several messages, all from Uncle Min-hoon. He really wanted to get in touch with her and had even left his phone number for her to reach out. All these messages had been sent to her over time, and she had no idea. Even though he hadn't received a reply from her, he kept messaging. Ji-won didn't understand why he would do that. He even mentioned that he kept using that phone because of her. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated. It was a strange number calling. Ji-won answered, and it was Ji-won, a friend of Soo-min, calling. She was calling using the number on the business card Ji-won had given her. Ji-won asked what the call was about, wondering if they wanted to argue with her over the phone. But no, she called to apologize to Ji-won because of everything that had happened. They realized that because of them, Ji-won had to endure a lot of hardships. They had only listened to Soo-min and thought poorly of her, and they hoped she would forgive them. Ji-won's eyes welled up with tears as she heard those words. She candidly replied that even if she accepted their apology, she didn't have the courage to meet them again. However, she still thanked them for reaching out first, and she promised to try to be stronger. The 3 classmates thanked her for forgiving them. By the way, while talking, they reminded Jiwon that Andor wanted to get in touch with her. Jiwon had no idea that Andor was sitting with them at that moment. The next morning at the office, as Jiwon walked through the door, she ran into Hyen. Hyen asked, "Who picked out the shirt for you? It suits you perfectly." She also complimented the department head for looking really cool without his glasses, saying they looked like a couple straight out of a movie. Ji-hook felt embarrassed and asked Hyen to keep it down and focus on work. Just as Haini sat down at her desk, she saw Park Min-hwan and Soo-min approaching. Both of them were surprised when they looked at Ji-won. Min-hwan couldn't believe his eyes and instinctively smiled at Ji-won's transformation. She looked just like a famous actress. Soo-min, however, felt annoyed when she saw Min. Min-hwan rushed over to Ji-won, asking what had happened and why her style had changed so much. Soo-min looked at Ji-won without answering, only asking him if he thought it didn't suit her. When Min-hwan said it suited her very well, Soo-min angrily turned and walked away. Min-juan leaned closer to Ji-won, telling her that although she looked beautiful, she shouldn't dress like that at the office anymore. He was worried someone might be watching her. Min-juan was hinting at department head Jun-hook, who usually wore glasses and a tie, but today looked really cool. He thought Jun-hook was trying to charm Ji-won. Min-juan then turned to ask Ji-won out after work like usual. Ji-won declined, saying she already had plans after work. Later, Ji-won went to a nearby cafe. As she pushed the door open, she saw Uncle Min-ho had already arrived. He was waiting for her. Ji-won sat down across from Min-ho and hesitantly asked him why he had been sending her messages on the blog for years. Min-ho honestly replied that he had been in unrequited love with Ji-won throughout their 3 years in high school. Ji-won was taken aback, unable to believe what she was hearing. Min-ho knew that his misunderstanding had ruined everything, and he apologized for hurting Ji-won. Seeing Ji-won silent, Min-ho realized she had a boyfriend, and he wanted to meet her not to make things difficult, but simply to be friends again, occasionally checking in on each other's health, grabbing coffee, sharing meals, and chatting. If they were friends, that would be perfectly normal, right? Ji-won smiled and agreed with him. After rekindling their friendship, Ji-won learned the truth from that year. It turned out that Soo-min had intercepted the love letter Ji-won wrote, and Park Min-hwan had deeply liked her. Ji-won couldn't bring herself to tell him that, in fact, she had also liked him a lot. If that venomous Soo-min hadn't done what she did, maybe Ji-won would have been married to Park Min-hwan, the one she liked. She wondered if she would have been happy, or if he would have held her and cried for her. Suddenly, someone called her name. She felt tears welling up as she realized it was manager Jin-hook. Why did he always show up when she was feeling down? Curiously, she asked why he was there at this hour. The manager politely apologized for not informing her beforehand. He mentioned he had seen Park Min-hwan come by for a while before leaving. The manager reminded her to be careful. That's when Ji-won called out, "Manager, Jo Minan is my boyfriend and has nothing to do with you, so please don't wait outside my apartment because of this." The manager hesitated for a moment before replying, "Ji-won, the person you fear and want to avoid is also called your boyfriend. You see him every day. Don't you know why you endure and tolerate Soo-min's jealousy?" Ji-won directly asked the manager what he really wanted to say. The manager turned away and said, "I hope you won't cry alone anymore. I can't bear to see that." Ji-won felt annoyed and asked, "Are you this concerned about another girl? Does Hyen know?" The manager froze and asked, "What?" Ji-won angrily stated, "I know the two of you are in a relationship." Didn't he feel guilty towards Hyeni? The department head looked a bit flustered, and Ji-won mentioned that even though it was just her hunch, it seemed like that was the case. She added, "So please don't pay any more attention to me, or else I'll spill all the tea to Hyeni." Little did Ji-won know, the boss was about to reveal that the relationship between the two was nothing like she imagined. "Hyen is my little sister," the department head said. Ji-won's face went pale as she asked again. The department head urged her to keep this under wraps at the company since it was a bit of a sensitive situation. He clarified that he didn't show any favoritism toward Hyein, even though she was his sister. He just hoped Jiwon wouldn't get the wrong idea. Jiwon finally realized they were actually siblings. The department head added that, although he had a crush, he was still flying solo. A moment later the phone rang with a cheerful beep. Hyeini's voice, tinged with exhaustion, asked, "Why are you calling me at this ungodly hour? I still have to finish my plan." Hyeini told her that Jiwon already knew they were siblings, which made Hyeini extremely unhappy. Jean-Hook suggested she could pretend not to know. Hein retorted, "Is it really the right time for you to meet my benefactor?" She scolded her brother for putting pressure on girls and warned him that if he kept it up, he might end up in the long-term singles club. Jean-Hook asked back, "What's the difference between them?" Hyein inquired if he was going on a business trip next week and promised to help him in every way possible, but reminded him not to act recklessly. The reason she helped her brother was because she thought that men like Hangyu were just total losers. Everyone in the company knew about that guy and Sumin's little romance, but since Sumin was Jiwon's best friend, she decided to let it slide. However, Hyeini added, this is definitely something we can't overlook. Jiwon had made her grand return home. She flopped down on the bed, utterly exhausted, replaying the scene from earlier in her head. The words of the department head echoed in her ears. Jiwon buried her face in her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks as she wondered why she had done that back then. It's like going on an adventure solo, isn't it? Park and Han's story really took her by surprise. It turned out there were so many people who cared about her, including Hyein and Assistant Jane. If she had been braver back then, would the plot have twisted differently? Suddenly, Jiwon reminded herself to stop daydreaming. Love was a luxury she couldn't afford. She would stop at nothing to get revenge on the couple who ruined her life and absolutely would not live like before. The next day, Park Min-hwan was surprised to receive the food package Jiwon had sent over. She smiled beautifully, thinking he hadn't had breakfast, so she bought him an egg sandwich, unsure if he'd like it. Min-hwan joyfully moved closer to her. Of course he liked it. He wasn't angry at all, and kindly asked if she had gotten home late yesterday. Jiwon smiled apologetically, saying she was so tired that she just went to sleep as soon as she got home. Min-hwan thought to himself that she had been distant for a while, but now she seemed back to normal. However, since she was so beautiful, he let it slide. He suggested that if she was going to be late in the future, she should just call him to pick her up. At that moment, Su-min chimed in, asking Jiwon if she had a date today, since she was all dressed up and made up for work. Yesterday she had dressed elegantly, thinking Jiwon was meeting her boyfriend, but when she saw him looking lost, she decided to approach Jiwon. "Hey Jiwon, who are you all dressed up to meet?" Jiwon replied that she was just meeting a few old classmates. The two of them flirtatiously made plans for dinner, making Su-min green with envy. She secretly cursed Jiwon for being a little dressed up and acting all high and mighty, thinking that no matter what, she would always be beneath her level. Jiwon had clearly noticed that attitude. Su-min couldn't charm him as she wanted, so now she wanted to snatch Park Min-hwan for herself. Her nature was to take whatever she wanted, and Jiwon knew this well. So, she decided to use that trait to her advantage. Su-min was now completely in her grasp, with no way to escape. Just then, Haine appeared and apologized for being late due to traffic on the bus. Cheerfully, she wished Jiwon a good morning. Jiwon smiled back at Hyeini. It was only now that she realized, upon closer inspection, that Ji-hook and Hyeini looked quite similar. Just then, Ji-hook glanced over, and Jiwon blushed, quickly turning away. His comment about not having a girlfriend but liking someone yesterday was full of implications. A little later, Jean-hook announced in the meeting that Assistant Jane's proposal had been selected for the new product project, set to launch in the summer. Everyone should prepare for overtime, and once the design department finished the prototype, they should start field surveys. Team leader Kim felt extremely annoyed. Assistant Jane thought to herself that although this was good news, working overtime meant no one would be able to take care of her child. Jean-hook also announced that he would be absent soon due to a business trip, and Assistant Jane would be in charge of his work. Assistant Jane nodded, thinking that if she did well this time she would get promoted soon, but she would probably be much busier. Her child was surely waiting for her to come home first and foremost. She would strive to provide her child with a fulfilling life. She could not let this project slip away. At that moment, she unexpectedly received a message from Jiwon, who had a favor to ask of her. Assistant Jane was taken aback when Jiwon expressed her desire to join the team, but why was Soo-min involved too? She knew the two had a great relationship, but this project was crucial. She understood Jiwon's intentions to promote Soo-min to a full-time position, but she feared that Soo-min still had many shortcomings. Jiwon replied, "It's not that I'm convinced, but I believe Manager Kim will try to sabotage the project." Assistant Jane, confused, asked how that related to Soo-min. Jiwon responded that it seemed Manager Kim had feelings for Soo-min. Assistant Jane was utterly shocked. That old man, 40 years old, with a 20-year-old girl? Jiwon nodded. That's why his head is balding like that, Assistant Jane concluded. So, Jaewon, you're saying that if Soo-min joins the team, Manager Kim will recklessly sabotage the project? Jiwon nodded. If we want to succeed this time, we need Jo Soo-min. A little while later, Assistant Jane stood before everyone, presenting herself as the team leader for this project. This project would be a collaboration between the marketing and development departments, and they would work hard to launch it by summer. Jiwon also introduced herself as the assistant who would take on the overall support role. Another person introduced himself as Leong-suk, the head of the second team in the development department. Their department had crafted prototypes within a limited time frame, totaling 3 types for field testing. Assistant Jane was pleased, thanked them, and praised the beautiful designs, suggesting they could go into testing right away. Jiwon thought to herself, "Thank goodness the prototypes are visually appealing." The issue was Jo Soo-min, who was worried about Manager Kim. They had included her in the team, and Jiwon was concerned that Soo-min might tarnish Assistant Jane's reputation soon. Soo-min was directly assigned by Assistant Jane to conduct surveys at the supermarket, but she immediately requested a different task as she wasn't good at interacting with people. Assistant Jane refused, stating that this was an important job and, who knows, Soo-min's bright smile might leave a good impression on others. With no other choice, Soo-min reluctantly agreed. She was also afraid that Hyeni would snatch the opportunity to become a full-time employee from her. And besides, working with Assistant Jane meant collaborating with Park Min-hwan, so she had to go along with it. However, Soo-min felt that inviting customers to try and evaluate the new product was humiliating for her. Soo-min was furious. "How could Assistant Jane assign me this task? You thought I would just obediently do this?" She pulled out her phone to play games, ignoring the customers who came to try it out. She answered their questions half-heartedly, thinking that just because it was a free sample, she didn't need to put in much effort. People would still come to try it, and there would be plenty of social media buzz. A couple also stopped by the counter where Soo-min was sitting. The wife asked her if the dishes contained any nuts. Soo-min still didn't take her eyes off her phone and said, "No." The wife introduced the new product to her husband and handed him a bite. Just as he took a bite, the husband suddenly felt uncomfortable. The food box he was holding fell to the ground as his body broke out in red spots. The wife panicked and shouted, "Hyun's allergic to nuts!" Meanwhile, Soo-min was still glued to her phone, unable to look up, annoyed that they were making noise and interrupting her record-breaking fish cake game. Seeing Soo-min's attitude, the woman couldn't hold back anymore. She yelled, demanding to know why Soo-min said the dishes didn't contain nuts, and how she planned to take responsibility for this. Soo-min folded her phone and indifferently asked, "What do you want me to do now?" She claimed it wasn't her fault, saying the couple ate recklessly just because it was free food. This made the couple furious. They demanded to see the manager and added that if they were in pain, they should hurry to the hospital. Just then, Dr. Manhwan witnessed the scene. He rushed over and asked Soo-min what had happened. The couple recounted the incident to Dr. Manhwan. Manhwan bowed his head in apology, saying he would take them to the hospital immediately. He turned to Soo-min and told her he would take them to the hospital first and that she should follow behind. Sumin felt scared, secretly blaming Assistant Jane for making her do this to humiliate her. At the hospital, Park Min-hwan asked Sumin if Ji-won had reminded her that the trial products contained allergens. Sumin cried, saying Ji-won might have mentioned it, but she hadn't heard, and apologized to him for that. Min-hwan felt a headache coming on. He was about to marry Ji-won and didn't want her to face disciplinary action, but he also didn't want Sumin to get fired. He suggested that Sumin shouldn't talk about this with anyone and told her to go apologize to the customers so they wouldn't file a complaint with the supermarket. Hearing Min-hwan agree to help her, Sumin hugged him tightly to thank him. Sumin said that even if she got fired, it wouldn't matter, but she was worried about Ji-won. Min-hwan comforted her, thinking that Ji-won had truly found a great friend. He urged her not to worry and to trust him. Min-hwan reached up to wipe her tears. In that moment, Sumin was determined to win this man over. Meanwhile, Ji-won was working, thinking about how Sumin and Min-hwan were managing their business. Just then, her phone rang. It was Uncle Min-hwan calling. He asked her why she hadn't told Sumin that the third sample contained peanuts. Luckily, he had arrived just in time to resolve the issue, or it could have turned into a big problem. Ji-won remembered that she had already discussed this with Sumin, and realized everything. She didn't want to say anything more. Ji-won instructed him not to tell Sumin that she knew about it, and asked him to comfort and reassure her on her behalf. Ji-won chuckled to herself, realizing that Sumin had truly lived up to her expectations. That evening at Assistant Jen's house, as soon as she walked in, she asked if her child had been well behaved at home and if they had troubled the grandparents. She asked her mother if the baby had been a handful, and her mother replied that the child had been very well behaved. Her father and husband asked if she was hungry and urged her to shower and come eat, saying they had prepared kimchi soup. She obediently went to take a shower. It had been a long time since she had bathed with such a light heart. It felt right to follow Ji-won's advice. She remembered a few days ago when she had shared her worries with Ji-won about not having anyone to look after her child. Ji-won had suggested that she asked her biological parents for help, but her parents thought she was living happily and didn't know that her husband had lost his job. She didn't want them to worry. Ji-won encouraged her to reconsider, saying that parents often think of their children and would do anything for them. She hoped that she could have an honest conversation with her parents. Who knows, they might become a solid support for her. She had thought a lot about it and couldn't give up on this project. If she got promoted, her family could live a happier life. Just as she finished her shower and stepped out, her husband rushed over to ask why she was calling her parents and talking about him losing his job. He told her she was crazy. Didn't she just need to go to work early and do overtime? She told him she had to work overtime with the staff at the company, and if he was uncomfortable, he could just leave the house. This house was under her name, and she was the one who paid for both the mortgage and living expenses. He raised his voice, questioning if she was trying to show off just because she had money. Furious, she told him to either go out and earn some cash or stay home and take care of the kid. If he didn't want to be kicked out of the house, he'd better get his act together. The next morning, as soon as she stepped into the office, Ji-won received a call from Assistant Jen. Listening to her, Ji-won said she was doing great, and from now on she could finally breathe easy. Assistant Jen thanked her, and Ji-won felt happy for her, since everything seemed to be settling down. While they were chatting, Manager Jen Hook approached her, causing Ji-won to jump a little. He asked if she was done talking with Assistant Jen. She replied that she was finished, but if she remembered correctly, today was his business trip day, so why was he here? Jin Hook explained that his flight was in the afternoon. He mentioned he had a few things to discuss with her, so he stopped by the office for a bit before heading out. Ji-won was puzzled as to why he would come all this way to talk when he had a trip coming up. The two of them headed to a cafe on the first floor, and as she followed him inside, she muttered to herself that she should have just kept talking to Assistant Jane. Jung Hook asked Ji-won what she wanted to drink, and she shyly replied that she'd like an Americano. When the cashier mentioned a free sandwich, Ji-won recognized the voice as very familiar. She looked up, over Jung Hook's shoulder, and realized it was Park Man-han. Jung Hook pulled out his card to pay, and Man-han greeted Ji-won with a bright smile, surprised to see her there. Ji-won was taken aback. Jeong-hyu was equally surprised, not expecting Ji-won to know him, and shot Man-han a not-so-friendly look. Man-han recognized him as the guy who picked Ji-won up at the class reunion and asked if he was Ji-won's boss. Ji-won felt confused when Jin-hook asked Man-han if he was the one who yelled at her to check the block. Man-han admitted it, saying he was running a cafe here and suggested they meet up more often in the future. Ji-won awkwardly agreed. When their drinks arrived, she wondered why, out of all the cafes, it had to be this one. Jin-hook asked if they were classmates. He pointed out that Man-han hadn't mentioned he was opening a cafe here. She told him she didn't know why either, but she was aware it was because of his unrequited feelings for her. She asked Jin-hook if there was something he wanted to tell her. Jin-hook sipped his coffee and mentioned that while he was on a business trip, Manager Kim would take over managing the work. He informed her that Assistant Jane's project wouldn't go through Manager Kim, but would report directly to the hubs. Ji-won asked if he knew about the poor relationship between the two of them. He told her that was a personal matter for both of them, and as a superior, it wasn't appropriate for him to interfere, but if the man was fair in his dealings, things would be different. Ji-won inquired if, in a situation like the last time, Manager Kim could face disciplinary action. She smiled and thanked the manager for his concern. Such a hint was indeed not a waste of time. Over tea, she reminded him to be careful on his business trip. When work hours began, she headed to the office. Suddenly, Jae-won stopped in her tracks. She spotted Manager Kim chatting with Hye-in. He was laughing and talking with her. Jae-won sat down and pondered why it had to be today. She was sure he was up to something. A moment later, Hye-in rushed up to her, visibly upset. Hye-in explained that something had upset her, and Ji-won stood up, offering to make her a coffee. As she passed by Manager Kim's office, she saw him on the phone with someone. After handing the coffee to Hye-in, Ji-won asked what had happened. Hye-in revealed that Manager Kim wanted her to give him the plan she had written earlier. Ji-won was taken aback when Hye-in mentioned that he said he would let her join the project team and become a full-time employee if she put his name as the author. This morning, Hye-in had been confused when the manager called her in. He said he usually held her in high regard and always wanted her to become a full-time employee. He asked if she remembered the plan she submitted when she first joined the company, and of course, she did. Back then, he had criticized her plan harshly. Thinking of this, Hye-in decided to act as if she had never heard the earlier proposals. Manager Kim told her to reconsider, asking if behaving this way would really help her become a full-time employee. Hye-in angrily turned back and asked if he was trying to threaten her. He calmly replied that she should think carefully if she didn't want to be fired. Hye-in couldn't stand the thought of her brilliant idea being snatched away by someone else, even if it meant risking her job. Ji-won sees Hye-in's project as a gold mine, and now the head of the department is scheming to steal it. Hye-in asks Ji-won if she knows which religion ranks second among the most followed and believed in. The answer is Islam, boasting over 1.3 billion followers. Yet they don't indulge in fast food. Ji-won suggests that targeting the Muslim community could be a savvy strategy for gaining a foothold. Ji-won encourages Hye-in to hand over the plan to the head of the department, confident that he won't be able to pull it off. Hye-in questions why Ji-won is so sure about that. Ji-won explains that there will be risks involved, but she wants them to follow his orders for now. Later, she'll find a way to reclaim the idea for Hye-in, but not just yet. Hye-in agrees and hands over the plan to the head of the department, who immediately submits it to the CEO. The CEO is highly impressed with the proposal. It's been ages since he's seen such a creative project. He mentions that if the project gets the green light, they'll need to send someone to Arabia for market research. The head of the department instantly thinks of Hye-in and plans to find a way to send her there, telling the CEO that their team is also working on another project about salads. The CEO is persuaded and decides to prioritize the head of the department's project first. He secretly rejoices, seeing this as a once-in-a-lifetime chance to regain power. Only then will Soo-min trust and lean on him. She'll date and marry him. Meanwhile, Ji-won heads upstairs to the rooftop, bringing the documents to meet the head of the department. Just as Ji-won predicted, Assistant Jen's project has been temporarily shelved and pushed back behind the head of the department's project. Ji-won tells Assistant Jen to wait by the seaside for the enemy's body to surface. She remarks that for that to happen, someone needs to toss that body into the sea, and she's ready to be the one to do it. The head of the department is standing outside, smoking, waiting for her. He asks her what's up, and she presents the stack of documents in front of him. Ji-won says this is the report she has reorganized, and it will be beneficial for the project he's working on. This is the first step in Ji-won's plan to send him to the depths of the sea. The head of the department receives the report and skims through it. He asks her if she did it all by herself. Ji-won tells him that this industry has great potential and many businesses are targeting it, so they need to act faster than the competition. She suggests starting with advertising on social media and clearly analyze this in her report. The head of the department, Kim, is pleased. He thought that department head Ji-hook wouldn't be able to refuse. He cheerfully asks Ji-won if she wants to join the project team. She replies that, as long as he remembers her when he gets promoted, she's in. In the following days, everything unfolded just as she had planned. When the project information was made public, the company's stock price soared. The director praised him for achieving great success, and once the project wrapped up successfully, he would definitely get promoted. The head of the department, Kim, was over the moon. Shortly after, news about the company's branch opening in Arabia was splashed across several newspapers. That morning, at Unkei Company, the head of the department, Kim, was walking and singing, greeting every employee he encountered. The employees were whispering among themselves, puzzled by his sudden change in demeanor. His phone buzzed with a message from Sue Men, who said she had overslept and hadn't had breakfast. Head of the department, Kim, offered to buy her some food, and Sue Men thanked him, adding that she wanted some strawberry milk too. Head of the department, Kim, beamed, finding Sue Men really adorable. Suddenly, he received a call from Secretary Han, who informed him that the director wanted to see him. He happily rushed to meet the director, feeling like everything was going his way. At the door, he knocked and waited eagerly, then joyfully stepped inside, completely unaware of the storm brewing. The director was furious and threw a stack of reports at his head. He demanded to know if Kim knew what was going on and how he planned to take responsibility for the mess. Looking at the newspaper reporting on the kidnapping of South Koreans by Islamic extremists, he realized the company's stock had plummeted. At that moment, head of the department, Kim, understood the gravity of the situation. He bowed his head in apology and suggested they halt the project for now. The director angrily asked if Kim knew how much money the company had already invested, demanding that he come up with a solution quickly. Nervously, Kim rubbed his bald head and confessed to the director that the plan was actually from an intern on his team. He babbled on about wanting to give the new intern a chance, so he claimed the plan as his own. He suggested publishing an apology saying it was the mistake of a 26-year-old intern, which might calm the public outcry. Hearing this, the director seemed to recall something and asked what the intern's name was that team leader Kim mentioned. He told the director that her name was Hyene. He even proposed publishing an article calling her the Holler Girl, thinking that if he threw Hyene under the bus, everything would be fine and the company would avoid this crisis. The director asked team leader Kim if he had told Hyene that he was the one who initiated the project. Of course, Kim had already said that. Immediately, the director demanded that he go tell Hyene that he had nothing to do with this. Everything was his own doing. The director shouted so loudly that everyone outside the office could hear. All of this was because of him, and now the branch in Arabia was also in danger. Team leader Kim walked out dejectedly, and everyone looked at him, whispering, "Because of him, everything is in chaos." At this moment, team leader Kim could only hang his head in silence. He didn't dare say anything. Pulling out a strawberry milk box from his bag, he tried to cheer himself up, reminding himself that he still had Sue Men by his side, and together they would get through this tough time. But when he brought the drink to Sue Men, she said she didn't drink strawberry milk. Confused, he asked why she had told him this morning that she wanted to drink it. Sue Men turned away without answering. Team leader Kim couldn't understand why she had changed her mind like that. Everyone in the office looked at him with sympathetic eyes. He gritted his teeth. It was all Jiwon's fault. She definitely knew Hyein had connections, which was why she befriended her. If he hadn't listened to her and leaked the documents to the press beforehand, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. Using the excuse of needing to submit a report today, he vented his frustration on Jiwon. But of course, Jiwon was already prepared. She had placed the report on his desk and texted him about it. With nothing he could do to Jiwon, he yelled out loud. He said she had pranked him on the street, and seeing Jiwon's attitude only made him more furious. He dramatically claimed that Jiwon's rudeness was a result of her parents' upbringing. Hearing this, Jiwon's expression darkened and her hand clenched tightly. He could say whatever he wanted about her, but she just couldn't stand it when he disrespected her parents. The head of the committee wasn't done yet. For him, everything that had escalated to this point was all Gan's fault. He raised his hand, ready to strike Jiwon. Department head Jinyu Huk witnessed everything unfold and swiftly intervened to stop him. Jinyu grabbed the collar of the head of the finance department. To Kim's surprise, Jinyu lifted him up high and demanded that he immediately apologize to Jiwon. The head of the department anxiously asked when he would be back from his business trip, but Ji-hook ignored him, demanding that he quickly apologize. Head of the committee Kim reluctantly apologized to Jiwon, pleading for him to stop what he was doing. Ji-hook listened to her and let go, causing the committee head to crash to the ground. Seeing this, Jiwon felt a twinge of sympathy. Jin-hook declared that he would send a disciplinary notice to the company's disciplinary board. This incident was definitely not going to end with just a salary cut. A few days later, the head of the committee received the company's disciplinary report. In addition to the failed assault and defamation of assistant Ji-won, he was also facing extra penalties for stealing Hae-jin's ideas. Head of the committee Kim was taken aback when he overheard Su-men chatting with Park Man-hwan. She told him that she and the boss had no relationship and that she planned to transfer to another department. Mainan didn't believe her, saying it wasn't necessary. The head of the committee was stealthily trailing behind, eavesdropping on their conversation. Su-men asked Minan how the head of the department would face disciplinary action, and he said it was likely the High Council would take serious measures. The head of the committee's expression darkened when he heard what Minan said to Su-men. He bought her a drink and told her that from now on, she didn't need to butter him up anymore. He then asked if getting demoted and suspended for 6 months was like being kicked off the stage. Hearing this, the head of the committee rushed in and threw a punch, straight at Park Man-won's face. He berated Park Man-won as a dimwit, asking if he wanted to get choked by him. Su-men asked why he would do that. He shouted loudly that he and Su-men were about to get married, even though he already had a girlfriend and was still flirting with Su-men. Su-men felt extremely embarrassed when manager Kim announced this to everyone. She definitely didn't want Park Man-hwan to know about her relationship with him. Manager Kim wasn't giving up. He told Su-men to clarify whether their love was real, and she panicked, denying everything. Everyone in the company witnessing the scene started believing the rumors about her and manager Kim. Su-men told manager Kim he wasn't thinking straight, which flustered him. He asked if she was acting cold towards him because of Park Man-won. Seeing so many people whispering, Su-men hurriedly ran away, feeling embarrassed. Now everyone in the company would know all about her and manager Kim. She ran into the restroom and locked the door. She thought manager Kim could no longer take advantage of her, but now it would be very difficult for her to become a permanent employee. What would she do from now on? Suddenly a smile appeared on her face as an idea popped into her head. If there's no manager, there's still a department head. The next day, during the meeting, department head Jin-hook announced that manager Kim had been suspended and had his salary cut. He also asked if Minin was okay after being hit by him. Minin felt shy. Why was he bringing up that he got hit before the meeting? Jang-hook continued, announcing that the Hala project would be temporarily halted, and mentioned that the plan had been written by Hyein. The company would continue with the project that assistant Jang had paused, which made her feel very excited upon hearing the news. Jean-Huc also mentioned that since Manager Kim was suspended, the team needed to add more personnel. He introduced someone from the development department who would be sent to support them. That person was none other than the head of the marketing department, Monsieur Le Dunay. Jean-Won was surprised to see him. In her mind, Su-min should have been the one transferred to another department. Ji-won couldn't understand how Su-min could still smile brightly, despite the rumors about her and Manager Kim spreading so widely. Finally, Jean-Huc announced there would be a party on Friday. He assigned Hane to choose the venue and inform everyone later. Before leaving, Su-min intentionally said loudly that she had heard everything clearly. She even smiled brightly and deliberately ran her fingers through her hair for the manager to see. In her mind, she thought, "There's nothing easier in this world than seducing a man." After work, Haini pulled Ji-won into a cafe on the first floor and asked how she knew about these things. Ji-won said she assigned the Hala project to Manager Kim because she knew there would be issues. Ji-won denied it, taking a sip of her coffee. Of course, this was something she couldn't let anyone else know. In her memory, the incident of Koreans being captured around this time of year stood out. She remembered Man Hanan being very angry when the government spent a lot of money to rescue the kidnapped hostages, but of course, she couldn't talk about that with Hyani. She made up an excuse about the tense situation with the Taliban, so she guessed that hearing this, Hyani admired her even more. While they were chatting, Eun-won brought free pastries to the two of them. He asked Ji-won if this was the first time he met her colleague. Ji-won introduced them so they could greet each other. Eun-won placed the pastries on the table, and Heen realized this was her brother's rival. She told him she didn't like sweet pastries. Park Man-han smiled and told her to give it a try. He only added a little sugar so it wouldn't be too sweet. He went on about the pastry, confident that Hyeen wouldn't regret trying it. Hyeen focused on the pastry in her hand, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. She couldn't believe it had such a sweet flavor. Hyeen exclaimed, "Does this flavor really exist?" She didn't expect Hyeen to introduce her to such a delicious pastry. He really was a good guy. He told her that if she wanted to eat, she could drop by the cafe any time, because he would always save one for the person he had been secretly in love with for all these years. That person was Ji-won. Hyeen understood, but pretended not to hear. Meanwhile, Su-min was sitting alone in her office. Lately, she couldn't figure out Ji-won's moves. Just a moment ago, she had been out with Hyeen who knows where. Suddenly, she heard footsteps nearby. Turning around, she saw the manager heading to get some water. Su-min thought this was a perfect opportunity to make a move on the manager. She suddenly ran over to ask if he wanted coffee. She could make it for him. When he said he drank soda, she snatched the bottle from his hand and helped him open it. She asked, "You seem to prefer soda over coffee. I feel the same way." After pouring the glass of water, Su-min handed it to the manager. As Jang-hyuk reached out to take the cup, Su-min pretended to lose her grip and exclaimed, causing the entire cup of water to splash dramatically to the ground. Su-min gasped and quickly crouched down to ask Soo-hyuk if he was okay. Su-min winced as she pricked her finger on a shard of glass, pretending to cry out in pain. She called the department head, saying her hand was bleeding. Chin-hyuk asked if she was okay and then turned to walk away. Su-min continued to tell him she was in a lot of pain, but Chin-hyuk coldly brushed past her, leaving her sitting there injured. He mentioned there was a first aid kit on the shelf and reminded her to clean the floor once she finished her tasks. Su-min couldn't wrap her head around how someone could be so emotionally detached. As Jun-hyuk stepped out the door, he bumped into Park Man-hwan coming in. Park Man-hwan rushed over to Su-min, concerned and eager to check if she was okay. Su-min spotted him and burst into tears, saying she had hurt her hand. Park Man-hwan was worried about her, reminding her to be careful and asking if she had any other injuries. Su-min thought to herself that this was the typical reaction of a guy, totally different from Hyuk-hyuk. She asked Park Man-hyuk if he could blow on the spot where her hand hurt to help her feel better. Park Man-hyuk immediately agreed. He gently took her hand and blew softly on the spot where she was hurting. Su-min said to him, "Good thing you're around." Meanwhile, Jong-hyuk was hiding by the door, watching as Park Man-hwan held Sumin's hand, complimenting her delicate and charming fingers. He even secretly compared her to Ji-won. Neither Sumin nor Park Man-hwan had any idea that someone was watching them from outside the door. Jong-hyuk tightened his grip on the door, unable to hold back any longer. He thought to himself, "You can't let Ji-won keep dating a loser like Park Man-hwan. If Ji-won finds out the truth, she'll have to endure more heartbreak." Just then, he spotted Ji-won and Hyeon returning. Hyeon was still engrossed in talking about the cake she got to enjoy today, saying it was the best cake of her life. Ji-won spotted the manager and walked over to greet him. Jin-hyuk asked Hyeon if she often visited the Ballo Cafe, and Hyeon felt a little flustered. She remembered her uncle warning her to steer clear of the cafe owner and encouraged the relationship between her and Hyeon instead. However, thinking about that delicious baked pastry, she reluctantly apologized to her brother. In that moment, she decided to stay out of sight so the two of them could handle things on their own, which might be more effective. Hyeni made an excuse to head to the development department and slipped away. Ji-won also asked the department head for permission to leave early. Jang-hyuk immediately called her back. He pulled her gently and stood in front of her, asking where she thought she was going. Ji-won told him she was going to the break room to get a water bottle, and Jang-hyuk offered to help her. She awkwardly declined, not wanting to run into Park Man-hwan right now. She needed a reason to keep her distance from him. Jin-hyuk quickly invited her to dinner with him that evening, explaining that he had something important to discuss with her. Ji-won agreed, saying she was free tonight, but asked if what he wanted to discuss was work. Hearing Jong-hyuk mention it was about Assistant Kim, she agreed. He then informed her that the break room was having plumbing issues and suggested she go to the room across the hall instead. Watching Ji-won leave, Jong-hyuk let out a sigh of relief. He didn't want her to witness anything that would hurt her. That evening, Jin-hyuk took Ji-won to dinner at the E1 hotel. Ji-won asked him what the issue was regarding Assistant Kim and why he was taking her to a 5-star hotel for dinner. Jin-hyuk explained that she had worked hard due to the incident, so he wanted to thank her. He then asked if she still intended to see Park Man-hwan, mentioning that she might find it uncomfortable, but it was a very important question for him. Ji-won replied that she had made it clear before that she didn't want to discuss her personal life, so she had no reason to answer his question. She added that she and Park Man-hwan were dating just fine and hoped he would stop. Jin-hyuk agreed, and they continued their meal. He couldn't understand why it had to be Park Man-hwan. As they were leaving, he reminded Ji-won to be careful on the stairs. Just as he finished speaking, she slipped. Ji-won lost her balance and fell forward. Jin-hyuk panicked and didn't manage to catch her in time. Ji-won fell to the floor and her shoe broke. Jin-hyuk hurried over to ask if she was okay, and Ji-won sadly said she had just gotten her shoes repaired and now they were broken again. He helped her up and asked if she could walk. Ji-won wanted to walk on her own, but her foot was throbbing. She told him that she might have twisted her ankle, feeling a bit lost in the moment. Jong-hyuk politely excused himself, then swiftly scooped her up in his arms. He said that continuing to walk would only make her pain worse, and advised her to hold on to him tightly. Jin-hyuk gently set Ji-won down on a chair in the hotel lobby and told her to wait for him there. Ji-won's heart was racing from the sudden action of her boss. She glanced down at her foot, thinking that if she had been more careful, this wouldn't have happened. The lobby door swung open, and Jin-hyuk rushed in, asking Ji-won if she had been waiting long. Seeing him out of breath, she asked if he had run to get a first aid kit for her. Jin-hyuk replied that he borrowed it from the hotel lobby and carefully treated Ji-won's injury. He told her to toss those shoes away, as even if they were repaired, they would just break again and could cause more injuries. Ji-won mentioned that she only had one pair of shoes, but he insisted that there would come a time when she needed a new pair instead of just fixing the old ones. He added that once shoes break, they can easily break again. Then Jong-hyuk pulled out a shiny new pair of shoes, thinking they would fit her perfectly. He carefully slipped them onto her feet and told Ji-won that she absolutely deserved to wear better shoes. Ji-won's heart raced at Jong-hyuk's gestures. Suddenly, her phone buzzed in her bag. It was Min-hun calling. He was on his way to Ji-hwan's apartment, driving while calling, but Ji-hwan stubbornly refused to answer. She remembered that afternoon when she had thought she misheard him. She wondered why she had agreed to dinner with Jin-hyuk. Park Man-hwan was quite annoyed. If he had finished his work earlier, he wouldn't have let her go with Jin-hyuk. How dare he flirt with her? Min-hwan was glad Ji-won was looking more beautiful, but it also brought a lot of trouble. He was sure the coffee shop owner on the first floor of their company had feelings for Ji-won. Just taking the elevator made everyone look at her. There were even rumors in the company that she was the most beautiful in the marketing department, skilled and capable in her work. He thought that at this rate, someone else would steal Ji-won away from him. He called her many more times before Ji-won finally picked up. He asked why she hadn't answered his calls, and Ji-won explained that she had just finished dinner with her boss and had just gotten home. Park Man-hwan never expected there would come a day when he would worry about Ji-won, the girl he was dating, just to snag a bottle of wine. He recalled that when it all started, it was just a prank between him and a colleague. They had bet that if Min-hwan could win her over, his colleague would gift him a bottle of wine. Ji-won had once been a simple girl that Min-hwan won through that bet. He had confidently told his colleague that he only needed 3 days to pull it off. The very next day, he approached Ji-won to get to know her. He asked for her phone number and kicked off his plan, bombarding her with sweet messages, thinking that would be enough to win her heart. But things didn't go as he had hoped, and he started to lose his patience. By Saturday, he called her to see if she was busy. Min-hun invited her out for dinner, asking Ji-won where she lived so he could pick her up. And just like that, he and Ji-won started dating. At that time, Park Man-hwan only intended to get the wine and then find an excuse to break up with her. But everything took an unexpected turn. The more he got to know her, the more he realized how kind and gentle she was. In fact, she was so good-hearted that it bordered on foolishness. She always helped him with his tasks while he was out partying with his friends, never suspecting him of anything. That was what Park Man-hwan liked most about Ji-won. But lately, he couldn't shake the feeling that she was acting differently, and he wondered if she was cheating on him. Regardless, he didn't care about the reasons. He had become a much more capable man than before. Park Man-hwan opened his computer to check the stock market. Seeing the numbers surge, he thought it was time to put his plan into action. The next day, he would take Ji-won on a boat ride on the Han River. On that boat, Park Man-hwan planned to execute his scheme. He absolutely wouldn't let anyone else take her away, even if it cost him everything. She had to be his. Fireworks exploded, lighting up the sky. Under that sparkling sky, Ji-won held the bouquet Min-won had given her, looking stunning. Park Man-hwan took out the ring he had prepared and knelt down to propose to Ji-won. He told her that he loved her, and as long as she agreed, he would make her happy for the rest of their lives. Ji-won beamed with joy. Of course she agreed. Park Man-hwan pulled her into a tight embrace, declaring that from now on she was forever his. He added that she didn't need to worry about their honeymoon home. He'd made a lot of money this time and would take care of everything. Ji-won smiled. Everything was going according to her plan, including the day when the MW company unexpectedly declared bankruptcy. The next morning it was back to work as usual. While having breakfast with everyone in the office, Ji-won shared that her boyfriend had proposed to her and that tomorrow night she would be meeting his parents. Ah-yin asked if the shirt she was wearing and her new bag were also gifts from Assistant Park. Ji-won replied, "Yes, he wanted to make a little from stocks, so he bought them for me. He also said he would take care of the honeymoon home." "Really?" Ah-yin asked. "Park is quite impressive." "Hala, but don't you think getting married so soon is a bit hasty?" Soo-min asked Ji-won if she was really going to marry Park Man-hanan. Ji-won laughed and told her, "Who else treats me with love and kindness while having a stable job and a business mind like him? Marrying Park Man-hanan will definitely make me very happy." She also asked everyone to keep this a secret for her, and Soo-min happily congratulated Ji-won, looking at the ring on her finger. As she watched, Soo-min thought to herself that she must have him at all costs. Seeing Soo-min's expression, Ji-won knew she would be so jealous she might go crazy. Even after finishing breakfast, Soo-min was still fuming. She wondered what Ji-won had that made her worthy of marrying Park Man-hanan. Soo-min was frustrated. She had always waited on Ji-won, giving her whatever she wanted and always being by her side. She thought she had treated Ji-won well without any ulterior motives. Now she was determined to take everything from Ji-won. Dumping the leftover food from her tray into the trash, Soo-min swore she could not let Ji-won live happier than she. Back in her office, Ji-won opened her account to check her pharmaceutical stocks. Currently, the stocks she held were up by 170 million. She thought this money would be enough for her to move out and quit her job after breaking up with Park Man-hanan. She then looked up the tech company MW's stocks, which were continuously dropping in value. Holding the financial newspaper in her hands, reading about the stock market situation, Park Man-hanan couldn't hold back his frustration. He threw the paper down on the table and angrily called the MW security staff for advice, but no one picked up. Clearly, he had told himself that this was a great opportunity, one that no one knew about, so he had invested all his money into buying these stocks. Now, his 40 million was just a pile of worthless paper. If Ji-won found out, she would definitely not agree to marry him anymore. He decided to hide this from Ji-won, planning to make profits from other stocks instead. For now, he would call his parents to borrow money. He regretted buying her that expensive designer bag. He wished he had just bought her a knockoff instead. Ji-won came looking for him and said that everyone was waiting for him to go celebrate Assistant James' project. Park Man-won said he had forgotten and casually tossed the newspaper he had just read into the trash, fearing she would see it. He told her to ride in his car, and Ji-won agreed, even suggesting that Soo-min join them, which Park Man-won naturally accepted. Ji-won glanced back at the newspaper Park Man-won had thrown away, secretly smiling, knowing this would happen even before he did. Today, their office was going out for a barbecue, a place chosen by Hyeen. Hyeen told everyone to focus on eating, while she would take care of grilling the meat. Everyone praised her grilling skills, saying they were truly amazing. Soo-min told Hyeen that she thought she was more suited for a part-time job at the barbecue place than being an office worker. Hyeen wasn't having it. She claimed to be multi-talented and asked Soo-min what she was good at. Soo-min shyly looked at Hyeen, thinking, "How dare this younger girl tease me?" Watching the two of them, Ji-won felt very happy. Jang-hook sat across from her, looking at Ji-won with a sad expression. This morning he had received a message from Hyeen saying that Ji-won had told them she was about to marry Park Man-hwan. Hyeen had asked her brother if he was just going to stand by and watch this happen. He heard Park Man-hwan remind Ji-won that tomorrow was the introduction ceremony for both families, so she shouldn't drink too much. Jang-hook didn't know what to do now. He kept pouring and drinking continuously. Could he stop Ji-won's marriage? Soo-min raised her glass and invited Park Man-hwan to drink. She hoped he would care for her more in the future. Watching Park Man-hwan down his drink, she told herself she would definitely claim him, no matter what. He would have to belong to her. The two of them kept switching glasses, and it seemed that Park Man-hwan was also getting tipsy. In the dining room, Jae-won and the two of them were present, while the manager stepped outside to take a call, and Hyeen and Assistant Jan had gone to the restroom and hadn't returned yet. Jae-won didn't like watching the two of them having fun together. She thought her chance had come, a chance to get revenge on them for all the pain they had caused her. She would return to them what she had to endure. Thinking this, Ji-won immediately stood up to stop them from drinking any more. She told Park Man-hwan it was time to go home, ignoring Soo-min's insistence to keep drinking. Ji-won told Park Man-hwan she would help him into his car first. He handed Ji-won the keys and told her to wait in the car for him, saying he would call a driver and come out later. Watching the two girls leave, Park Man-hwan finished the last sip of his drink, thinking to himself that Soo-min was still cuter. She was sweet and knew how to entertain while drinking. Ji-won took Soo-min to the car. She kept complaining about how hard her life was at the company. Ji-won said she used to feel the same way. She mentioned that it was thanks to Park Man-hwan's help that she got through it. Hearing Ji-won say that Park Man-hwan was so perfect made Soo-min want to marry him. Ji-won searched for her phone, and just then Park Man-hwan came out and asked why she hadn't gotten into the car yet. Su-min made an excuse, saying she'd forgot her phone in the restaurant and asked Park Man-hwan to keep an eye on Su-min for her. Ji-won hurried back inside. Park Man-hwan peeked into the car to check on Su-min, who was starting her own plan. She pretended to shiver and told Park Man-hwan she felt very cold. Seeing this, he took off his jacket and draped it over her, then went to turn on the heater to warm her up. Su-min thanked him, her voice warm and inviting. She secretly thought that the bait had been taken. Park Man-hwan told her to hang in there for a bit, as Ji-won would be back soon. But little did he know, this was a dinner table Ji-won had set up for the two of them, so how could she possibly return at this moment? Su-min raised her hand to cover Park Man-hwan's mouth and told him not to mention Ji-won right now. It was just her and him here. Park Man-hwan looked at Su-min's expression, his heart racing wildly. Indeed, he had found himself liking her much more than Ji-won for a while now. Yet he had always restrained himself from crossing the line. Looking at Su-min's sweet face, combined with her playful demeanor, made him truly lose his. Su-min pulled Park Man-hwan closer to her. Su-min suggested that he could take her inside the house. With her proposal and charming antics, Park Man-hwan could no longer hold back. He jumped into the car, wrapped his arms around Su-min and kissed her. Just like that, they had truly lived up to Ji-won's expectations. Both of them had different motives. Su-min wanted him out of jealousy towards Ji-won, not wanting Ji-won to be better than her, while Park Man-hwan was simply a scoundrel, a jerk. One was Ji-won's fiancé, and the other was someone she had considered a close friend for a long time. At that moment, both had betrayed her. Su-min suggested that Park Man-hwan hold her tightly, feeling satisfied as she had achieved her goal. She was about to have the man in front of her, the one who was about to marry her friend, Ji-won's boyfriend. They truly matched well, two utterly shameless individuals. Ji-won stood behind, witnessing everything that had just unfolded. They couldn't know that she hadn't forgotten her phone. That was just part of her plan. She watched the two of them embrace, and it seemed like this could finally put an end to everything. At last, Ji-won could take her revenge on them. Yet, even though everything had gone according to her plan, why were her tears still flowing? Clearly, they were the ones who had betrayed her first. She gripped her phone tightly, ignoring the incoming calls. Memories of the two of them flashed through Ji-won's mind, memories she wished to forget, even just for a moment. She remembered returning home from the hospital, looking for Park Man-hwan. When she arrived at the door, she spotted two pairs of shoes, Park Man-hwan's and a woman's. Although she had a gut feeling that something was off, she never expected that the person lying in bed with Park Man-hwan was her friend, Su-min. She was truly heartbroken, but now they would have to endure the pain she once suffered. The nightmare was just beginning. Even so, seeing them betray her once again, Ji-won's tears flowed endlessly. At that moment, the driver Park Man-hwan had called earlier arrived. She watched as the car slowly drove away. Ji-won stood there, frozen. Everything had gone according to her plan. She should have been happy, ready to toast to their new beginning. Wiping her tears, Ji-won told herself not to cry. They were the ones in the wrong. If she cried, wouldn't that mean she was losing to Su-min? With that thought, Ji-won headed to a late-night bar, planning to drink herself into oblivion to forget what was happening. When Ji-won finally opened her phone to check, she noticed several missed calls from her boss, Ji-hook. Just as she thought of him, her phone rang again. He really did care, didn't he? This time, Ji-won answered, and Ji-hook asked where she was and why she had left without telling anyone. She told him she wanted to get drunk and was sitting alone at a bar. When Ji-hook asked which bar she was at so he could come, she hung up. Ji-won continued to drink. Of course, she wouldn't tell him where she was. If she did, he would definitely come, and right now, she just wanted to be alone. She thought if she had made different choices in life, maybe those two would have changed. But even now, living again, Park Man-hwan and Su-min were still the same. They still chose to betray her. And she, despite having died at their hands, still clung to hope like a fool. Suddenly, a hand snatched the bottle of alcohol from her grasp. Jin-hook had arrived. He told her to stop drinking, saying it was enough. Ji-won was surprised. He really was something. She asked how he had found her. When Jin-hook inquired where Park Man-hwan and Soo-min were and why she was sitting there alone, she told him they had left and that those two were very close, so he should just pretend he didn't know anything. Jin-hook sensed something in her words, as if he had uncovered the relationship between Park Man-hwan and Soo-min. He offered to stay with her while she drank and promised to take her home later. Ji-won, exhausted, told him not to worry. She was tired of love and dating. Ignoring her, Jin-hook sat down beside her and asked if she wasn't going to date him, how did she plan to take advantage of him? Ji-won didn't understand what Jin-hook was talking about. He suggested she should date him if she didn't want to look more haggard. Ji-won panicked, wondering if she really looked that bad. Despite her emotional turmoil, Jin-hook's presence had a soothing effect. Ji-won's mood lifted slightly. She didn't hate him at all. Setting her glass down on the table, she asked him to turn to face the door for a moment. Jin-hook agreed without hesitation. Jin-won leaned against his back, thinking that just leaning for a moment would be fine. In that moment, his back felt as sturdy as a tree trunk, offering a sense of comfort. They sat there for a long time without speaking, but that was all Jin-won needed right now. Being next to Jin-hook made her feel oddly comforted. The next morning, at the Happy Inn, the bright sunlight streamed through the window. Park Man-hwan woke up with a terrible headache. He opened his eyes, trying to remember what had happened as he sat up, feeling a sense of unease. Suddenly, Park Man-hwan realized he had completely lost his mind. He glanced over at Soo-min, still asleep, then looked around the messy room. Panic set in. If this got out, the employees at the company and Ji-won would cut ties with him for good. Just then, Soo-min woke up, still acting cute, as if nothing was wrong. Park Man-hwan, feeling awkward, told her they had both gotten drunk the night before, so it would be best to pretend nothing happened. Soo-min, confused, asked how they could just ignore the fact that they had slept together. She pouted, clearly aware that he knew about her feelings for him. Did he really not have any feelings for her at all? Park Man-hwan was flustered. He tried to explain that it wasn't like that, but he had to meet his future in-laws today. Tears welled up in Soo-min's eyes as she promised not to interfere in his relationship with Ji-won or tell anyone about what had happened. However, she added that he would still have to continue seeing her in secret. Park Man-hwan felt cornered. He knew he couldn't accept her offer, but the damage had already been done. Feeling guilty, he embraced Soo-min tightly, thinking to himself that his romantic entanglements were spiraling out of control. Suddenly, the phone on the wall rang. It was Ji-won calling Park Man-hwan. She asked if he had woken up yet and why he had returned before her the night before. Park Man-hwan explained that Soo-min hadn't been feeling well, and since the hired driver had arrived right on time, he couldn't wait for Ji-won to go back together. As Ji-won applied her makeup, she casually asked if he had booked a restaurant for the two families to meet. Park Man-hwan told her he had reserved a spot at the traditional Lu-hung restaurant at 5 p.m. on the first floor. Ji-won said she would meet him after finishing her makeup. Hearing the conversation with her boyfriend, the makeup artist complimented Ji-won and promised to make her look stunning for the occasion. Ji-won insisted on a bold, unforgettable look that would leave a lasting impression. Surprised, the artist asked if she wasn't meeting her boyfriend today and why she wanted such a dramatic style. Ji-won recalled her life with her late mother-in-law before she passed away. She remembered the harsh words. How her mother-in-law once said she didn't accept Ji-won for her beauty, but because she took good care of her son. One morning, she had even yelled at Ji-won for serving leftovers for breakfast, saying that on weekends a wife should wake up early and prepare nourishing meals for her husband. On top of that, she belittled Ji-won, cruelly commenting that those without parents were worthless, and suggesting that Ji-won's parents had died young because of this. This time, Ji-won was determined to approach the situation differently. She would meet Park In-won's family with a new mindset, prepared to challenge their expectations and change their view of her. Meanwhile, after Park Man-hwan had left, Su-min paced angrily in her room. Why had he left her there to meet Ji-won? To Su-min, Ji-won could never compare to her, so why was Park Man-hwan abandoning her to marry Ji-won? Fueled by jealousy and a sense of rivalry, Su-min became even more determined. She vowed to win Park Man-hwan at all costs. Yet, why was everything still not going as she wished? Su-min remembered lying next to him when Park Man-hwan had mentioned over the phone to Ji-won that the two families would meet at 5 p.m. at the traditional Luen restaurant. She couldn't let things stay like this. She couldn't just let them get married. Su-min sat down to fix her makeup. All her efforts up to this point, would they really end up being overshadowed by Ji-won? Surely, before the grand wedding day, she would find a way to keep Park Man-hwan by her side. Once there's a first time, a second is definitely on the way. At exactly 5 p.m., Ji-won hopped into a cab and headed to the meeting spot. The families were already there, chatting joyfully together. Her cheating fiancé, Park Man-hwan, was sweet-talking his parents, completely at ease. A knock on the door echoed through the room, and Ji-won stepped in, politely greeting Park Man-hwan's parents. Upon seeing Ji-won, his parents were genuinely startled by her appearance. She introduced herself as Park Man-hwan's girlfriend, smiling, while everything in the room felt like a replay of her past life. Park Man-hwan's parents were taken aback, mentioning they had heard a lot about her from him. He had described her as a simple girl. Ji-won pretended not to understand his mother's underlying remark as she proudly flaunted the designer handbag Park Man-hwan had gifted her, subtly reminding them of her elevated status. Reflecting on the past, Ji-won realized that even though she hadn't done anything wrong, she used to feel terrified when meeting his parents. But now, things were different. She wondered if Park Man-hwan cared for her at all. He probably cared for his mother more. His mother, however, was quick to assert her authority. She asked if Ji-won knew how to handle household chores, hinting that if no one cooked breakfast, Park Man-hwan wouldn't eat. The tone was clear. Ji-won's worth as a wife would be measured by her domestic abilities, not her love for their son. Ji-won found it quite amusing. She had never even seen Park Man-hwan eat breakfast. With a confident smile, she assured his mother that she would take charge of preparing nutritious meals for Minan, and, if he had to work overtime, she would personally bring lunchboxes to his office. Minan's mother, cheery and wanting to be helpful, suggested that every weekend she could prepare side dishes for Ji-won, and they could just pick them up. Ji-won, however, politely declined the offer, saying that she would come to collect them during the week because she wanted Minan to rest on weekends. This caused his mother to worry aloud that Ji-won might overwork herself since she also had a job. But Ji-won's next statement shocked her. Ji-won nonchalantly revealed her plan to quit her job after the wedding and become a devoted housewife. His mother, taken aback, questioned how she could so decisively choose to quit her career. She asked if Ji-won planned to enjoy life at the expense of her son's earnings, pointing out that other daughters-in-law managed to balance work and family life just fine. Raising children, she argued, would also be very expensive. Ji-won remained calm and countered, asking if it wasn't sufficient for one person to earn money if they didn't have kids. At this moment, Minan began to sweat. He couldn't understand why Ji-won was acting so differently today. Hearing her response, Minan's father, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain himself. He slammed his fist on the table and raised his voice, demanding if they wanted their house to be without a legitimate heir. He insisted that only a son could properly take care of the family's ancestral offerings, and questioned how Ji-won could dare stand before her elders and declare she wouldn't have children. But Ji-won didn't back down. Boldly, she replied that her father, despite having only her as a daughter, still used the offerings she prepared for worship. Her words infuriated Minan's father even more. He argued that once a daughter is married, she must perform the rituals for her husband's family, questioning how she could stomach such defiance. Minan's mother, visibly upset, joined in, lamenting that Ji-won's father's crime was giving birth to a daughter, as though Ji-won's very existence was a misfortune to the family. Hearing this, Ji-won wondered why being born a girl was considered a crime. Furious, she shouted back, calling Minan's mother an old hag. Park Wenpani nearly choked at her words. Everything that had happened was beyond his wildest imagination, and he couldn't understand what was going on with Jiwon today. His father's face darkened, confused as to why his son had brought home such a girlfriend. Minan's mother, shaking with anger, demanded to know why Jiwon dared to speak to her like that. Jiwon stood up, leaving the three of them in shock. With her back straight, she declared that she had decided not to marry their son, so calling her mother would be out of the question. Old hag seemed more fitting, she said bluntly. Park Man-hwan was taken aback, asking what nonsense she was talking about. By now, Minan's parents were livid, claiming they had always suspected she would show her true nature like this. They said those without parents were all spoiled, ungrateful people. Jiwon's expression suddenly changed. She coldly asked why, if Minan's mother also had no parents, she would insult Jiwon's parents when they were in the same situation. Minan's mother was stunned into silence by Jiwon's sharp response. She told Minan that she would never agree to him marrying Jiwon, and that she would never allow her to become part of their family. Jiwon replied calmly, "You'll regret that decision." And with that, she walked away. Park Man-hwan called out to Jiwon, confused and desperate to understand why she had changed so much, but she ignored him. Jiwon stepped outside, realizing she could never become the daughter-in-law they wanted. After everything she had heard, it wasn't just a misunderstanding, it was pure insult. Twice now they had crossed the line, and she couldn't take it anymore. With her head held high, Jiwon hurriedly walked away from the place that had caused her so much pain. Suddenly, Jiwon spotted Sumin stepping out of a taxi, dressed as if she were meeting her boyfriend's family for the first time. Jiwon smiled at her. "Sumin, you've arrived just in time. You should marry that jerk for me," she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Park Man-hwan's mother was still fuming, unable to believe her son had brought such a disrespectful girl into their home. She demanded that he end things with Jiwon immediately, insisting that she would never approve of the marriage. Just then, Sumin stepped through the door, feigning surprise. "Oh, what a coincidence to run into you here," she exclaimed brightly. Sumin greeted Park Man-hwan's mother with enthusiasm, introducing herself as his junior at the company, all while tossing in a few compliments about him. Park Man-hwan's mother, softening, confirmed proudly that he took after her. Park Man-hwan, still shaken by Jiwon's outburst, asked Sumin about her prior appointment. Sumin smoothly explained that her parents had urgent matters and couldn't make it, and then slyly mentioned her love for cooking, loud enough for his mother to hear. At the sound of this, Park Man-hwan's mother smiled, clearly pleased. She invited Sumin to dine with them, and naturally Sumin accepted. This was exactly what she had hoped for. She casually asked if it was appropriate, and Park Man-hwan's mother, now completely won over, had already forgotten about Jiwon's outburst. She even remarked how meeting such a straightforward girl like Sumin was a blessing for their family. As Sumin took her place at the dining table, she secretly rejoiced. Jiwon's debut had been a complete disaster, and now Sumin was happily dining with the Minan family. It seemed her plan had been the right choice all along. Jiwon, on the other hand, was on her way home, reflecting on the disastrous events of the afternoon. Just then, her phone buzzed with a message from Park Man-hwan. He asked where she had gone, why she hadn't answered his calls, and expressed his desire to marry her smoothly, wondering if she intended to let things continue this way. As Jiwon walked and read his messages, she thought about how Park Min-hwan and Sumin were truly a perfect match, two people who had always taken everything for granted. Thinking about how Sumin had coveted everything she had for the past 10 years, Jiwon decided it was finally time to give her what she wanted. She smiled to herself, ready to let them have it all. The next morning, Jiwon arrived at the office as if nothing had happened. She didn't expect things to go smoothly, but with just a small nudge, everything was already falling into place. Park Man-hwan and Sumin were sneaking out during work hours to flirt. Ji-won knew her task now was to bring this twisted fate to its conclusion before she could embrace her new, brighter life. She had already finished writing her resignation letter, planning to wrap up her affairs and leave this place behind. As Ji-won was about to submit her letter, assistants Jae and Haine invited her to grab some coffee. Ji-won agreed to go with them, feeling a bit lighter after her decision. On their way out, Haine turned to invite department head Jun-hook to join them. Although he couldn't go, he handed Haine his card and told them to consider it his treat. Before they left, Jin-hook added, "There's still plenty of time, Ji-won. Order something nice to eat." Ji-won thanked him, feeling a strange reluctance to leave, thinking maybe she should wait until the company's new product was completed before moving on. Meanwhile, Park Man-won and Soo-min were sneaking around in a nearby motel. As they prepared to leave, Park Man-won told her to pretend they were out meeting a client for the next hour. Soo-min disagreed, reminding him that he had promised to spend the entire day with her. Park Man-won explained that he had too much to prepare for the upcoming wedding. Soo-min, confused, asked if the wedding wasn't called off. Park Man-won reassured her, saying it was just a minor disagreement between his mother and Ji-won and that everything would smooth over soon. Frustrated, Soo-min asked if he planned to break up with her. Park Moon brushed it off, saying their relationship was just a casual fling and nothing serious enough to require a breakup. He kissed her forehead, said goodbye and left, leaving her in shock. Soo-min gritted her teeth, furious that even when things were falling apart, he still wanted to be with Ji-won instead of her. Determined not to let all her efforts go to waste, Soo-min picked up her phone, plotting her next move. Meanwhile, Ji-won received a call from a high school friend, who informed her that Soo-min had been asking around for Kim's number. Ji-won thanked her friend for the heads up, knowing something was brewing. Ji-won suddenly remembered how Soo-min had previously bothered her and wondered why she would be asking for Kim Tae's number now. It surely couldn't be for anything good. She needed to prepare for what was to come. So, Ji-won submitted the report her manager had assigned her and considered whether she should ask him for help again. She couldn't understand why she thought she could trust the man in front of her. Jung-hook, noticing her hesitation, asked if she needed his help with anything. She, somewhat impulsively, asked if she could take advantage of him just one more time. Jung-hook folded the report, looked at her intently, and told her she could take advantage of him as many times as she wanted. In fact, he was quite happy about it. On her way home that evening, Ji-won suddenly heard someone call out to her. As soon as Kim finished speaking, she knew he would come looking for her. He said that as soon as he saw her, he rushed over immediately. Ji-won told him she hadn't contacted him at all. Meanwhile, Park Man-won was sitting in his car across the street, watching them closely. He wondered who this guy was. He had prepared flowers and gifts for her, but when he called, she didn't pick up. How could she dare to meet someone else behind his back? Just then, Soo-min approached and knocked on his car door. She smiled and asked why he was there before getting in the car. Soo-min told him that she was a high school classmate of Ji-won's and intentionally mentioned that since their class reunion, they had been inseparable. She warned Park Man-won not to think Ji-won was only into him, as she was deliberately trying to rile him up. Park Man-won grew heated and insisted that Ji-won only loved him. Soo-min, ignoring his attitude, kept rambling on about how Ji-won's mother had cheated and abandoned her father. She suggested Ji-won would end up just like her mother. Park Man-won was shocked to hear this, not knowing about Ji-won's mother leaving for another man. Soo-min claimed she hadn't mentioned it before because Ji-won was her best friend. But she couldn't stand how Ji-won was treating him. She comforted him and suggested they move to another place, saying that if they stayed there any longer, he would definitely see some unpleasant things. Ji-won watched Park Man-won's car drive away, knowing this was all Soo-min's doing. She told Tong that she hadn't contacted him at all. Tong immediately showed Ji-won the messages. Ji-won opened her phone and saw someone had impersonated her to message him. Kim Tong was stunned and furious. He couldn't let anyone manipulate him like that. He asked Ji-won if she thought she was so valuable that someone would go this far. He grabbed her hand, intending to drag her away to confront the culprit. He demanded she be quiet and follow him, but Ji-won insisted he let go of her hand, saying it had nothing to do with her at all. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Kim Tong's from behind, and he was confused about who was doing this. Jin Hook declared he was Ji-won's boyfriend and asked what Kim Tong thought he was doing with her. Jin Hook then asked Ji-won if she was okay. At that moment, Kim Tong realized what was happening and demanded Ji-won let go of him. Furious, Ji-won swung his fist straight into Kim Tong's face. The guy fell to the ground in pain. Without a word, Ji-won took Ji-won away. Walking beside him, Ji-won felt incredibly safe. She thought that as long as this man was by her side, she could bravely stand up to anyone else. Why hadn't she noticed him before? Ji-won got into the car and Jin Hook drove off. She thanked him for everything that had happened today. Jin Hook smiled and told her she was just exercising her right to take advantage of him, as this was exactly what he had requested. He stopped the car and said they had arrived, leaving Ji-won surprised. Why was he bringing her to a hotel? He explained that she should rest there for the night and he would take her home in the morning. Jin Hook mentioned that the guy from earlier knew her home address, so it would be dangerous for her to go back. Ji-won shook her head in refusal, saying she could go up by herself, but Jin Hook disagreed. He asked, what kind of boyfriend would drop his girlfriend off at a hotel and leave her to fend for herself? Ji-won nervously replied, well, if he brought his girlfriend to a hotel and just left, that would be pretty strange too. She clamped her mouth shut, not understanding what on earth she was talking about. Jin Hook told her that he would also be sleeping there tonight. Jin Hook led Ji-won to the front desk to check in. Jin Hook asked, aren't you supposed to drop me off and leave? He repeated her earlier words with a grin. Panicking, Ji-won blurted out that she was just speaking nonsense. Jin Hook told the receptionist to get him 2 adjacent rooms. Ji-won jumped and asked why 2 rooms. Jin Hook suggested they could book just 1 room, but Ji-won felt embarrassed and admitted that 2 rooms were probably better. She didn't think he would actually stay. Jin Hook watched Ji-won step into her room, and once she was settled, he walked away. He turned to meet up with his crew, pulled out his phone and set up a meeting in the lobby. They informed him everything was taken care of, and from now on no one would dare come near her again. Jin Hook told them not to call him boss but director, as they weren't part of the mafia. Meanwhile, Park Man-han had already driven off. Jin Hook quickly guessed that Soo-min was behind all of this. She had impersonated Ji-won and messaged that guy. Perhaps Ji-won had known about it all along, which is why she suggested Jin Hook pretend to be her boyfriend. He looked at his watch. It was already 9 p.m. He wondered what Ji-won was doing at that moment. Suddenly he jumped up. He remembered she hadn't eaten anything. How could he have forgotten? He immediately went to her room and knocked on the door, regretting that he hadn't taken her out for dinner before bringing her to the hotel. Ji-won had just finished showering and, hearing the knock, rushed to open the door. She asked if he needed something. He calmly inquired if she had eaten dinner and if she wanted something to eat. He then asked what she usually liked. Ji-won thought of pork soup sprinkled with sesame, with green onions and pickled radish. It sounded delicious. Just then, a butterfly landed on her head. Ji-won panicked and screamed, startling Ji-won. She pointed to her head, explaining that she was terrified of insects. He offered to catch it for her and warned her to be careful. In the panic, Ji-won stumbled. She grabbed Jin Hook's tie to steady herself but lost her balance, falling backward and accidentally hitting the light switch. The room plunged into darkness. Once again, the distance between Jin Hook and Ji-won was small. They stood close, hearts pounding, and gazed at each other in the silent room. The clock struck 2 a.m. Ji-won lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She kept thinking about that moment with Jin Hook, feeling embarrassed and pulling the blanket over her head. If only things were different. If only Park Man-han hadn't caused her so much trouble. Perhaps she could have opened her heart to Jin Hook by now. In his room, Jin Hook felt the same as Ji-won. The memory of them falling into each other's arms haunted him. He couldn't sleep. Her image flashing through his mind, making it impossible to forget. 2 people in separate rooms, yet their feelings were eerily similar. They longed for each other, their hearts racing. Who knows how long the night dragged on? Ji-won, now exhausted, yawned repeatedly as morning approached. Jin-hook called her, inviting her to breakfast. How was he not tired? He went to fetch some food and brought it back to Ji-won. Sitting down, he casually remarked, "A boyfriend should fetch food for his girlfriend, right?" Ji-won panicked, quickly clarifying that what he did yesterday was just a favor. Jin-hook grinned, reminding her that she'd asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend, but never mentioned how long that act should last. Flustered, she stammered, and he smiled, wishing her a good meal. As he smiled, she blurted out, "You look just like a puppy when you smile." Jin-hook's face went pale. What was she talking about? Ji-won hastily explained that she meant a Labrador retriever, a big, cute dog. She rambled on about how Labradors are adorable, smart and obedient. Mid-sentence, she clamped her hands over her mouth, embarrassed by her own words. Ji-hook raised an eyebrow, teasing her. "So, you think I'm cute?" Changing the topic, he asked if she had chosen an apartment yet. Ji-won mentioned that she'd be moving into the one Hyene recommended, the same one Hyene had lived in previously. After breakfast, Hyene took Ji-won to see the apartment. Ji-won thought it was perfect and apologized for troubling Hyene over the weekend. The apartment had great security, CCTV monitoring, and faced south with low management fees, just as Hyene had described. It was within Ji-won's budget, and she could move in right away. Overjoyed, she asked if they could sign the contract immediately. On the way to the real estate office, Ji-won asked Hyene to keep her move a secret from everyone at the company. Curious, she also asked how Hyene had found such a great place. Hyene explained that she had studied at a university nearby, which led to another surprise. Ji-won had graduated from the same university as Hyene's brother. Ji-won was taken aback. She had never met him or even seen him on campus. Later that evening, at Ji-won's old apartment, Park Man-hwan arrived, fuming. He rang the doorbell repeatedly, but no one answered. It seemed Ji-won wasn't home. Furious, he realized she was ignoring his calls, and now, even after showing up at her place, she was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, he heard a man's voice asking who it was. Park Man-hwan angrily shouted, demanding to know if Ji-won was inside the apartment and who the man was. He began banging on the door, yelling for the person inside to come out. The door swung open and a man stepped out, frowning. "Who the hell are you, and why are you making such a racket at my door in the middle of the night?" Park Man-hwan quickly bowed, realizing he must have the wrong apartment. Apologetically, he asked if the man knew where the girl who used to live there had moved to. With a sneer, the man replied, "Chasing after her like that won't make her run away any less." He scoffed, "I don't know anything," before slamming the door shut. Park Man-hwan stood there, shaken and furious that Ji-won had moved without telling him. Recalling that night, he regretted not chasing after her to confront her rude behavior. But then Soo-min had shown up, and everything had gone wrong. Frustrated, he pulled out his phone to call Ji-won, but couldn't get through. He left her a message, asking when she moved and saying he'd forgive everything, even her disrespect toward his mother. Meanwhile, Ji-won listened to his voicemail and guessed he must have come looking for her. She thought to herself how lucky she was to have moved earlier than planned. Suddenly, she felt hungry. She hadn't eaten anything the night before, and even during breakfast with Jin-wook that morning, she barely touched her food. With the hectic move, she had forgotten all about dinner. Just then, a message from Jung-hook popped up. He asked if her move went smoothly and if she wanted him to bring over some pork soup. Before she could even reply, the doorbell rang. Ji-won opened the door and was surprised to see Jin-hook standing there, holding a container of pork soup. "I thought you might like this," he said with a warm smile. Ji-won thanked him and invited him inside. Suddenly she heard a soft meow at Jeon-mook's feet. Looking down, she saw an adorable little furball. Thinking it was a stray cat, she crouched down to pet it, only to find it snuggling up to her. "That's my pet," Jin-hook explained. "His name is Pei." Ji-won's face lit up in delight as the cat purred happily in her lap. But then a thought crossed her mind. Wait, Does this mean you live here too? Ji-hook nodded, smiling. I'm your neighbor. Ji-won was taken aback. How could this be? She glanced at the open door of the apartment across from hers in disbelief. Suddenly, Ji-won had a realization. Ji-hook looked a bit flustered and quickly apologized for not giving her a heads up about living nearby. Ji-won had moved here to avoid bothering Park Man-han and his meddling, but the thought of Ji-hook living in the same apartment complex had never crossed her mind. She felt confused. How could the head of her department be her neighbor? Ji-hook explained that Hyen had previously lived in this apartment, and since he didn't feel comfortable with her living alone outside, he decided to move in. He held out the bag of food towards Ji-won, urging her to eat before it got cold. Ji-won thanked him and then asked if he had already eaten dinner. Ji-hook replied that he had, and he was just about to take Pei, his cat, back to his room. Ji-won, still petting the cat, gave it a gentle scratch on the head. She found Pei incredibly cute. Ji-hook offered, if you like, you can play with Pei for a while. Thrilled, Ji-won eagerly invited him to stay for a bit. Ji-hook followed her inside with his cat, realizing just how much joy having a pet could bring into her home. Meaning seemed to return to his life. Ji-won sat down at the dining table, looking at the steaming dishes in front of her. She asked, did they really deliver the whole pot and bowls too? Ji-hook felt a bit guilty as he explained, this is the trendy new style of food delivery. The dishes are from a very famous restaurant. Ji-won began eating, savoring the delicious food. Ji-hook anxiously asked, is it good? She smiled, saying, it's really tasty. It reminds me of my hometown. My dad and I used to enjoy flavors like this in Busan. Ji-hook sighed in relief, glad she liked it. He recalled how earlier he had called his little brother, carefully instructing him to bring over the pork soup. The effort seemed worth it, seeing Ji-won happily devour the meal. As he was getting ready to leave, Ji-hook said, whenever you want to see Pei, just come over to my place to hang out. Ji-won was overjoyed and promised, I'll visit often. Ji-hook was taken aback, surprised that she agreed so quickly. He hugged his cat, returning to his apartment, and fed Pei while praising the cat. You're so clever, he said, petting its head. You already know I like her, don't you? You must like Ji-won too, right? Of course Pei liked Ji-won, Ji-hook thought. After all, she was his lifesaver. The next morning, Ji-won and her assistant Jae went to a supermarket to survey customer reactions and check the display of new products. Assistant Jae seemed nervous, mentioning that the project had caused some trouble for her parents. Ji-won reassured her, saying, after this, you might get promoted and can repay them. As they entered the supermarket, they were both shocked to find that all the products from their company were missing, not just the new ones, everything. Finding this strange, they decided to ask the supermarket staff directly. However, when they introduced themselves as representatives of UNC, the staff became very cold. How do you dare show your faces here after what happened? The manager snapped. Shocked by this response, Jae-won and assistant Jae rushed back to the office. This was no small matter. How could Park Man-han and Soo-min have let this happen? As soon as they got back, assistant Jae immediately called Soo-min in to ask what was going on. She confronted her. Are you still sane? You caused trouble and just ran away without addressing it. Soo-min stammered. What are you talking about? Assistant Jae reminded her of the incident where Soo-min gave a food sample containing peanuts to a customer with a peanut allergy and didn't even apologize or report it. Soo-min tried to explain, but Assistant Jae cut her off, saying, during the market survey for the new product, you caused a major issue and didn't even report it. Soo-min panicked, trying to shift the blame onto Ji-won. She sobbed uncontrollably, claiming her actions were driven by concern for Ji-won. Soo-min admitted she hadn't reported the allergic reaction because Ji-won didn't give her a heads up. I had no idea, Soo-min cried, looking at Ji-won. I was afraid she'd get into trouble. Ji-hook turned to Ji-won and asked, is what Soo-min saying true? Ji-won felt the weight of doubt and the disdainful glances from everyone in the room. Meanwhile, Soo-min was being comforted and surrounded by sympathy. but Ji-won had grown used to this. It no longer hurt her as much. She simply replied, "I don't really remember." At that moment, Sumin continued playing the role of the supportive friend, telling Hook, if the company decides to impose any penalties, it should only be on me. Jin-hook asked Ji-won to really think about it. "Are you sure you don't remember clearly?" Ji-won bowed her head. "It's been a while, so I don't recall all the details," she admitted. "Maybe we should check the CCTV footage from that day." Upon hearing that, Sumin's face turned pale. Suddenly, Ji-won felt a sharp pang of guilt. If that was the case, wouldn't everyone know the blame squarely fell on her? Trying to stay composed, Ji-won handed out a USB to everyone, explaining that it contained the CCTV footage from the day in question. Since the project was so important, she had made sure to keep a copy of the footage on her. "Everyone, take a look," Ji-won said. "I've already given Sumin a detailed heads-up on the key points we needed to focus on. I stressed to her just how important this was." Sumin, now feeling the pressure, apologized to the group, claiming, "I'm sorry. It must be because my memory's just so bad that I forgot." Jong-hook frowned and asked, "But why didn't both Sumin and Park Mang-wan report the incident to the company?" Feeling cornered, Sumin thought fast. She needed to escape this situation. "Well, Parkman-wan advised me to keep it under wraps," she said, eyes darting around. "He told me that as long as we both stayed quiet, no one would ever find out." Park Man-hwan was taken aback. "What are you talking about?" he asked, fury building inside him. He could hardly believe Sumin was throwing him under the bus like this. He clenched his fists, wanting to lash out, but instead he bowed his head and apologized to the team. "Since Sumin was a new recruit, I decided to handle the situation myself," he explained, struggling to keep his voice steady. Jun-hook, growing increasingly frustrated, ordered Sumin and Park Man-hwan to each write up their individual reports and submit them. Finally, in a desperate attempt to save herself, Sumin tried to shift all the blame onto Park Man-hwan. "You don't know how hard I work to clean up your mess," Park Man-hwan snapped at her. "And this is how you repay me, stabbing me in the back?" Sumin shrugged and coldly replied, "Well, you're just an assistant. All you had to do was write the report. If anything went wrong, I'd lose my chance to become a full-time employee." Park Man-hwan shot back, "After all this, forget about signing a contract. You'll be lucky to keep any position at all." Despite his anger, he assured her, "Don't worry, you won't face any reprimands or punishment. It's not necessary." With that, he walked away, leaving Sumin alone in her thoughts. She seethed inwardly, thinking, "If I'm going down, I'll take everyone with me." She pulled out her phone and called the customer who had suffered the allergic reaction. Feigning concern, she asked, "How's your health? Have you recovered? The company wants to send a gift to make up for the mistake." Sumin wasn't about to let the situation spiral out of control. After making the call, she casually focused on her beauty routine, convinced that she had handled everything perfectly. Suddenly, her phone rang. She quickly answered, asking, "Did you receive the gift the company sent?" On the other end, the customer was furious. "You sent me a peanut salad after I almost died from eating peanuts? Are you out of your mind?" Sumin replied nonchalantly, "I thought you'd like free food. Maybe you should try harder to adapt." The man, now absolutely livid, demanded, "Where are you? I want to talk to you in person." Sumin shrugged. "If you want to find me, just come to the company headquarters." The next morning, in the lobby of the company building, Ji-won ran into Assistant Jang and Hye-in. Hye-in asked, "Have you seen Sumin at work today?" Suddenly, they heard a man's voice shouting loudly, demanding to know who the marketing assistant Jang was because he wanted to see her. The security guard tried to stop him, telling him he couldn't act like that here, but the man was insistent. In a fit of rage, he threw all the food he had brought onto the floor. Esther Jung decided to step in. She approached the man and introduced herself. "I'm Assistant Jang," she said calmly. When she looked at the package, she saw that her name was on it. Surprised, she told Ji-won, "I never sent a package like this. Someone must have impersonated me." Ji-won immediately suspected Sumin was behind the prank. Assistant Jang told Ji-won and Hee to stay out of it, insisting she would handle the situation. However, the man, still furious, shouted, "You told me to come here, and now you're treating me like a thug." He raised his hand as if he was about to strike Assistant Jang. Jiwon, stunned, suddenly recalled a similar moment in her past when Park Man-hanan had tried to do the same to her. With a second chance at life, she couldn't just stand by and let this happen again. She rushed forward and stood in front of Assistant Jang, urging the man to calm down. "Who are you?" the man demanded. Ji-won bowed and apologized, explaining, "The person who sent that package was definitely not Assistant Jang, but someone else. I promise we'll find the person who spoke to you on the phone and they will personally apologize. We will also come up with a solution to compensate you." The man, though still angry, seemed to soften slightly. He glared at Ji-won and asked, "Are you just talking nonsense? Are you the one responsible for this?" Just then, Jin-hook arrived. He told Ji-won, "You don't need to handle this alone." Introducing himself to the man, Jin-hook said, "I'm the head of the marketing department. If you have an issue, you can talk to me." He suggested they move to a more comfortable place to discuss the situation and escorted the man away. Before leaving, Jin-hook told Ji-won, "Get in touch with Sumin. We need to address this." Ji-won hesitated. "She probably won't come to the office anymore," she said, "but I'll find a way to make her show up." Unbeknownst to them, the chairman had been watching the whole scene unfold. He turned to his secretary and asked, "Why did Jin-hook only step in at the last minute when Assistant Jang and Ji-won were already handling the situation?" The chairman's secretary replied, "We should move on. There are more important matters to address." Meanwhile, Su-min was at a beauty salon getting pampered and thinking everything was going according to her plan. Her phone buzzed on the table, notifying her of a text from her mother asking if she had been fired. The company had been making a fuss at home. Su-min recalled the person she called Mother, who had spent her life just yelling at her. The thought of that person sent shivers down her spine. She stood up, planning to go get her hair washed, determined to live a leisurely life and be a beautiful lady for everyone to see. Suddenly, her father called. It was Inno. She answered, asking what he wanted. Inno said he wanted to meet her to talk about Ji-won and Minnon. Su-min agreed to meet him in the evening, and they arranged to meet at a bar. When Su-min arrived and pushed the door open, she was startled to find Ji-won waiting for her instead of Inho. Ji-won casually remarked that she finally got to meet her. "If it weren't for Inho's phone call, I wouldn't have shown up to meet anyone," she said. Su-min, clearly exhausted from work, complained that she was only familiar with Ji-won, yet Ji-won was always too busy with others, completely ignoring her. Ji-won didn't want to hear this again and told Su-min to stop saying such things. "Now is not the time to be so relaxed," she said sternly. Ji-won handed Su-min her termination notice, explaining that the reason was for taking leave without permission and being absent without notice. She also added that the paperwork would soon be in her hands. "Did you send a product containing peanuts to the customer?" Ji-won asked. Su-min shook her head repeatedly, denying it. "There's no reason for me to do that," she said. Ji-won coldly replied, "If it wasn't you, then you're lucky. That customer has contacted a lawyer. If the company's legal department gets involved, they will submit your call history to the investigators as evidence." Hearing this, Su-min began to feel genuinely anxious. She finally admitted, "I did send a package, but I removed the products containing peanuts and sent it under Assistant Yan's name. But due to a mistake, I accidentally sent the wrong items, and the customer has been terrifyingly persistent in calling. I was so scared that I acted that way." Ji-won held Su-min's hand tightly, apologizing. "If I had cared about you more, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. I want us to resolve this together." She suggested that the next day, Su-min should accompany her to the hospital to apologize to the customer. "If it was just a mistake, I'll help you," Ji-won added. The next morning, Su-min went with Ji-won to the hospital where the customer was being treated. Ji-won held Su-min's hand tightly and insisted, "You need to kneel and beg the customer for forgiveness." Su-min asked Ji-won what she was doing. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly apologized to the customer, even though she didn't want to. The customer didn't accept it, asking, "Is this really the attitude of someone who regrets their actions?" Sumin shouted. I don't even remember what I said on the phone. He raised his voice at me first. Why should I be the only one to apologize? Ji-won yelled at Sumin to stop talking. Just then, department heads Jong-hook and Park Man-wan walked in. Sumin looked at Park Man-wan, hoping for help, but he ignored her. Jang-hook asked the customer if he felt any better, but the man was still furious. Sumin sobbed, saying she truly knew she was in the wrong and hoping he would forgive her. She added that being pregnant had made her emotions uncontrollable, which was why she said such things. Everyone in the room turned their attention to her. Ji-won was equally shocked. She's pregnant? She murmured. Park Man-hwan, meanwhile, went up to the rooftop to meet Ji-won to clarify everything. He took out his phone and called Ji-won, asking if she could talk for a moment. I'm off today and just want to rest, Ji-won replied, her tone flat. She asked, are you going to discuss the baby in Sumin's belly, or the fact that you two are planning to get married? Ji-won made it clear. Whether the baby is yours or not doesn't concern me. I hope we can just be colleagues in the future. Please don't call me again. Park Man-hwan hesitated, wanting to ask her to keep this a secret from the company staff. If everyone in the company finds out, it will be very troublesome for you, he said. Ji-won replied, I don't care about any rumors. I just don't want things to be so ambiguous. With that, she hung up the phone. It became clear to her that he was still only thinking about his own reputation. She couldn't understand how she ever dated such a selfish person. What fiancé, she thought. He's just someone who used to be my fiancé. Meanwhile, Park Man-hwan was also in a tangled mess. He continued calling Ji-won, but she didn't pick up. Frustrated, he then called Sumin, shouting at her, demanding to know what she had said to Ji-won. On the other end of the line, his mother's voice rang out, scolding him for raising his voice at the woman carrying his child. She told him to hurry home and prepare for their wedding. She also instructed Sumin to stay with them while she was pregnant, so they couldn't leave her alone. Sumin was secretly thrilled. Of course, she couldn't let Park Man-hwan abandon her now. Earlier at the hospital, Ji-won had pulled Sumin into the stairwell and asked how she could use the excuse of being pregnant to justify everything she had done. She questioned who the father of the baby in Sumin's belly was. Sumin, putting on a pained expression, said she would reveal the truth, but hoped Ji-won wouldn't get angry. Tears streamed down her face as she confessed that the child was Park Man-hanan's. She asked Ji-won if she could forgive her, since they were best friends. Upon hearing this, Ji-won was stunned, unable to believe what was happening. She stormed out, leaving Sumin still apologizing profusely. Even after Ji-won left, Sumin continued to pretend to cry pitifully, thinking about Ji-won's shocked and speechless face. It made her burst into laughter. Wasn't Ji-won just acting all high and mighty, claiming she could handle everything on her own? In the end, she couldn't even utter a word to her anymore. Sumin clenched her fists, reveling in the sight of Ji-won sobbing alone, feeling elated that she had taken everything from her. At Park Man-hwan's house, Sumin asked his mother why she kept feeding her grilled meat, feeling that it was a bit wasteful. The mother cheerfully replied, saying that elders believe eating lots of meat helps you have a son. She also mentioned that it was the first time in her life she had tasted such delicious soybean paste soup and promised to teach Sumin how to cook it for Munan in the future. At that moment, Sumin felt like they were truly a family and she could finally have a happy life. She thanked her, saying she had enjoyed the meal very much. Park Man-hanan's mother continued to bring her carp soup, saying it was very good for having a son. Sumin looked at the smelly liquid covering her mouth and hesitated. She told the mother she couldn't drink it, but the mother insisted that it was precious and she had to finish it. Hearing this, Sumin closed her eyes, pinched her nose, and downed the entire bag of the concoction. The mother smiled and said that when she gave birth, she didn't get to drink such nourishing things, so she had to make sure Sumin finished it all. Just then, a delivery person called for Park Man-hanan's mother. The mother mentioned the wedding invitations, saying they were absolutely beautiful, and asked Sumin to help fold them. Sumin was surprised. Clearly she hadn't placed any orders, but the mother explained that as soon as she heard the news of Sumin's pregnancy, she immediately made arrangements. She asked if Sumin thought they were beautiful. Sumin gritted her teeth in anger. Why should the wedding invitations be according to her wishes? She didn't like this tacky invitation at all. Her anger only grew when the mother said she had already chosen several wedding dresses for her. I was worried you'd be tired, so I prepared everything in advance, she said. How lucky you are to have such a good mother-in-law. Sumin panicked, saying she wanted the two of them to choose the wedding dress together. The mother replied that her son had been working very hard, so why should he have to go with her? If you insist on doing things your way, then there's no need for a wedding at all, she added. Also, I want you to get rid of those awful red fake nails. They aren't good for the baby. Late that night, Park Man-hwan finally returned home from work. He walked into the room, tired, and looked at Sumin, who was lying on the bed reading a book. Sumin asked if he was still mad at her. Park Man-hwan couldn't understand. After all, she was quite capable. He wondered what she had said to make his father give her money to buy a house. Park Man-hwan then came up with a plan. He would use that money to fix the mess from the recent failed vote. Thinking this way, he said that since everything had happened unexpectedly, he didn't know how to handle it. Sumin asked him who he liked more, her or Ji-won. He immediately replied that of course he liked his wife the most. Sumin felt satisfied. She was about to become the owner of this house. Meanwhile, Gwan was returning home from work when she saw Jin-hook stepping out of the elevator as she opened the door. She asked him where he had just come from, and Jin-hook replied that he had just taken Bang to the hospital. Gwan panicked and asked if it was because of the food she brought him the other day. Jin-hook told her to calm down, explaining that he had only taken Bang for a routine health check. He added that Bang was already 7 years old and needed to be checked up every year. Ji-won suggested that she could hug Bang before he took him home. She thought to herself that despite Jin-hook looking so cold on the outside, he was surprisingly affectionate with his pet. Jin-hook gave Ji-won the password to his house, telling her that whenever he wasn't home, she could just enter the code and play with Bang. Ji-won, curious, asked if the code 227 was his birthday. Jin-hook shyly confirmed that it was. Later that evening, Ji-won had Bang lying next to her. She mentioned that she once had a cat, but it had decided to go on its own adventure. My little cat was so cute and tiny, she thought. Someone must have whisked it away. Ji-won then pulled out her phone to check a message from Sumin, who asked if she was free after work tomorrow to hand over the wedding invitation. Ji-won reminisced about the time she handed out her and Park Man-hwan's wedding invitations at the party. She remembered how everyone had congratulated her, making her so shy she couldn't utter a word. Looking back, it felt like a wedding with not a single soul offering genuine congratulations. Ji-won texted Sumin to invite her to dinner, promising to reserve an extra table at the restaurant under her name. Sumin immediately agreed, adding that she would be eating a lot because of the little one in her belly. Ji-won found it hilarious that Sumin kept mentioning the baby bump. What Sumin didn't know, though, was that Park-mon was infertile. The next day, Sumin arrived at the restaurant where Ji-won had made the reservation. She felt quite annoyed because her mother-in-law wouldn't let her wear a short dress or anything flashy, but she still felt confident that her beauty could pull off anything. She stepped into the restaurant, telling the server that her friend, Ji-won, had made the reservation. The server led her to the room, and Sumin thought to herself that when Ji-won saw her wedding invitation, she would definitely be shocked. However, when Sumin opened the door, she was surprised to find not just Ji-won, but a whole crowd of people waiting for her. Park Man-won was stunned to see her, as was Jin-hook. Ha-in looked equally astonished and asked how she knew they were having a party there. Sumin turned to Ji-won and asked what was going on. At that moment, Ji-won stood up and gently tapped Sumin on the shoulder. Ji-won addressed the group, announcing that although Sumin's departure hadn't been exactly a fairy tale ending, she had some exciting news to share with everyone. Sumin sat down next to Park Man-hwan, feeling a mix of confusion and anticipation. She felt really embarrassed, and Park Man-hwan signaled for her to grab the key to the bathroom and head home first. He didn't want her around spouting off nonsense, and Sumin fumed at his attitude. It was clear he was embarrassed about marrying her. Deciding not to dwell on it, Suman stood up and apologized to everyone for her sudden resignation. She announced that she and Park Man-juan were getting married. Everyone in the room was shocked and angry. They couldn't believe their ears and asked who Sumin was marrying. Sumin pulled out the wedding invitation from her bag to show everyone, reiterating that she was marrying Park Man-won. At that moment, everyone in the room was stunned, staring at the wedding invitation. Hyena angrily questioned whether what Sumin just said was true. Ji-won, the calmest person in the room, congratulated Sumin. She said that the two of them really made a beautiful couple. Except for Hai-Nyi, everyone else chimed in to congratulate Sumin, who excitedly thanked them all. She declared that she and Park Man-han would live happily ever after. Park Man-hwan, who had been silent until now, couldn't let Sumin ramble on any longer. He stood up, bid farewell to everyone, and pulled her away. Before leaving, Sumin insisted that Ji-won must catch the bouquet at her wedding, and Ji-won cheerfully accepted the invitation, saying she would definitely attend. Sumin thought Ji-won would be heartbroken, but seeing her calm expression, she couldn't understand why she seemed so unfazed. On the way home, Park Man-won asked Sumin why she came and why she was so determined to embarrass him. Sumin explained that it was all Ji-won's fault. The one embarrassing him wasn't her, but Ji-won. Park Man-won angrily retorted that if she mentioned Ji-won's name in front of him again, there would be no wedding. Sumin then showed Park Man-won Ji-won's message, saying that if Ji-won hadn't told her, she wouldn't have known where the company party was. Park Man-hwan asked Sumin if Ji-won called her without mentioning it was a company party. He angrily stated that it was all Sumin's fault because Ji-won was someone who couldn't live without him, so it must be very painful for her to see Park Man-hwan like this. Sumin didn't understand and started to feel like something was off. She began to worry that if things continued like this and they got married, her life could spiral back into the hell it once was when she was younger. Sumin had always been forced to witness her mother yelling at her constantly, questioning why she was even born. She sadly admitted to herself that she knew she was wrong and promised not to speak of such things again. Sumin leaned back in her chair, exhausted, and asked Park Man-hwan to take her home to rest. She had tried every possible way to escape that house, and now she was determined never to return. She was absolutely going to live a happy life. At the company party, Ji-won still tried to sit and eat with everyone for a little while longer. She stood up and asked to leave early, bidding goodbye to everyone as she headed out. Hye-in was still fuming, even though she didn't know the full story. This situation was truly beyond words, and she felt incredibly angry on Ji-won's behalf. Clearly, Park Man-won and her friend were supposed to be getting married, yet not long after their breakup, he was marrying her best friend. Ji-won reminded Hye-in that this was a personal matter for her and that they shouldn't gossip about it too much. She then stood up to follow Ji-won, wanting to ensure she made it home safely. Ji-won couldn't let her go home alone. At that moment, Ji-won felt very guilty. She had always made Ji-hook take her home, and though she had once felt a bit shy about it, now he felt so familiar to her. Ji-hook told her that he would bring Bang over to her house to sleep, ensuring she wasn't alone. Later, Ji-won joked with Ji-hook, asking if he was bringing Bang over to comfort her because he was worried she'd be sad. Ji-hook replied that it wasn't exactly that, but because Bang really liked her. Ji-won then looked at the wedding invitation Sumin had given her and realized she needed a plan for that day. She couldn't let them get married peacefully after everything they had done to her. Thinking about this, Ji-won turned to Jin-hook and suggested that she wanted to take advantage of him one more time. Jin-hook didn't understand what she meant, but as long as she needed him, he would always be willing to follow her lead. Before they knew it, the day of Park Man-won and Sumin's wedding had arrived. His mother was still overly concerned about Sumin and the baby in her belly. Everything had to go according to her wishes. She said the most important thing was still her precious grandson, so anything unnecessary would be avoided if it affected the child. Sumin reluctantly agreed to her wishes. The makeup artist told Sumin that she had a mother-in-law who cared for her a lot, to which Sumin replied that her mother-in-law cared more about the grandchildren than her own parents did. She had to live happily and not feel jealous of anyone else, so her mother could no longer call her a worthless child. Looking at herself in the mirror, Sumin felt nothing pleased her. The conservative wedding dress and the heavy layer of makeup didn't seem to suit her at all. The wedding photographer walked in and asked why none of her friends had arrived yet. Sumin brushed it off. No matter what, she had to look her best. She was determined to live happily today. She was the star of the show and had truly won over. Outside the gate, Park Man-hwan was busy welcoming esteemed guests. The wedding organizer walked over and asked him why Sumin was alone in the waiting room and when her friends would arrive. Park Man-hwan replied that she didn't have any friends, so it was pointless to ask. At that moment, everyone was focused on the couple making their entrance. They wondered if the girl was a friend of the bride, since she looked stunning and had come with her boyfriend. Many people showed regret when they saw her arriving with her boyfriend. That was Ji-won, linking arms with Jin-hook, slowly walking up to Park Man-hwan. Park Man-hwan was surprised to see them. He had thought Ji-won wouldn't attend their wedding. Ji-won told him she came to congratulate the couple and that she had come with department head, John Hook. Ji-won looked just like the main character today. Park Man-hwan blushed, even though he didn't want to admit it. They really did make a beautiful couple. John Hook extended his hand and congratulated Park Man-hwa, mentioning that other colleagues might not be able to attend, so he was glad to see everyone celebrating the wedding. The host rushed over to ask why Park Man-hwan had such a beautiful colleague and hadn't introduced her sooner. He boldly approached Ji-won to get acquainted, asking if she could share her name. Ji-won cheerfully introduced herself as a colleague from the same company as Park Man-hwan. Park Man-hwan's friend grinned widely, saying even her name was beautiful. As he recalled the name she just mentioned, he remembered hearing it somewhere before. Instantly, he realized and asked Ji-won if her company had 2 assistants with that name. She replied that there was only her as the assistant. Ji-won and Jong Hook went inside. He was surprised and asked Park Man-hwan if he hadn't broken up with a girl like that and married the one inside that heavenly room. Park Man-hwan was so furious that his fists clenched tightly. Ji-won was supposed to be his girl, and now he regretted it to the point of madness. Ji-won said she wanted to go to the bride's room to see Sumin for a bit. She opened the door and stepped in. She didn't see anyone at first. When she looked at Sumin, she resembled her from before, a lonely bride just staring at the floor like a doll. Sumin saw Ji-won come in and cheerfully asked why she was late. Ji-won explained that she and Jin-hook had gotten stuck in traffic. Sumin told Ji-won that she absolutely had to catch her wedding bouquet today. She asked Ji-won if she thought she looked beautiful, and Ji-won told her she looked very beautiful. Ji-won admired Sumin, and thus her plan had successfully taken its first step. Sumin was now the one wearing the wedding dress chosen by Park Man-hwan's mother. Back then, on the day Ji-won had her wedding, Sumin was just a guest. Now, the roles had reversed. Suddenly, Ji-won heard Uncle En-hwan calling her. Perhaps he was also invited to the wedding by Sumin. On-hanan told her that Sumin was very worried and had instructed him to always keep an eye on Ju-won. On-hanan mentioned that he had seen her with Du, though it seemed he was a step too late. On said he only came to deliver a wedding gift for Sumin. Ji-won thanked him for his concern, saying that since she and Park Man-hwan had broken up, she didn't mind at all. Gwan thought she was really strong, but perhaps he had run out of chances. He took out his phone to call a friend and told Gwan that earlier he had said he was almost there, but now he still hadn't arrived. Gyan asked En-hanan if he had told them anything about Sumin's husband, and, of course, En-hanan had shared everything. He mentioned that Sumin's husband was Gun's former fiancé. Gwan thought to herself that with their personalities, she was definitely about to witness some drama. Just as she mentioned the devil appeared. All the esteemed guests at the wedding were whispering at the sight of them. Even though they were friends, Gwan was utterly taken aback. The 3 of them looked like they were ready to hit up a music festival. One by one they stepped in, leaving everyone gaping in disbelief. Just by looking at their outfits, it was clear they had no intention of being polite at this wedding. Ji-won wondered why they were dressed so bizarrely for the occasion, of all places to attend a wedding. They complimented Ji-won, saying she looked stunning today. Ji-won replied that if she had known they were coming, she would have arranged to go together. They told Ji-won to pretend she didn't know them, to play the demure lady and just sit quietly. They were there just to see the face of Sumin's precious husband. The two people who could never disappear from Ji-won's life were now hand in hand, stepping into the fiery pit she had created in this lifetime. They would have to endure the suffering she had faced in her past life. Everyone present at the wedding applauded for them, but Ji-won secretly thought congratulations were in order for the two of them as they walked hand in hand into hell. She clapped sincerely, wishing them to feel as much pain as possible, because that was the hell they had once thrown her into too. At that moment, the three of them were causing a ruckus in the hall. Sumin wondered why they were there to stir up trouble, since she hadn't invited them. The photographer, seeing the chaotic scene, asked if they were the bride's friends. They all chimed in, claiming they were her friends. Jian and En-hwan looked at them, feeling utterly speechless at their antics. Seeing the guests' reactions, Park Man-hwan was furious. How could Sumin invite such a crowd and ruin his family's reputation? The photographer called for anyone wanting to catch the bouquet to step forward. Eager to wrap things up and get out of there, only Ji-won stepped forward, making Sumin feel utterly embarrassed. At that moment, Sumin wished she could throw the bouquet right at her. 1, 2, 3. The bouquet was tossed by Sumin, and naturally it landed squarely in Ji-won's hands. Ji-won beamed and told Sumin that she genuinely wished the two of them happiness. Gwan looked so stunning that Park Man-hwan was left in awe. He gazed at her with a look full of regret. Sumin's face immediately darkened. Even at this moment, all she could see was Ji-won. The ceremony concluded, and Ji-won followed Sumin into the waiting room. She candidly told Sumin that she wasn't there to congratulate her on the wedding, but had something to say. Ji-won leaned in close to Sumin and said she congratulated her for picking up the trash that her friend had thrown away, adding that this action was no different from that of a beggar. The photographer then called the bride out for a photo shoot. He requested that the bride and groom hug and kiss, claiming that only then would the picture turn out beautifully. Sumin immediately placed her hand behind Park Man-hwan's neck and told him to kiss her. She wanted everyone to see that she had snagged a wonderful husband and that they were very happy together. In front of everyone, they exchanged a kiss to testify to their love. This marriage was not something she picked up, but something she had fought tooth and nail to steal. She snatched it from the hands of a friend who once considered her unique, but now she was determined to outdo her. After the wedding photos were done, the bride and groom invited all the guests to dine at the restaurant. The group of D also stayed behind to enjoy a meal, and when they asked why D wasn't staying, she replied that, of course, if she stayed and had to look at Sumin's face, she wouldn't be able to swallow a bite. They looked on as Sumin walked by, deliberately complimenting her beautiful handbook outfit and asking if it was something her mother had left her. Park Man-hwan's father asked Sumin if they were her friends, to which she immediately denied, claiming she didn't know them. D excitedly shouted that they were friends, and Park Man-hwan's mother was furious. She told the staff to kick those three out or she wouldn't pay the remaining bill. The staff approached the group of D, explaining that the host had complained they were disrupting the party and hoped they could leave. The three jumped up, claiming they had put in the effort to come and congratulate, but now were being disrespected, which was typical of someone who dared to take her friend's fiancé. Sumin was mortified and shouted for the staff to hurry up and get rid of them, but they argued that since they had already given a wedding gift, how could they be kicked out? At that moment, a man appeared. He called the staff over, handed them his card and said he would cover the bill for the three of them so there wouldn't be any more issues. It turns out he's one of Ji-nyuk's underlings. The waiter took the card from him and said he would take care of it. After the waiter left, the man gently approached Ji-won and told her to enjoy her meal. He knew they were friends of Ji-won, and Ji-won felt shy. She found the man in front of her to be very strong. By the time the party ended, they all met outside. Ji-won thanked Ji-hook's underling Singu. Ji-won winked at him and said she hoped to share a drink with him next time they met. Ji-won suggested that he would treat everyone, and Singu offered to drive Ji-won's friends home, while the two of them should go on a fun date. Both of them blushed and felt shy. Ji-hook said he would take Ji-won home. Ji-won asked Ji-hook if he wanted to invite her to dinner. She mentioned that she had received a lot of wedding gifts today, but hadn't eaten anything at all. She had received 5 million won in wedding gifts, which would go towards Sumin's cancer surgery. Meanwhile, Park Man-won and Sumin were on their honeymoon. He tiredly asked her if she felt satisfied with how everything had turned out. Sumin replied that it wasn't her fault. Ji-won had shown up uninvited and she hadn't invited her. Park Man-won angrily said that all this chaos was because Sumin had sent an invitation to Ji-won. Sumin was very upset and told him to stop yelling at her. When their car stopped at a red light, Park Man-won looked out the window and couldn't help but exclaim how beautiful the car next to them was. Sumin heard this and leaned over to ask him how expensive it was. Park Man-won told her that even if he sold her, he couldn't afford that car. Just then, the window of the car next to them slowly rolled down, and it was none other than Ji-hook and Ji-won inside. Ji-won didn't want to see them, so she turned her face away. Ji-hook sped off, leaving Park Man-won in shock. He exploded in anger, cursing that shameless dog who lusted after someone else's girlfriend. Sumin observed that the man in front of her was doing everything he could to marry her, yet he was still fuming at the sight of another man with his ex-girlfriend. Did he really love her? Sumin recalled what that person had said to her during the wedding. Clearly that wasn't true. She was so angry she was shaking as she glanced at her husband sitting next to her. The man she had gone to great lengths to win over. Surely she would live happily with him. He absolutely could not be the trash that Ji-won had thrown away. Speaking of Ji-won, at this moment she had just stepped out of the restaurant, patting her belly. She exclaimed that spending 3,000 won to enjoy an all-you-can-eat buffet until she could barely breathe was truly top-notch revenge. She spotted In-hwan waiting for a taxi by the roadside and quickly approached to greet him. Ji-won scrutinized him and asked why he looked so downcast. In-hwan awkwardly replied that Ji-won had rejected him again, and from now on he would really have to end this relationship. He mentioned that he probably wouldn't even get a chance to see Ji-won from afar anymore. He asked Ji-won if he looked that terrible, and she told him that no matter what, he still looked very handsome in her eyes. In-hwan stared at her in shock, asking if she really thought he was handsome. Ji-won replied that he should know that himself. He burst out laughing and thanked her, saying that she had made him feel much better. She felt flustered, waving her hands and saying goodbye as her taxi arrived. In-hwan curiously asked if she was calling a taxi. Ji-won hurriedly jumped into the car and closed the door, looking back at In-hwan. She thought he was a good person. From their first meeting at his cafe, he had been both friendly and sincere. She remembered the first time he brought her pastries, flashing a warm smile. She felt frustrated that he couldn't be with Ji-won, but at least this was better for her brother now. She just had to trust her brother. Meanwhile, Jin-hook took Ji-won to a traditional restaurant for a late-night meal. Ji-won sat down at the table and thanked him very much for everything he had done for her. Jin-hook asked her what she was thanking him for, and Ji-won suggested that if he ever needed her help, he should just let her know and she would do her best. She told him that whenever he needed her, he could take advantage of her, just like she had done with him. The two clinked their glasses and downed their drinks. Jin-hook said that whenever she needed his help, even at 3 a.m, he would fly over, but if she asked for his help, she should think it over carefully before coming. Jinwon didn't understand and asked him why he said that. Jin-hook replied that it might just be his desire to satisfy his own cravings. After saying that, he downed his drink in one go, leaving Jinwon coughing and spluttering. She was surprised that such a composed man could joke around with her like that. Just as they were about to leave, the rain started pouring down. Jin-hook told her to wait there for a moment and he would be right back. Ji-won stood outside the cafe to wait for him, unable to understand why he would go out in such heavy rain at that moment. A moment later, Ji-won saw Jin-hook returning with an umbrella. His tall, striking figure radiated a cool demeanor that caught the attention of all the girls on the street. Anyone who looked at him would agree he was quite the catch. But why would a guy like him be interested in her? Jin-hook approached Ji-won and held the umbrella over her. He mentioned he had called a cab and they would head to the parking lot to go home. Ji-won quickly ran under the umbrella to stand next to him. She asked him why he liked her, and Ji-hook replied that it was for no particular reason. Ji-hoon inquired when he started liking her, but he said that was a conversation for another time. He added that if she gave him a chance, he would answer her question soon. The cab arrived, and they were driven back to the apartment. The two of them stepped out of the elevator on their floor. Ji-hoon told him she was a bit thirsty and wanted something refreshing to drink. Jin-hook mentioned he had some cans of beer in his apartment and asked if she wanted to stop by for a drink and to see Ping for a bit. Ji-won gently petted the cat Ping, who nuzzled against her hand. Jun-hook took off his outer jacket and told her to make herself comfortable. Ji-won opened his fridge and found it stocked with expensive imported beers. She asked if she could drink one. He told her she could have as many as she wanted and reached for a can similar to hers. Being so close to Ji-hook, Ji-won could smell the intoxicating scent emanating from him. He asked if she needed anything else, noticing her flustered expression. He said if she didn't need anything, he would close the fridge, warning her that leaving it open for too long could lead to catching a cold. Ji-won blushed in embarrassment, feeling like her limbs were utterly unnecessary at that moment, as they locked in a dramatic stare. Maybe Ji-won had also developed feelings for Jin-hook. As he gazed at her flushed face, his heart raced wildly. At this moment, Jan-hook could no longer hold back. He leaned one arm against the fridge and moved in closer to Ji-won. He told her he was dying to kiss her and asked if she could make that happen. Ji-won reached her arm around Jan-hook's neck. She could no longer resist his charm. The beer in her hand slipped away, and what was meant to happen, happened. The two embraced tightly and shared a passionate kiss. That year, at the Hope University enrollment consultation event, a tall, dashing young man casually strolled home. As he walked past the soccer field, a group of friends called him over. "That's Jin-hook," they said, inviting him to shoot some hoops. He told them he was tied up that day and suggested they reschedule for another time. As Ji-hook strolled through the schoolyard, he spotted a girl sitting beneath a tree. He wondered who she was, since this place usually had very few visitors. He was curious about what she was doing there. That girl was Ji-won, back in her college days. He leaned in and asked her what she was so intently staring at, making her jump in surprise. She turned back and signaled him to keep it hush hush. It turns out she was gazing at a tiny kitten, peacefully snoozing on the grass. Hearing a sound, the kitten slowly opened its eyes. Ji-won asked, "It looks like it's been abandoned too." She said it looked so fragile and suggested Ji-hook stay and keep an eye on it for a while to help her out. She went to the convenience store to grab some snacks for it and promised to be back in a jiffy. At that moment, Ji-yuen thought to himself, "This girl is such a handful." He pulled a sausage out of his pocket and handed it to her, asking if it would be okay to feed that to the cat. Ji-wen took the food from his hands and thanked him. At that moment, he was really curious why she was chatting away but couldn't bring herself to look him in the eye. The cat devoured the sausage she handed over with gusto. She introduced herself and asked if the cat still didn't have a name. Ji-won asked the little cat where its mum might have gone, probably just for a bit, surely not abandoning it because it was so adorable. She joked, "If I were as cute as it, my mum would have come back to find me by now." Ji-hook looked at her and said, "You're really beautiful too." Ji-won handed him a 100,001 bill and said, "This is for the cat's food. It's all I have." Before leaving, she added, "If there were more, maybe her mum wouldn't come back at all." Jin-hook recalled the story she shared with the kitten earlier, mentioning that it was also abandoned by its mother, which meant she felt the same way. He turned back to look at the little kitten sitting there and said, "If it likes you that much, then it should follow you. It looks like a tiny little mouldy mushroom." He told her to wait there for its mum because he had some business to take care of. "I think we should give this money back to you," he said. "But I don't know if she'll show up here again tomorrow." Back to reality, the sun had risen. Jun-hook pulled the blanket up to cover Ji-won. He said to the little kitten, "Thank you so much. Thanks to you, I got the chance to meet Ji-won." He gently petted its head. The sound of the kitten woke Ji-won up and she slowly opened her eyes. Jun-hook asked, "Did you sleep well?" Ji-won recalled what happened yesterday, but couldn't understand why she was here. She shyly jumped and glanced down at her outfit, relieved to see it intact. It looked like nothing went wrong after all. She shyly asked him, "Did I doze off?" Jin-hook smiled mischievously and said, "Do you really not remember anything from yesterday?" While the two were sharing a passionate kiss, someone rang the doorbell. His junior asked if he could chat with Ji-won about a few things, so he invited them to share a few drinks together. He asked her if she liked a muscular guy like him and also wanted to know if Ji-won had a crush on anyone. Ji-won cuddled the cat in her arms and gestured for John-hook to come over to her. Then, with both hands, she cupped his face. She waved her hands playfully and asked, "Where are you planning to sneak off to? We still need to wrap up the unfinished business from earlier." Seeing this, the younger crew members politely asked to take their leave. They wished Ji-won and Jin-hook a fiery time together. Looking back, Ji-won wished she had a place to hide. She couldn't understand why she acted that way. Jin-hook smiled and asked Ji-won if she was feeling any headaches or dizziness, or if her stomach was bothering her in any way. Ji-won said she was doing great. Jin-hook suggested, "We should get to work now or we'll be late." Ji-won asked Jin-hook why he didn't wake her up. He mischievously smiled and said, "Your sleeping face was too adorable to wake you up." Ji-won quickly got up to get ready for work. "Being late is no big deal as long as you approve of my reason for being late," she said. Jin-hook found her utterly charming and told her he didn't need to remember that. Meanwhile, Minhwan and Sumin were supposed to be enjoying their honeymoon, but Sumin expressed her desire to go out and play while Minhwan was glued to his computer. He told her to go alone and come back early. Frustrated, Sumin huffed, wondering why they had even travelled all the way to the beach for their honeymoon if they were just going to stay cooped up in the hotel all day. She complained that her body felt heavy and questioned how she could possibly go out alone. Minhwan pouted, suggesting she could just swim in the rooftop pool instead. Furious, Sumin shouted that if he kept this up, she would tell his father how he had used the money meant for buying a house to gamble in the stock market. Clutching her belly, she added that the baby was kicking her too hard because of him. Minhwan reminded her that they had agreed to wait until after the baby was born to go on their honeymoon, but she had insisted on going, so he reluctantly came along. Sumin plopped down on the bed, realizing she had dragged him along against his will. She pouted and muttered that if Ji-won were with him, he definitely wouldn't treat her like this. She added that Ji-won had probably shifted her focus onto Minhwan when she and Sumin were having issues, just to swoop in. Sumin knew that mentioning Ji-won would always make him furious. She remarked that Ji-won was just like her mother, always complaining to her. Sumin claimed that Minhwan was just a temporary replacement and that from the start, he should have met with manager Jin-hyuk instead. Minhwan got angry, demanding that she shut up, insisting Ji-won would never say such things. Sumin gritted her teeth in frustration and told Minhwan to forget about Ji-won from now on, or she would spill all his secrets. She also revealed that Ji-won had asked her to get close to him. Sumin confessed that from their very first meeting she had liked him, which left Minhwan very surprised. But back then he had only had eyes for Ji-won. Even now, while he was with Sumin, his heart still belonged to Ji-won. Sumin cried, revealing that Ji-won had told her to get pregnant with Minhwan's child, so she would have a valid reason to break up with him. Minhwan was furious. He couldn't believe Ji-won would do something like that. He angrily rushed towards Sumin, gripping her tightly, demanding to know who had deliberately gotten her pregnant. Sumin replied that she was just following Ji-won's orders. Ji-won had told her to do this so she would have an excuse to marry Minhwan, and then she could freely meet Jin-hyuk. Ji-won assured her it was a mutually beneficial arrangement, and she was just doing what she was told. Sumin insisted that he let her go, saying he had hurt her. She then revealed something that shocked him. She had suffered a miscarriage. Through tears, Sumin explained that the day Ji-won wanted her to kneel before clients in the hospital room was likely when the strong impact caused her to hemorrhage. She recalled how, during a checkup, the doctor informed her of the miscarriage. Manhwa shouted in frustration, unable to bear the situation any longer. "Why are you only telling me this now?" he asked, overwhelmed. They had already registered their marriage and planned a wedding, and now she was saying she had miscarried. Sumin shot up and exclaimed, "How could I have said anything when both your parents were eagerly anticipating a grandchild?" She pleaded with him to pretend he didn't know anything. Manhwa angrily retorted that she had been pretending to be pregnant, all while complaining about stomach pains and demanding to eat everything in sight. He found her truly cruel and disgusting, even more so than Ji-won. Sumin reminded him they were already husband and wife. Was he really considering divorce? Manhwa was at a loss, saying divorce might be easy, but his parents would never accept it. Sumin suggested that all they needed was for her to get pregnant again. Hugging him tightly, she insisted she held no resentment towards Ji-won, as it was because of her that she got to be with him. "All I need is you, and that's enough," she whispered. Manhwa recalled Ji-won's appearance at their wedding, filling him with rage. Why did she have to toy with him like this? Feeling dejected, he decided to head to the beach for a beer. As he reflected on everything Sumin had said, he blamed Ji-won for it all. She had treated him like a fool, leading him to marry a shameless woman. Manhwa suspected it all started when Ji-won had proactively bought coffee for Jin-hyuk, something she usually wouldn't do. At that moment, she had fiercely yanked her hand away from his grasp when he tried to catch her attention. Ji-won had swooped in, playing the hero, even though she rarely contacted him anymore. Her appearance had completely changed, and it seemed like this had all begun long ago. Manhwa was certain Ji-won and Jin-hyuk had been seeing each other for quite some time now. Feeling bitter, Manhwa realized he couldn't let those two live happily together. He grabbed his visa and searched for the business card his friend had given him, a card from a company that would do anything for the right price. He planned to use Ji-won to ruin her life, just as she had used Sumin to destroy him. Meanwhile, at the UNK company, Hyen told Ji-won that she had heard the company posted a special promotion list and invited her to check it out together. Ji-won was surprised, wondering if it had come out so quickly. Hyen leaned in, sniffing the air, and said the scent was very familiar. She mentioned it smelled so good it could knock someone out. Assistant Jen then appeared, asking Hyen if she smelled something. Hyeni exclaimed that the smell was so enticing it must be perfume. Ji-won laughed and replied it was just the scent of fabric softener. Suddenly, the director, looking embarrassed, popped up, admitting that it had turned out to be just fabric softener. He had been searching high and low for a fragrance similar to it. Assistant Jen asked why he didn't just ask her, to which he admitted he was shy and had happened to be at the mall looking for it. Ji-won was surprised to hear him say he wanted to buy it because it smelled so good. Seeing his expression, she began to wonder if he might have feelings for her. Just then, Hyene called them over quickly, announcing that both of them had been specially approved for promotions. Assistant Jen was promoted to department head, while the director was elevated to assistant. Assistant Jen was still in disbelief, unable to accept that this was real. Ji-won clapped to congratulate them, saying they had put in so much effort into the project and it was well deserved. They were all thrilled, celebrating the achievements of the two. Later, Hyen texted Jae-won saying that to celebrate Assistant Jen's promotion, the new department head would treat everyone to dinner. Jae-won glanced at the empty chair across from her and noted that the department head wasn't at work today. She asked Hyen if it was okay to celebrate without him. Hyen replied that he was unwell and taking a day off, but as long as she informed him the meal expenses would be covered. Ji-won thought for a moment, recalling how his complexion hadn't been great lately. She wondered if he was okay. That afternoon, everyone headed to a barbecue ribs restaurant. Team leader Jen introduced the place as her parents' restaurant and encouraged everyone to eat up. Assistant Jen's parents brought the food, saying the meal was to celebrate their daughter's promotion. Everyone was in high spirits, congratulating the two of them. Team leader Jen introduced her husband, mentioning that he was running the restaurant with her parents. Ji-won received a phone call and checked her phone. It was Manhwa calling her. Without a second thought, she hung up. He immediately texted her, threatening that she had to break up with Jin-hyuk or he would bury both of them alive. Although Ji-won was clueless about his schemes, she wondered if he was really planning to mess with team leader Jen now. She stepped outside with her phone, hoping to avoid disturbing everyone. Suddenly, team leader Jen's husband appeared, asking Ji-won if she was a colleague of his wife. He inquired if the food was to everyone's liking, and she replied that the food here was delicious, promising they would definitely come back to eat here more often. She noticed a female staff member just coming out from a nearby area and asked if that was the smoking section. After the party wrapped up, Ji-won returned to her apartment. As she walked, she massaged her sore shoulder. It had been a long time since she attended a gathering, and she felt quite exhausted. Glancing over at Jin-hyuk's room, she felt worried about whether he was okay. She took out her phone to call him, but there was no connection. She buzzed his doorbell, but no one answered. All she could hear was Pang's cries. What if something had happened to him? It sounded as though Pang was crying even louder, which made Ji-won uneasy. She had never heard him wailing so desperately before. Recalling the door code Jin-hyuk had given her the day before, she pressed the button to unlock the door. The door swung open, and she immediately saw Pang standing there. She slowly walked into the house, calling out for Jin-hyuk to see if he was home. Anxiously, she searched every nook and cranny of the house. Something had to have happened to him. She opened the bedroom door and found Jin-hyuk lying on the bed, looking utterly exhausted. Gently, she approached him and placed her hand on his forehead to check his temperature, discovering that he had a high fever. Ji-won took a warm towel and placed it on him to help bring down his fever. At that moment, Jin-hyuk, groggy and disoriented, woke up and saw her sitting there caring for him. He called out loudly, so much so that even those outside could hear. Worried something might happen to him, Ji-won opened the door and walked in. She handed him the medicine and helped him take it, mentioning that the party had ended and someone had gone home to get it. Ji-won focused on him, asking why he was looking at her like that. He took the pill from her hand without saying a word, swallowing it in one go. Then he looked at her and said, "You look really beautiful today." Jin-hyuk blushed, feeling shy. Even now he could still joke around. She tucked the blanket around him and told him to take the medicine and rest, but he said he couldn't breathe. She felt a little shy, realizing her makeup had faded quite a bit. How could he still think she was so beautiful? Jin-hyuk kicked the blanket off and said, "You're indeed beautiful, but what I meant was that the blanket is making it hard for me to breathe." Ji-won finally understood, startled. She asked if he was okay, her concern evident. Seeing her worry for him, he reached out and gently touched her neck. He told Ji-won, "As long as you're by my side, I'll be fine." Although Ji-won felt she should push him away, for some reason she let him do it. The last time they had been together they were both drunk, but today she was completely sober. Jin-hyuk suddenly paused, and Ji-won asked him why he hadn't kissed her yet. As soon as she finished speaking, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her passionately. The next morning, Ji-won got ready for work but was uncertain about how to proceed. Should she continue going together with him? She didn't even understand what their relationship was anymore. Pacing back and forth in her room, she felt shy about facing him again. Deciding she needed to be clear-headed, she questioned what kind of relationship she and Jin-hyuk could have. As Ji-won opened the door, she was startled to find Jin-hyuk right outside. She pretended nothing was wrong and asked how he was feeling. He replied that he was well, thanks to her help. The two stood waiting for the elevator, and Ji-won wondered how he could be so calm after what had happened yesterday. Unexpectedly, Jin-hyuk spoke up, apologizing for his carelessness the day before. Ji-won told him there was no need to apologize, and suggested they forget everything that happened. She mentioned that both she and the manager were at fault, so they should just pretend nothing had happened. Jin-hyuk rushed in front of her and asked how she could act like that. He said that whether she could forget or not, he definitely couldn't. He opened the car door for her and said he would drive her to work, explaining that his oversight was because he hadn't seen her home the night before. He then pulled out a bouquet of flowers he had prepared for Ji-won. She was taken aback, thinking, could he have actually prepared flowers for me? Jin-hyuk confidently stated that they definitely kissed the day before, so he proposed they take their relationship to a special level. Ji-won was astonished by his words but accepted the bouquet. He took her hand, feeling ready to take a step forward in their relationship. At the company, everything was in full swing. Minan asked why they weren't continuing with the agreement he had made, but the other person replied that not everyone could be meddled with so casually. Minan, fuming, insisted that he had agreed to pay a handsome sum, and, even if the person was a nobody, once they accepted the money, they had to see it through. The detective revealed that the person Minan had asked him to investigate was the grandchild of the largest unk corporation in South Korea, leaving Minan shocked. He had worked at the company but had never heard this information. The chairman was Jin-hyuk's grandfather. The detective added that he had discovered Jin-hyuk was dating a girl named Ji-won, and that was all he could do. He told Minan to keep it to himself, warning him that disclosing this information could bring serious trouble. Minhyun exploded, telling the detective that he had clearly claimed he could do anything, but it turned out he was just a fraud. He demanded a refund. The detective flicked his cigarette to the ground, saying he respected Minhyun but felt Minhyun was underestimating him. The detective stood up and marched toward Minhyun, grabbing his shirt and saying he had already uncovered the fact that they were dating and even lived across from Ji-won's apartment. He had done his part, so why was Minhyun demanding a refund? Minhyun, now frightened, clarified that wasn't what he meant. The detective gritted his teeth, almost growling at Minhyun to get out. That evening, Sumin was reminiscing about the wedding gift money Ji-won had given her. She rummaged through every nook and cranny of her room but couldn't find it anywhere. She distinctly remembered putting the money in the drawer, yet after searching the entire room, it was nowhere to be found. Could Minhyun have taken the money? Just then, Minhyun came home from work. As he opened the door and stepped inside, Sumin jumped up and asked if he had used the money Ji-won gave her. He shot back, questioning how she dared to raise her voice at her husband, who had just come home after working hard. Minhyun slammed his bag on the floor, glancing at the cold rice and soup on the table, feeling utterly defeated. Sumin wasn't letting it go, though. She pressed him again, asking if he had spent that money. Minth? Minhyun admitted he had. She demanded to know why he spent the money. It was the money Ji-won had given her. Minth, without a shred of shame, told her that if she wanted more, she could go ask Ji-won again, but this time ask for 500 million won. Sumin retorted, "How could Ji-won possibly have that much money?" He replied that she might not, but her boyfriend definitely would. Sumin asked if Minan was talking about Jin-hyuk, and he scoffed, saying, "Of course I'm referring to that jerk, who just happens to be the chairman's grandson from Unk Corporation." Sumin froze, unable to believe the shocking revelation. Minan sat down to eat and casually mentioned that Jin-hyuk had rented an apartment right next to his for Ji-won, probably playing house or something. Sumin asked how he knew that, and he claimed he had his own sources. Sumin was furious, slamming her hand on the table. The fact that Ji-won was dating a third-generation tycoon was unbelievable. So, all those things Ji-won said to her were intentional. Sumin believed Ji-won must have known that the department head was the chairman's nephew, and she was scared that Sumin and the head would get together, so she deliberately spoke ill of him. Sumin was seething. If she had acted sooner, Jin-hyuk would have been her boyfriend by now, and she would be living the good life instead of being stuck in this mess. She yelled so loudly that it startled Minan. She asked him if it was true that the two of them were really going to get married. Later, she questioned Minan, asking why he was taking her bowl of rice. He casually told her that everything in the house, including every grain of rice, was his money, so what was wrong with him eating it? He even said this couldn't possibly be called her meal. Minan chewed and mumbled, telling Sumin she didn't even have the right to eat. Sumin recalled her mother's words, which were eerily similar to what her husband was saying. Why was her life, which she had struggled so hard to escape, still so miserable? Even after she tried to take away Ji-won's most precious things, she couldn't seem to escape the same fate. As a child, Sumin always had to endure hunger. When she grew up, she had to play the role of a pretty girl who couldn't eat much at school and at home. Her mother never cooked her a proper meal, just a bit of black bean paste, some dried anchovies and a bowl of cold, colourless rice. Soo-min clearly remembered Ji-won's life was the complete opposite of hers. Once, Ji-won invited her over to play. As soon as they arrived home, she saw Ji-won's dad had finished cooking and was waiting for them to eat. He loved Ji-won dearly. Soo-min remembered it was the first time she had eaten homemade soup, and it was so delicious that it brought tears to her eyes. At that moment she realized that even without her mother, Ji-won's life was so happy. Why? Ji-won should have been eating aged chili paste and colourless bowls of rice just like her. That would have been fair. Remembering her childhood, Soo-min found it hard to sleep, looking at Min-en sleeping soundly. She couldn't understand if he saw her as a wife at all. Alone, Soo-min was certain that Ji-won would never live in peace. Her mother had an affair with a married man and then left home. As the daughter of such a wicked mother, Soo-min didn't believe she was entitled to happiness. At that moment, Soo-min noticed Min-en's phone buzzing with a message. She wondered who could be messaging him so early in the morning. She opened the phone and found a message from a man named John D, warning Min-en that he had already cautioned him not to let the press know that Jin-hyuk was the grandson of the conglomerate, or else neither of them would live in peace. Soo-min scrolled through the message history and saw many other messages she didn't understand. She had no idea what Min-en was up to. Suddenly, she recalled the earlier message and realized what she needed to do to get revenge on Ji-won. Soo-min saw a photo of Jin-hyuk giving flowers to Ji-won, and she decided to use this picture to execute her scheme. Thinking it through, she opened her computer and created an anonymous blog. Soo-min posted the photo she found on various forums, determined to make everyone aware of Ji-won's relationship with Jin-hyuk. She also revealed that Jin-hyuk was the grandson of the CEO of the DCA group. Soo-min smugly thought this would be the price Ji-won had to pay for deceiving her. The next morning, all of Soo-min's posts were picked up by the media, accompanied by malicious comments. Ji-won read those articles, and although the author was anonymous, she knew exactly who was behind it. That man, Min-han, knew about this, which is why he had sent her a threatening message. She frowned, feeling that she no longer wanted to be involved with them. Yet, Soo-min had gone too far. But there was one thing Ji-won never expected. Jin-hyuk was indeed the grandson of the chairman of the conglomerate. If it weren't for this incident, she would never have thought about it. Ji-won, upon hearing the news, called to check on her. She asked Ji-won how she was holding up. Ji-won reassured her that she was fine, but Ji's voice on the other end sounded furious. Ji asked how Ji-won could be fine, and if she needed her to drag that crazy girl and throw her into the river for revenge. Ji-won insisted she was really okay. As for Jin-hyuk, she thought he was capable, but she never imagined he was the chairman's grandson. Just then, someone rang the doorbell. Ji-won told Ji she'd call her back later and hurried to open the door. Outside, Jin-hyuk was panting, clearly having rushed back after hearing the news. He asked if she was all right. Ji-won told him she had just read the articles, but she was fine. Jin-hyuk apologized, explaining that his grandfather was indeed the chairman, but he had never received any special treatment. He started at the lowest position in the company and worked his way up. He gloomily added that even though his grandfather was the chairman, he had never been given any favors. Ji-won chuckled at his attitude, telling him he really was nothing special. Jin-hyuk expressed his regret that she was caught in the crossfire because of him. Ji-won reassured him that whether he was the chairman's grandson or the president's son, to her, he was simply Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk was deeply moved by Ji-won's words. She continued, saying that now he was the one she was more worried about than herself, considering how the company might handle this situation. Jin-hyuk replied that if the issue were to be exposed by the press, it would be easier to resolve, but since it came from an anonymous account, dealing with it would be more complicated. Ji-won told him that this was definitely the work of Min-han and Soo-min. Min-han had sent her a threatening message, saying that if she didn't break up with him, he would bury both of them alive. Ji-won was shocked that the cowardly couple had managed to find Jin-hyuk's weakness. She was already used to these backstabbing games, but if they touched Jin-hyuk, she wouldn't let it slide. Ji-won thought about how she should deal with that couple now. Suddenly, Ji-won remembered the drama they had created and realized how she could use it to counterattack them. She shared her plan with Jin-hyuk, telling him to let that couple clean up the mess. When Min-han saw the news, he was curious and confronted Soo-min about why she dared to look at his phone and spread such nonsense. Soo-min asked him why he was so angry with her. Just then, Ji-won called, and Soo-min answered the call, ignoring Min-han's protests. Ji-won asked Soo-min if the posts online were written by her and suggested that she delete them. She explained how much those posts had made her suffer. Soo-min yelled at Ji-won, claiming that she was the one who had been miserable all this time because of Ji-won. Despite that, she still considered Ji-won a friend. On the other end of the line, Ji-won continued to urge Soo-min to take down the posts. Soo-min casually sat down on a chair, saying that if Ji-won didn't like it, what could she do? Ji-won asked if Soo-min needed money, inquiring how much she wanted. Soo-min demanded 500 million won, not a penny less, if she was to keep quiet. Soo-min then reminded Ji-won of the generous wedding gift Ji-won had sent her, 5 million won, and insisted that she cough up the 500 million won or else there would be consequences. Ji-won agreed to pay her. Satisfied to have achieved her demands, Soo-min told Ji-won there were plenty of men in the world, so Ji-won shouldn't be too heartbroken. Ji-won responded that the amount of money was too large to transfer through the bank and suggested that Soo-min accept cash instead. She would send the location for Soo-min to pick it up and even suggested Soo-min bring her husband along. Soo-min asked why Ji-won wanted to meet her husband. Ji-won explained that she wanted Min-han to stand in front of her and delete all the photos he was keeping. Soo-min immediately agreed, telling Ji-won to just send the address and they would come. After hanging up, Min-han eagerly asked his wife if Ji-won had agreed to give them 500 million won. Soo-min replied, "Of course, Ji-won would have to agree. This was all her doing." On Ji-won's side, she snapped her phone shut. She was no longer the easy target she once was. She would show them that they were the ones who would suffer from the very drama they had scripted. Ji-won texted the address to Soo-min, scheduling to meet them at the Deklat Hotel. Min-han and Soo-min entered the hotel feeling very excited. Soo-min thought Ji-won had been dumped by Jin-hyuk and would soon be fired from the company. Just imagining Ji-won's expression filled her with joy. Min-han ruffled Soo-min's hair and asked why she seemed so cheerful. He told her that he was the one who had found that photo, so he should take credit for the situation. The couple saw Ji-won and Jin-hyuk waiting for them. Min-hun stepped forward to ask if they had brought the money. Ji-won opened the door and said they would go inside, and he would hand over the money. Ji-won looked at Soo-min, who would never expect what was waiting for her inside. Soo-min sneered at Ji-won as they walked in. She thought that finally, Ji-won would have to cough up the cash. As soon as they stepped into the room, they were met with a chaotic scene. Reporters were everywhere, pointing cameras at them. The journalists asked why the two wanted to hold a press conference with the victim. Was it to issue a public apology? Min-han and Soo-min were both confused as to why there were so many journalists. Ji-won, who had been following behind them, closed the door and thanked everyone for coming. She then announced that they would kick off the press conference regarding the recent rumours surrounding the UNK group. At that moment, Min-han and Soo-min realised they had been duped. Soo-min asked Ji-won why this was happening. She had called them there just to talk and hand over the money, right? Ji-won replied that she never said it was just for talking. She suggested Soo-min quickly take a seat. Soo-min questioned if Ji-won was trying to play a trick on her. Soo-min threatened Ji-won, saying she would help Ji-won dig her own grave today. Once everyone was seated, Jin-hyuk asked for permission to start the press conference. He stated that everyone could ask any questions they had. A journalist inquired about the rumours regarding Jin-hyuk's relationship with his subordinate, who was engaged. Was that correct? Another question arose about him buying her an apartment next to his and whether they were living together. Was that true? Ji-won told everyone that she would like to answer that question herself. Ji-won introduces herself as the woman featured in the recent articles and confirms that she and Min-han had indeed planned to marry. However, that marriage was called off. A journalist then asks why they called off the engagement. Was it because of Jinhyuk or financial issues? Jiwon calmly explains that Minhun's family had demanded she cook 3 meals a day and bear a son. However, the real issue was that they wouldn't allow her to honor her late father, which led her to cancel the engagement. Minhun immediately stands up, challenging her statement. He asks how she plans to explain moving in next to Jinhyuk after the engagement was called off. At that moment, the door swings open and Hin-young walks in. She tells everyone that she was the one who introduced Jiwon to the house. Hin-young brings out the rental contract that she and Jiwon signed with the real estate company. Jiwon turns to Jinhyuk and quietly asks if he called Hee-yoon here. Hin-young presents the contract for the journalists to see, stating that Jiwon's name is on it. From the rent to the furnishings, everything was paid for by. Haein also shows a photo of Jinhyuk giving Jiwon flowers in the parking lot, claiming this is evidence of him secretly taking pictures of her and invading her privacy while they were already broken up. Clearly, this is a criminal act. Minhun, feeling utterly humiliated, rushed over to snatch the photo from Haein-uk's hands and demanded that she stop talking nonsense. Minhan leaned in close to Hyein-ne and quietly asked if she wanted to renew her contract with the company. Hyein-ne shot back, telling him to focus on himself first. With all this drama, what company would want to keep him around? All the journalists present were witnesses to their bizarre behavior. At that moment, Sumin realized she needed to come up with a plan to turn the situation around. She pretended to be pitiful, pouting as she asked Jiwon why she had caused her to miscarry, knowing how much she had been looking forward to the baby. Jiwon immediately knew Sumin would bring this up. She replied that she didn't remember doing anything to cause Sumin to miscarry. Sumin, putting on a sad face, insisted that Jiwon should at least apologize, even if she hated her. Didn't she feel any remorse for the lost child? Jinhyuk asked Sumin if she was really pregnant. At that moment, Sumin panicked. She didn't understand how Jiwon knew about this or what she was talking about. Jiwon turned to Minhan and asked if he had ever gone with his wife to the obstetrics department for a checkup, or if he had ever seen any images of the baby or the maternity booklet provided by the hospital. Sumin replied that Minhan worked very hard at the company, so she always went to the hospital for checkups by herself. She added that she hadn't shown Minhan any of those things, and after the baby's loss, she was so heartbroken that she burned everything related to it. Jiwon inquired which hospital she had visited, and Sumin answered that it was Gangnam Hospital. Jiwon pulled out her phone and asked if any reporters present had the hospital's number. A hand shot up, claiming that he knew it. Sumin asked Jiwon what she intended to do, pointing out that everyone was busy. Was she really calling everyone together just for this trivial matter? Jiwon confirmed that was exactly what she was doing, as she dialed Gangnam Hospital. Jiwon provided the hospital with Sumin's name and requested to schedule a follow-up appointment in the obstetrics department. At this point, Sumin's face went pale. She jumped up and told Jiwon to stop talking. The hospital responded to Jiwon that they had no medical history for a patient by that name. Jiwon asked them to check again carefully, clarifying that it was a follow-up appointment, not a first-time visit. But the hospital staff insisted they could not find any record of such a patient. Jiwon turned to Sumin and asked, "How are you going to explain this situation?" All the reporters were zeroing in on Sumin, firing questions about whether the articles were fake and what the motive behind the fabricated stories was. Sumin lost her cool. She covered her ears and told them to stop asking questions, rushing out of the room, wondering why she was being treated this way. "It's all Jiwon's fault," she muttered as she grabbed Minhan. "Stop just standing there, do something." Minhan, disgusted, demanded that she leave, telling her he didn't want to see her face anymore. "Because of you, my life has crumbled into this mess," he added. Minhan turned and walked away. Sumin hurriedly chased after him. John-hyuk promptly addressed the reporters, assuring them that they likely understood the situation, that Yun K Food Company had no connection to the incident. A reporter, eager to ask one more question, inquired if it was true that he and Jiwon had any kind of relationship. Jun-hyuk hadn't had the chance to respond yet. He was still pondering how to answer without affecting Jiwon. But Ji-won spoke up first, saying, "The two of us met, and our chemistry is really great as neighbors and colleagues at the same company." Jeon-hyuk's face flushed as he turned to look at her. The reporter continued, "That phrase implies the two of you are dating, right?" Ji-won casually replied, "If Jeon-hyuk agrees, then that's how it will be." Jeon-hyuk, feeling shy, stumbled over his words, unsure of how to respond. All the reporters seized the opportunity to snap photos for their archives. Jeon-hyuk expressed his gratitude to Ji-won, acknowledging that their relationship had officially entered a new chapter. After the press conference wrapped up, they headed back to their apartment. Ji-won and Jeon-hyuk were celebrating their big win when Ji-won called him the department head. Jeon-hyuk replied, "From now on, don't call me the boss anymore. Let's switch it up to something more fun." Ji-won asked if she could call him Appa instead, but he smiled and said, "Maybe just calling names is still the best way." Ji-won agreed. He then asked if the food was to her liking. She replied that it was so delicious she could eat it every day. Ji-won proudly told him, "Besides, Hyun's an amazing cook, and I'm good at cleaning, but washing dishes, that's just basic stuff." He said with her by his side, she wouldn't have to lift a finger. He wouldn't let her delicate hands become rough from household chores. Ji-won felt deeply touched by his words. Did he just mention her soft, fair hands? Only Ji-won knew the truth. Those hands had once been calloused and marked with scars from a past life. She shyly asked him how they would get to the company the next day. Jeon-hyuk told her he had decided to quit his job. He explained that whether sooner or later, he had been considering this move for a while. He joined the company at his grandfather's request, but in reality, he didn't want to inherit the conglomerate. Now he was running GS Company, and Ji-won was quite surprised. He explained that it was a security company he had founded, and Shigu was also a member of the company. His company provided security services for several large enterprises. Now he wanted to focus more on his own company. Ji-won admired him greatly. From being a department head in a large corporation to running his own business, he was excelling at everything. Jeon-hyuk took Ji-won's hand and said it would take about 3 months to hand over his responsibilities to the new manager. He asked if she felt sad that they wouldn't see each other at the company anymore. Ji-won moved closer and said, "Of course, I'm very sad. What if some alluring girl catches your eye when I'm not around?" Jeon-hyuk, unable to hold back any longer, pulled her close and kissed her on the lips. He assured her that he would never let that happen. In his heart, there had only ever been her. He also said he was now under her ownership. Ji-won looked at Jeon-hyuk, realizing that there would be no more nights of her drunken husband hitting her, nor would she have to endure the torment of cancer anymore. She thought, perhaps her father and heaven had sent him to her. She had been reborn to meet him, hoping that only happiness would come her way from now on. At that moment, the phone on the table kept ringing. It was Director Jen calling her, but Ji-won didn't pay attention to the call. She called back, and Director Jen was sobbing uncontrollably. She was sitting alone in a dark room, crying her heart out. Something must have happened that was truly heartbreaking. A little while later, Ji-won followed the address and message sent by Director Jen, leading her to a hotel. Ji-won knocked on the door, asking if she was inside. Seeing the head of the department, Jen, open the door, Ji-won mentioned that when she called, she wasn't holding her phone, so she hadn't noticed. The head of the department cried uncontrollably upon seeing her. Ji-won brought her inside and asked what had happened. The head of the department recounted, "My husband wasn't a bad person. He always worked hard at my parents' restaurant, and I believed that. But I didn't know when it happened, but he stopped wearing his wedding ring. When I asked him about it, he said he took it off while washing dishes and forgot to put it back in his apron at the restaurant." She also told Ji-won, "One night, when I came home from work, I found a bathtub in the bedroom still damp, and my cosmetics ran out quickly, even though I had just bought them. I tried to reassure myself that I was being overly suspicious, but then I felt something was off. Even when sleeping, my husband had habits he never had before. So today, she decided to tell her husband she had to work overtime and hid in the emergency stairwell to wait. She saw some girl enter the house and even entered the password to unlock the door. She didn't have the courage to open the door, so she decided to run away. She was afraid that if she stepped inside, everything would collapse. Ji-won understood the head of the department's feelings. She had been through something similar and knew that once the door was opened, there would be no turning back. The head of the department said, "I've thought about divorce several times, but I was worried about my daughter becoming an unhappy child without a father." Ji-won asked, "Why do you think your daughter would be unhappy without a father? I grew up without a mother. She once shared that when she was little, her mother had an affair with another man and left her and her father, but she was not unhappy. Her father raised her with boundless love. If my life had a mother who constantly cheated, that would have truly been unhappiness for me." Ji-won told her the decision was up to her, but wanted to share one more thing. Even if she was alone, she could still provide her daughter with a complete family. After hearing Ji-won's words, the head of the department decided she would divorce her husband for the sake of her daughter. She confidently believed she could give her daughter a happy life without feeling the absence of her father. The head of the department thanked Ji-won, expressing surprise that there would come a day when she would show her colleagues this side of herself. Ji-won took her hand and said they were more than just colleagues. She considered the head of the department like an older sister. The next morning, the head of the department told Ji-won she had found the social media profile of the woman. She had posted numerous flaunting pictures online, and yet the head of the department never knew about it until now. She mentioned she had taken screenshots of everything, including photos taken at her own home. Ji-won looked at the pictures on the head's computer and felt a sense of déjà vu. "I must have seen this woman somewhere before," she said. The head explained, "This woman is a long-time employee at my parents' restaurant." Suddenly, Ji-won remembered seeing the two of them coming out from a corner of the flower garden when her company had dined at her parents' barbecue restaurant. At that time, she thought the spot was just the smoking area. Now, the department head was furious, unable to believe her husband had the audacity to flirt while she was at the restaurant, especially with so many of her colleagues present. In that moment, she realized what needed to be done next. She would tell her husband she was going on a business trip and catch them red-handed. No room for denial. She was determined to show him what revenge truly felt like. Just then, the department head's stomach started to feel uncomfortable, causing her to grimace. She suggested maybe she should change her morning coffee habits. Ji-won agreed, mentioning she probably needed to cut back as well. Later that evening, after work, Jin-hook came to pick Ji-won up to take her home. She mentioned that she would call him later. He asked if something was bothering her. As he noticed her complexion looked pale, he told her that if there was anything he could do to help, he would do his best. Jun-hook pulled her into his embrace, holding her close. He reassured her that even though he didn't know what was going on, he believed she would handle everything beautifully. Ji-won closed her eyes, savoring the warmth of being nestled in his chest. She felt she could safely entrust her life to him. The next day, the department head packed her bags and told her husband she was going on a business trip. She mentioned she might not return until Sunday night and would leave their daughter at her parents' house. Her husband helped her into the car, reminding her not to worry about him and to be careful. He waved goodbye as she drove off. After she left, he smirked, thinking her silhouette walking away was perhaps the most beautiful sight he'd seen since their marriage. Just then, his mistress appeared and wrapped her arms around him. She exclaimed that she had been waiting for him and thought she would freeze to death from the cold. The two happily linked arms and headed up to the department head's apartment. A little while later, the department head returned, determined to catch them in the act so they couldn't deny it anymore. She had even called the police to take pictures and serve as witnesses. Ji-won had told her that to charge for infidelity, they needed the police and clear evidence at the scene. The department head gently opened the apartment door. They tiptoed quietly inside. The department head marched straight to the bedroom and flung the door open, shouting for her husband. At that moment, her husband and his mistress were caught in bed, completely exposed. Both were shocked to see her there. Soon after, the police entered, taking photos for evidence. The officer informed her husband that he would be arrested for infidelity. The department head's husband turned pale and asked how she had found out. His mistress frantically grabbed a blanket to cover her face, urging him to think of a way out. The police instructed them to get dressed and come outside, while the department head told Ji-won to step outside with the officers for a moment. At that moment, Ji-won felt like something was about to happen. She scanned the room. Everything looked eerily similar to the moment she died in her previous life. Ji-won picked up a brick and asked for permission to smash the department head's vanity. She hurled the brick toward the table, shattering everything into pieces. She told the department head that if he ever tried to harm her, she would smash his head like that vanity mirror. After that, she angrily stormed out with the police. The more she thought about it, the stranger it felt. Just the other day, she had heard the department head mention her stomach upset from drinking coffee that morning. Suddenly, Ji-won wondered if it really was the coffee. She recalled from her past life that in her bedroom, her husband at the time had told Soo-min that he noticed she kept complaining about stomach pain. He had signed her up for insurance before taking her to the hospital. Ji-won also remembered that in her past life, she had died from stomach cancer. At that moment, Ji-won suddenly realized, could the head of the department be like her in her past life? She rushed back, knocking on the door and asking the head of the department what was going on. But no one answered. The police found it strange too, so they broke the door down to get inside. Ji-won stood frozen in shock as she watched what unfolded before her eyes. The head of the department was lying unconscious on the floor. The police immediately called for an ambulance to take her to the hospital. After a preliminary check, the doctors confirmed that, thankfully, she only had a mild concussion. The head of the department told Ji-won that this time she was really lucky. She asked Ji-won how her husband would be dealt with, and Ji-won assured her that he would definitely be arrested soon. A lawyer had already come to work with the police on her behalf. At that moment, the doctor entered to examine the head of the department and informed her that the results of her in-depth tests were ready. Through the tests, they discovered cancer cells in her stomach. Both of them were utterly stunned by the news. The head of the department couldn't believe what the doctor was saying. She asked what it meant, and the doctor reassured her not to worry too much, as it was still in the early stages. The cells were very small, so they could use an endoscopy to remove them. The doctor also advised her to quickly decide on a surgery date, saying that discovering it at this time had a great chance for complete treatment. Thankfully, she had decided to get a health checkup early. The head of the department wiped her tears and thanked Ji-won, thinking she had just had indigestion. It was lucky that Ji-won had urged her to go to the hospital for a checkup. They held each other's hands tightly, and Ji-won encouraged her to hang in there. She told her that God would bless good people and reminded the head of the department to pay more attention to her health because she still had to live happily with her daughter. Thanks to Ji-won's encouragement, the head felt stronger and accepted the treatment. After the patient consultation was over, Ji-won said goodbye to her and headed out. Once outside, she closed the door to the room and sat down, wondering why everything had turned out this way. Ji-won thought back, realizing that if she hadn't smashed the vanity table, the head might not have made it through at all. She had always believed that Soo-min would take on the fate of her past life, but, in the end, was that really the case? She felt very sad about how things had unfolded. Could it be because she intervened in the head's life? Perhaps everything started when she advised the head to record all the conversations with B. Kim and their future plans. Maybe that's why the head had to bear the burden of fate in her place. Remembering the scene of the head lying motionless on the ground made Ji-won feel truly guilty. Ji-won muttered to herself that she would definitely take responsibility for her. She was thinking that if she wanted to save the head and help her avoid the fate of being killed by her husband right in front of her lover, she would have to reverse everything from this point on, starting from the moment Minan was in bed with his lover in his own house. At that moment, Soo-min would walk in and see the scene, just like Ji-won did in her past life. If Ji-won wanted to shift that fate onto Soo-min, she would have to become Minan's lover. This meant that she and Soo-min would swap places in this life. Ji-won picked up her phone and called Jia, wanting to ask for her help with something. Minan had quit his job and all his severance pay had been poured into stocks, but the stocks he bought had plummeted. Sumin opened the door and said she had made kimchi soup, urging him to come out and eat. Hearing her, he turned around and asked if that was the only dish. She replied that she didn't know what to do since their living expenses were insufficient. He grumbled that he didn't even have a few coins sitting at home without earning money, and demanded that she order takeout for him. Sumin, annoyed, retorted that he was the one who got fired from the company, so what was the point of acting tough with her? She angrily slammed the door and went outside, telling him to order food for himself. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a new message. He received a message asking if he was doing well lately from an unknown number. He thought this kind of message was typical of girls, and since he was feeling a bit bored, he decided to hear her voice. With that in mind, he texted back asking who was on the other end. The girl asked if this was Mangan's phone. Minan told her she had dialed the wrong number, but he had been using this number for a long time, so there must have been some misunderstanding. The girl thanked him for calling back, as she almost ended up misunderstanding things herself, and then hung up. Minan felt a bit lighter. It had been ages since he heard the voice of a strange girl. After all, meeting a new girl was always exciting. He couldn't just let this golden opportunity slip away, so he immediately started texting to flirt with her. Since he was free and had nothing to do, he thought he might as well seek some new fun outside. The next morning, his mum called Sumin and asked her to come over and make beef bone soup with her. But Sumin replied that it wasn't even 11 yet. Why so early? She then asked why Sumin still wasn't pregnant, since the fortune teller said she definitely would be this month. Why was there still no sign? She even questioned if there was something wrong with her body that was preventing her from getting pregnant. Sumin replied that she had no idea about that. Was it her fault if she couldn't get pregnant? Her mother-in-law yelled at her, asking if that meant the problem lay with her son. She said that if Sumin couldn't have children, she should divorce him immediately. She asked if Sumin dared to raise her voice at her. She couldn't understand how a beggar like her ended up in her son's house, draining him dry. If Minan had ended up with Ji-won, things might have been better. At least Ji-won could earn some money. She reminded her to be ready before lunchtime and hung up. Sumin was furious. Why did she have to compare her to Ji-won? She didn't think she was any less than her in any way. Lately, Minan had been posting nothing but cheesy songs on his blog all day long. Sumin had noticed that he couldn't seem to put his phone down while searching for old photos. On top of that, he couldn't take his eyes off Ji-won during the wedding either. The way he looked at her with such regret was driving Sumin crazy. She wondered if those two were secretly in touch or something. There's no way she's going to let that happen. She's not some fool. Right now, Minan was out for dinner with a friend. His friend suggested that Minan should pay this time since he treated last time. Minan asked if his friend didn't think he was pretty pathetic, getting fired, losing money in stocks, and having a disastrous marriage. His friend laughed heartily and agreed that he really was a sad case. A guy like that actually has a girl reaching out to him? Minan pulled out his phone and said they'd only been in touch, not met up yet. She claimed she was super busy, making it hard to connect. He thought, well, he might as well let it slide. Sumin texted him asking when he'd be back, but he'd read it and didn't bother to reply. Just then the girl texted him too, and Minan suddenly got an idea. He'd invite her over. His friend thought it was a brilliant idea and told Minan to ask her to bring along a pretty friend too, but the girl declined, saying they should meet another time. Meanwhile, the one texting him is none other than Ji-won. She thinks to herself that old habits die hard. Yesterday she had a meeting with Jia, and Ji-won handed her phone back to Ji-won, saying she's been keeping in touch with the guy Ji-won asked her to, and he seems really easy to manipulate. She mentions that she's only helping because Ji-won asked, but wonders if anything will come of it. Ji-won assures her that it'll be fine and promises to explain later. Ji-won tells her to keep her word, but playing the role of a girl with deep feelings is actually quite fun. Ever since Ji-won asked Ji-won to flirt with men through texts, she's been doing just that. From the very first message, he was hooked. Jia thanks Jiwon for her help and holds the phone Jiwon gave her, reading the messages he sent to Jiwon, which makes her feel utterly disgusted by him. After a while, Jin-hik glanced at the phone she was holding and asked if it was the one she had asked him to register for her earlier. She replied that it had been very helpful. She then asked him if he thought she seemed a bit suspicious. He said that if she had decided to do something, there must be a reason behind it. Jiwon questioned whether he had trusted her too much. He replied that this was the blind love he had for her. Jiwon patted his head and said that in moments like this he looked just like a big fluffy puppy. He quickly took the opportunity to ask her if she had any rewards for him since he had helped her register the phone. He insisted that his contribution was significant, so she needed to reward him appropriately. Jiwon then hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. She thanked him for believing in her, saying that thanks to him she felt loved again and was living happily, unlike what she had experienced in her past life. He asked if they could start over again, but she replied that it was too late for that. He decided to take action first. Close to 3 a.m., Minwon stumbled home. Sumin opened the door, grumbling about how she had called him earlier and now he was just showing up. She told him to take a shower before going to bed since he reeked of alcohol. Sumin suspiciously wondered if he had been out with Jiwon until this hour. Minhwan, completely drunk, ignored her. He went into his room and collapsed on the bed, not even bothering to change his clothes. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a new message. Sumin grabbed it, curious about who could be messaging him at this hour. She figured that no matter what she did, Minan wouldn't notice anything now. She imagined the two of them out drinking together. He was probably still thinking about Jiwon. She opened the message and saw a text from an unknown number wishing Minan a good night. She wondered who this person was, but was sure they would regret it. Sumin took out her phone and noted down the number, then quietly opened the door to go outside. Just then, Minan turned over, startling her. She questioned how he could be so drunk yet still have such sharp hearing. Sumin directly messaged the unknown number, asking the person on the other end what their relationship with her husband was. "How dare you drink until midnight like that?" she texted. The other side texted back, asking who she was. Sumin replied that she didn't know he was already married. The girl explained that she had been single for 3 years. She promised to block his number and not contact him again. After that, she apologized to Sumin but asked why her husband was coming home at midnight. The last message they exchanged was only at 11 p.m., right? Sumin guessed maybe he really was meeting Jiwon. The image of those two being close haunted her, and she absolutely couldn't let that happen. Sumin sat down, reading the messages from the strange girl. She said if Sumin suspected her husband, she would tell her everything she knew, feeling guilty as a fellow woman and very worried about her. She continued to ask if Sumin couldn't sleep. Surely she was heartbroken. Sumin bit her lip, feeling very uncomfortable, but at that moment she had no one to confide in. She had to text someone she didn't know. She told her that she thought her husband was secretly seeing her friend and that she was about to go crazy. The girl advised Sumin to pretend she didn't know, waiting for the right moment to catch them both. Sumin thought her advice made sense. She felt this girl was really on her wavelength. She continued texting her, talking about her husband, who was driving her insane. Jiwon advised her to check with her husband, as her in-laws probably cared a lot about having grandchildren. She also suggested using her in-laws as an excuse, since they were eager for a grandchild, so the couple should go for a checkup together. This way, her in-laws would see that both of them were fine, easing their worries. Jiwon thought to herself, "Sumin, you'll soon find out the truth." She didn't know how Sumin would react at that moment. Would it be like her reaction back then? The next day, Sumin went to the maternity ward of the hospital to get the results, but Minin couldn't come. Sumin called to ask if he wasn't curious about the test results. Minin said he wasn't curious at all. He went for the checkup just to be sure because what else did she want? The one who couldn't get pregnant was her, so why bother him? He even said, "What's so hard about being pregnant anyway? If you want to get pregnant, you should take it to that guy. The result will probably be just a formality." Sumin really had nothing left to say to this person. Does he think she wants to be pregnant? Clearly, it's his child after all. Isn't it because his parents want a grandchild to carry on the family line that they're pressuring her? When she was called into the room to receive the results, Sumin asked the doctor many questions because she couldn't believe what she had just heard. The doctor confirmed that, looking at the test results, her husband's sperm count was far too low to conceive naturally. A man's sperm count should be at least over 20 million, but her husband's was not even 1 million. This means he has a condition known as azoospermia, which is common in men. Sumin was shocked to hear this news. Does it mean Minan can't have children? Sumin immediately thought of her in-laws, who were very eager to have grandchildren to continue the family line. In fact, last time her mother-in-law had even gone to great lengths to help her conceive a son. She still remembered Minan's reaction when she told him she had a miscarriage. He seemed like he was about to lose it. Her mother-in-law had even said that if she couldn't have children, she should just divorce him. He didn't even care anymore. To him, the one who couldn't get pregnant was her. So all the hardships she had to endure were because of that weak Minan. She wondered how he would react when he found out this news. The next day, Sumin went to visit her in-laws as planned. As soon as she walked in, her mother-in-law shouted loudly, asking why she was only showing up now. Sumin explained that she had been busy, to which the woman retorted sarcastically, "What could you possibly be busy with? Out on the streets to earn money or to get me a grandson?" Her mother-in-law then told her to wash her hands quickly and prepare the ingredients for cooking. Sumin thought to herself, all the things I had to endure were unexpectedly all because of Minan. She would definitely get revenge on their whole family. While passing through the living room, she overheard her mother-in-law talking with two of her friends. They praised her for raising her daughter-in-law well, and Sumin realized her mother-in-law was acting out because her friends were there to show off. Sumin walked in, deliberately placing the test results she had just picked up from the hospital on the table for her mother-in-law's friends to see before walking out. Her mother-in-law asked what it was, seeing her son's name on the paper. Sumin turned back and casually said, "It's the sperm test results for Minan. The doctor in the obstetrics department said both spouses needed to get checked, and today we have the results." Sumin washed the vegetables while continuing, "The hospital said you need at least 20 million sperm to conceive, but according to the test results, my husband doesn't even have 1 million. Her mother-in-law immediately jumped up and asked what she meant by that. Sumin explained that her husband had a condition called azoospermia, meaning he had no sperm, and the doctor said that even if they retested, the results would be the same. Her mother-in-law was so shocked that she could barely stand. One of her friends, confused, asked the other if having no sperm was similar to being impotent. At that moment, her mother-in-law still couldn't believe that her only son was impotent. Sumin smiled and told her, "It doesn't matter to me. What's important is that the couple is happy together." Seeing the situation, two of her mother-in-law's friends stood up and excused themselves to leave. With only the two of them left, her mother-in-law angrily shouted at Sumin, asking what kind of nonsense she was pulling. She asked if Sumin had gone crazy for checking her husband's sperm count and bringing out the test results while they had guests. Sumin muttered back that it was her mother-in-law who told her to get the materials checked, and she had no idea that her friends would meddle in other people's business like that. Her mother-in-law could no longer stand and staggered to sit down, still unable to believe that her tall, handsome son had such a condition. Then she blamed everything on Sumin, saying it was all because they chose the wrong daughter-in-law. Sumin was taken aback by what she said. Her mother-in-law pointed at her and said, "People say marrying the wrong wife leads to family turmoil. If you took better care of your husband, how could he have such a condition?" Furious, her mother-in-law took off her apron and threw it on the ground. She said, "Then just kick me out, and let's see if any fool would want a man with no money and no connections like your son." She told Sumin not to call her again or show her face, then stormed out of the house. As she left, Sumin threw everything she was holding onto the ground in frustration. Minan's mother stood there stunned, shaking with anger, but still unable to believe what had just happened. Suddenly, Sumin's mother-in-law felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Sumin, seeing her like that, hurriedly ran over and asked if she was okay. After all, she was still her mother-in-law, and seeing her in such a condition, Sumin couldn't bear it. She thought that maybe she should take her to the hospital. Sumin placed her hand on the old woman's nose, thinking she might have already passed away. However, when she noticed the faint breath, she smiled, relieved. "Seems like you're destined to live a long life," she muttered. She told the woman to just rest there until her father returned, as she had something to take care of and needed to leave first. Sumin also mentioned that her father had gone fishing that day, so he might not be back until tomorrow, and that all of this was because of the old woman. Once home, she texted the strange number, saying her mother-in-law had fainted. She wondered how the old woman could have known that this day would come. Meanwhile, Guan was out for a walk with Ji Hook, and he noticed that since getting married, Sumin had become much more malicious than before. He asked if anyone around him had gotten married, noting that in movies, it's often seen that daughters from wealthy families engage in political marriages or blind dates before tying the knot. He shared that he had been on quite a few blind dates, all arranged by his grandfather. Jiwon asked if he didn't like any of the girls, to which he replied that none of them were interested in him. Hearing this, Jiwon found it absurd. "You're so charming after all." She insisted he show her his phone. Jiwon pulled out a photo of the two of them and pointed at him, saying, "Look at those bold eyebrows, very manly, and that high, elegant nose." He replied that it looked quite scary. Jiwon agreed it might seem scary at first, but that was just because they hadn't seen him smile yet. She encouraged him to smile for her. He immediately complied, but she told him it wasn't the right kind of smile. Jiwon quickly demonstrated how to smile brightly, saying, "Like this." Seeing Jiwon like that made his cheeks flush bright red. He looked back at her and smiled. Jiwon took a picture of his smile and shouted, "Isn't it amazing? If you don't like it, I'll delete it and take another one." But he quickly hid the phone away. Jiwon then told him to extend his hand, and he immediately complied. She said, "My boyfriend is not only handsome and gentle, but also adorable. How could other girls not see that?" He looked at Jiwon happily, knowing that was all that mattered to him. He planned to save the picture of the two of them together as his phone's wallpaper, so that every time he missed her, he could take it out and admire it. Back at the hospital, Park Min-han received a phone call about his mother and immediately rushed there. He burst into the room, shouting to find out what had happened to her. Seeing her lying in the hospital bed unable to speak, he asked if she was okay. Just then, Sumin ran in, asking how it had come to this. Although his mother couldn't speak, she trembled at the sight of Sumin. His father-in-law explained that he had found her unconscious on the floor when he returned from fishing, so he took her to the hospital. He mentioned it was a brain hemorrhage, but wondered why it had happened while she was home alone. Sumin collapsed in despair, crying out that it was her fault because her husband had insisted she come home to prepare dinner for him. She told everyone she would stay to take care of her mother-in-law. Minhwan agreed, saying Sumin would take great care of her, reminding her to focus on getting better. His father-in-law also reminded them that if she got too cold, it wouldn't be good, so they needed to cover her with a blanket and keep the drafts out. He asked Minhwan what they would do about food. Minhwan replied that Sumin would take advantage of the time while his mother rested to prepare some side dishes before returning to the hospital. He even mentioned that she would prepare a meal for his father too, which made his dad very pleased. Hearing this, Sumin felt a surge of anger but couldn't do anything about it. She thought, why should I be the one doing all the work when both of them seem so free? Maybe it was time for a little showdown between the two of them to wake them up. She told her husband she would text him about what his mother needed and, for now, he should take his father home and take care of him. Minhwan told her to take good care of his mother, as she had always looked after her like a real daughter, which made Sumin feel like she was part of the family. Sumin couldn't grasp the meaning behind his words, as the truth was her own mother felt like a cruel hell to her. After that, Minhan took his father to the car, assuring him that Sumin would take good care of his mother, so he shouldn't worry. As soon as his father sat in the car, he noticed an envelope. He picked it up and asked what it was, but Minhwan said it was probably something his wife had forgotten. His father opened it to find the results of a sperm test and asked if Minhwan had gone for a checkup. Manhwa explained that Sumin wanted him to get tested with her, so he did. He hadn't looked at the results yet but assumed everything was normal. Suddenly, his dad said he needed to check again because he found it strange that there was only 1 million sperm. Manhwa, feeling annoyed, asked what the big deal was with 1 million sperm. His dad exploded in anger, asking if he really didn't know that with this number his son was likely infertile. He threw the test result paper in front of him, insisting that their family line would be doomed to extinction. Once home, Park Min-hwan grabbed his phone to call Sumin, questioning her sanity for tossing around such ridiculous test results. He asked if she did it on purpose. Sumin replied that she was busy taking care of his mother and couldn't talk, then hung up. Min-hwan jumped online to research the condition of having no sperm, confused about how he had ended up with such a bizarre illness. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message. It was a series of bank notifications about overdue loans and payments due. All his stocks were plummeting, and selling them now wouldn't guarantee any profit. Frustrated, he pulled out all the alcohol in the house and started drinking. He truly didn't know what to do anymore. Everything in his life felt like a dead end. His mind was in a whirlwind, and he suddenly called out Ji-won's name, feeling utterly exhausted. He told himself that if she knew he was in this state, she wouldn't just leave him hanging and would help him. At that moment, Manhwa kept thinking about Ji-won and dialed her number. He felt a rush of relief when she picked up, telling her he was really worn out. Manhwa explained that his mother was seriously ill, work was a mess, and if she were by his side, things might have gone smoother. He mentioned that he would divorce Sumin and be with her, promising that if she agreed to start fresh with him, he would forgive all her past mistakes. Manhwa insisted he knew Ji-won's cold attitude wasn't genuine, and was sure she still loved him. To his surprise, the person on the other end was Jin-hook. Manhwa seemed to lose it, demanding to know why Jin-hook was answering her phone. Min-hook calmly explained that he was currently Ji-won's boyfriend. He stated that he was always there to protect Ji-won, so Manhwa should stop thinking about getting close to her. Jin-hook threatened to deal with a pest like him even easier than swatting a fly. He warned him one last time. Park Min-hwan yelled into the phone, still demanding Ji-hook hand the phone to Ji-won. Ji-hook hung up, thinking that if Park Min-hwan dared to touch even a single hair on her head, he would definitely kill him on the spot. Meanwhile, Ji-won was happily playing with Pei in the living room. Jin-hook didn't see the need for her to know about the phone call that had just happened. Min-hwan was going crazy after talking to Jin-hook. He threw his phone into the corner of the room. It was all Sumin's fault. He was definitely going to divorce her as soon as his mother was discharged from the hospital. He suddenly froze when he saw the news. His foot had stepped on a newspaper with an ad that caught his attention. An advertisement about travel insurance, stating that the maximum compensation could reach up to 500 million. A terrifying plan quickly formed in his mind. If Sumin died, he could not only claim that money, but also rid himself of her. At that moment, Sumin was at the hospital, still taking care of her mother-in-law. Guan texted her, asking if she was tired from looking after her mother-in-law all by herself. Sumin replied that she had been struggling all week without any words of encouragement from her husband. She wished the old lady would just die quickly. Sumin checked on her mother-in-law, asking if she was feeling cool enough and if she was cold to let her know. Suddenly she heard a rustling sound behind her. It turned out her husband had come to visit his mother. He asked how she was doing and if she could say anything. Sumin replied that she was still doing her best to care for her. Manhwa sat down and said he noticed how hard she was working. The weather was beautiful, so why not go on a trip together? He would hire someone to take care of her mother for about a week. Sumin was thrilled to hear him say that, and asked if he really intended to take her on a trip. Manhwa said he noticed how hard she was working to care for her mother, so he wanted her to have some time to relax and enjoy a good trip, eating well and sending back some goodies. She happily agreed, and suggested she would find someone to hire to take care of her mother for a week. A patient nearby kindly asked if they were looking for a caregiver, offering to introduce someone she knew. Another person nearby asked if that caregiver had helped Mr. Kim get discharged early. Suddenly, Sumin felt a pang of guilt. She asked the old lady if that was really true. The lady said she took special care of patients, especially those who had suffered strokes. and after her care, their health improved significantly. Manhwa immediately asked her to help get in touch with the caregiver. The old lady pulled out her phone and called to check if anyone had booked the caregiver's schedule for next week. Before Sumin could intervene, the lady said the caregiver had already agreed. Manhwa was overjoyed and said he would inform his father. The old lady insisted that as a child, Manhwa must hire someone to help his parents. This would help his mother recover quickly, and by the time they returned from their trip, she might even be able to walk again. Hearing this, Sumin panicked and told her husband that she could take better care of his mother, so there was no need to hire anyone. But he remained determined to go on the trip with her and took out his phone to ask for the caregiver's number. Sumin was very worried. If that person came to take care of her mother, would she truly help her recover? What if the old lady shared what happened that day? Sumin feared the old lady would recount how she had left her mother-in-law lying there, neglecting her after the stroke. If her father-in-law and husband found out about what had happened, she would be in serious trouble. Sumin was torn. Should she cancel the trip? It had been so long since she had a chance like this, but if the old lady spoke up, everything would come out. She anxiously wondered what to do. Just then, a nurse pulled back the curtain and entered. The nurse announced it was time for the patient's medication and began preparing the syringe. Sumin suddenly got stuck. The nurse said that using the syringe would be a bit dangerous, so she would replace it with another. Sumin asked why, and the nurse explained that if the syringe had too many bubbles, like this one, air could enter the bloodstream, leading to life-threatening situations. Saying this, the nurse set the syringe down and took out another one to replace it. As the nurse finished her task and left, an idea flashed in Sumin's mind. It was just her and her mother-in-law in the room now. Sumin quickly took out the syringe she had secretly grabbed from the nurse earlier. She told her mother-in-law that she would let her sleep deeply. Just then, her mother-in-law woke up. She opened her eyes to see Sumin approaching, and a bad feeling washed over her as she noticed the syringe in her hand. Fear gripped her, and she cried out, but Sumin held her hand tightly, assuring her that she would help her drift off to sleep. She claimed that those who live must live. But her mother-in-law could no longer bear it. Sumin injected the syringe filled with air into the IV line attached to her hand. At that moment, her mother-in-law wanted to scream. But all she could do was watch her daughter-in-law prepare to end her life. Sumin coldly claimed she was just helping her join her ancestors a little earlier. She argued that whether it was early or late, her mother-in-law would die anyway, so why not go a bit sooner? After finishing, Sumin looked at her with a wicked smile. The next morning, a mailman arrived at Manhwa's house to deliver a package. He said there was a letter and left it at the door before walking away. A little while later, Manhwa finally opened the door and found the envelope in his hand. Unsure of what it contained or who sent it, he opened it, only to be filled with rage. Why was Sumin doing all this? Inside the letter were photos of all the messages Sumin had sent to the strange number Ji-won had. Manhwa was furious, not understanding what kind of game Sumin was playing. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message asking if he had received her package. She mentioned that at first she felt sorry for his wife, but then she realized he was the one who truly deserved pity. Manhwa was livid. He couldn't believe that Sumin was teaming up with Ji-won against him like this. Grinding his teeth in anger, he couldn't understand how Sumin wanted his mother to die so soon after everything she'd done for her. Sumin had repaid kindness with malice, and he found her truly disgusting. It should have been her who died. Manhwa crumpled the photos in his hand and decided to punish Sumin. Avenge his mother. Once again he recalled the plan to take out insurance before going on a trip. Surely he would take her on a trip to hell. Manhwa took the first step in his plan by tampering with the brakes of his car. In no time, the job was done. He decided to test if it was working. As he got into the car, he felt that his plan was absolutely flawless. Thinking about how close he was to completing his scheme, Manhwa felt a surge of pride. As he stepped out of the car, he muttered to himself, "Just tomorrow everything will be wrapped up and all the drama will come to an end." I'll take care of Sumin and tackle that damn pile of debt, too. Tomorrow, I'll play the role of a grieving husband who lost his wife in a tragic accident, earning a sympathy payout of 500 million W in insurance. Minhwan tossed the lighter he was holding into the car and wished it a safe journey. All the preparations were done, and now he just needed to relax and wait for tomorrow.